Michael, Lord of Justice, knew that resurrecting Veldonava the Star King Dragon was an impossible dream. The Michael's skill was powerful, but it couldn't bend reality to such an extent. However, Michael's hope persisted, driven by his unwavering belief that a world without Veldonava held no meaning. Michael opened his eyes and shook his head slightly, attempting to dispel any lingering sentiments. The first emotion that surfaced surprised him. He had believed he wasn't as naive as Ludora, but he realized he was wrong. Trusting no one and treating them as mere pawns might have prevented Obela's betrayal. Michael had trusted Feldway and considered him a friend, a mistake that now haunted him. Obela's betrayal became evident when she abandoned Azrael, Lord of Salvation, and used her rights as its administrator to escape Michael's rule. To counter this, Michael invoked ultimate dominion through Feldway, hoping to strengthen his control over the angelic skill musers. Michael's attention turned to the battlefield, a land promised to Xeranus in a pact with the Insectors. Despite their potential for betrayal, their interests aligned with his. He planned to monitor the battlefield closely and address the issue of Obela, who once watched over Evolage the World Destroyer Dragon. Obela's potential cooperation with enemies like the Demon Lords Rimuru and Guy was a concern. To quell this threat, Michael considered taking the first move against her. Losing Obela's army, a significant part of his force, made him uneasy, a new experience for a Manus like him. Embracing his newfound emotions, Michael decided to confront the rebels himself. If he made a mistake, it was best to compensate immediately. This realization lifted his mood, making him appreciate the value of emotions and the process of overcoming challenges. Michael's decision to take direct action against the rebels marked a turning point. He resolved to face his problems head-on, using the experience to avoid future failures. For the first time, he found solace in his emotions, realizing they might not be so bad after all. In this other world, the absence of gravity created an environment reminiscent of outer space. There was no concept of Earth or heaven. Instead, the space was filled with objects made of condensed magicules as strong as magisteel, generating their own gravitational force. These objects were transformed into bases. The mystics, former angels, used these bases to maintain a semblance of their life in their key world, preserving the experience of living under gravity. Among these bases, Obela's stronghold, comparable in size to an asteroid, was a crucial hub for their anti-Evolage efforts. Its unparalleled strength made it a vital part of the Mystics' living space. This formidable base was where Michael was headed. Upon completing his spatial transport from the Celestial Palace, Michael discovered that the base was already an empty shell. However, he sensed a large army nearby, and turned his gaze, wondering if Obela was there. Indeed, Obela, sensing Michael's presence, quickly responded, mobilizing her forces. The army formed a full space formation, a tactic built to encircle and annihilate the enemy from every direction. This strategy had been effective against cryptids, and Obela, with her extensive frontline experience, executed it flawlessly. Michael sighed, recognizing the merit of these battle-tested warriors. It was regretful to lose them, but negotiation was no longer an option. Determined to eliminate the traitors and rectify his mistake, Michael prepared for battle. Obela moved first, her hundreds of thousands of troops filling the space with destructive light. The three-dimensional formation, shaped like half a sphere, focused their attacks on Michael from every direction. Despite the overwhelming assault, Michael remained calm, relying on Castle Guard to protect him. However, Castle Guard failed to activate, and the concentrated fire began to sear Michael's body. He realized that the lack of loyalty from others meant no energy was reaching Castle Guard. Unlike Ludora, who had a huge following of Imperial subjects, Michael had no one truly loyal to him. This realization led Michael to understand his own skills better. Feldway's Castle Guard had worked because of his own followers' loyalty, not Michael's. The pain Michael felt now made him comprehend the importance of loyalty in activating Castle Guard's protection. Obela was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She had been briefed about Castle Guard and knew any attack on Michael should be meaningless, yet he appeared damaged, presenting a rare opportunity. Continue the all-out attack. Stay in sync with each other. Don't give Michael a moment's rest, she commanded. Her soldiers, seeing their chance, attacked with full force. Michael's pursuit was anticipated. Obela had prepared for the likely discovery of her disloyalty the moment she banished the angelic skill. Initially planning to flee into enemy territory, she now saw a chance to win. Despite Michael's formidable energy level, his combat experience seemed lacking. Obela, a cool-headed commander, was willing to sacrifice a few to ensure the survival of the majority. She ordered her soldiers to die, without hesitation, prepared to retreat through Heaven's Gate when the time was right. Oma, lead the first corps away from the front. Take them to our master, the Demon Lord Milim, she ordered. Oma, her second-in-command, was loyal but refused to leave her side. Surely you must be joking. Only you, as a primordial, can operate the key to the gate, Oma insisted, supported by the soldiers who declared their loyalty to Obela. I cannot agree with this, Lady Obela, Oma refused. The determination in her aide's voice left Obela with one choice. Then I leave this fight to you. Everyone, you must stake your lives on this, she commanded. Her soldiers, ready to die for her, began a merciless assault anew. Transported to a frigid wasteland, Rimuru and his companions found themselves in a world of white and silver, reminiscent of Gaia's stronghold. The failure of the transport magic circle led Rimuru to use spatial transport, taking them to the farthest visible point through Argos. Upon arrival, the piercing cold felt like it could freeze even Rimuru's heart, an unmistakable sign of Velzar's presence. The atmosphere of the battlefield was intense, with the greatest source of this presence coming from where Guy and Velzard clashed. Their duel had created a vast space of death and destruction, deterring any intervention. Despite sensing someone's gaze and a brief wave of anger at being ignored, Rimuru chose not to engage. As an outsider, he knew it was not his place to interfere in this monumental confrontation. Rimuru detected hints that someone was dismayed by his decision, but he stood firm. Jumping into a known dangerous location wasn't a choice an intelligent person would make. He decided to look elsewhere for opportunities to intervene. The next sign he picked up was Diablo's presence, engaged in a battle with Zerario. Rimuru decided to leave Diablo to handle the situation, knowing Diablo was more than capable. If Diablo couldn't manage, it was unlikely Rimuru could do much more. Communicating with Ciel, Rimuru noted how Diablo tended to slack off when being watched, perhaps eager to see Rimuru's actions instead. Feeling confident, Rimuru gave his orders. Let's leave the outside alone. I want to head for Leon. It looks like we got a few battles going on at once, so join in as you see fit. Benimaru, Soei, Ranga, and Kumara nodded in agreement. In the emergency, these were the best orders he could give. Rimuru sensed another pair engaged in battle outside, with traces of heavy magic usage near the surface. Trusting his instincts, he decided to let it be, feeling an inexplicable certainty. With no objections from his companions, they headed for the castle. The visibility was terrible due to Velzard's blizzard, which was contaminated by magicules, neutralizing Rimmer's cancel natural elements skill. With Universal Detect at max, he still couldn't gauge distances accurately, as the swarming magicules made everything ambiguous. They decided to follow the direction where magicules were most turbulent, leading them to Leon's castle. Inside the castle, visibility improved. Sensing Leon's presence, Rimuru and Benimaru prepared to head there, while instructing Ranga, Kumara, and Soei to cover the rest of the battlefield. Using spatial transport, Rimuru and Benimaru arrived at the intense battle scene, where Yuuki, Laplace, and Tere were protecting Kagali. The real threat was the massive fireball, enhanced by an ultimate skill, that the enemy was about to unleash. Rimuru, protected by Azathoth, god of the void, was safe, but Yuuki and the others were already taking damage. Rimuru acted quickly, ordering Ciel to consume the destructive force with Azathoth, resulting in a huge explosion that tore the castle apart. Yuuki and Laplace were swallowed by the light and disappeared without a trace. Despite the loss, Rimuru focused on the task at hand. He confirmed that Ter and Kagali were safe, thanks to the barrier they had put up with their last efforts. Rimuru's attention then turned to the enemies, Feldway, and a figure resembling Footman, but now known as Jahil. Rimuru and Benimaru prepared for the confrontation, with Rimuru deciding to take on Feldway and Benimaru, eager to join the fight, taking on Jahil. The battle was set to continue, with Rimurad drawing his sword and facing Feldway. Rimurad was in on this, he was going all the way. Michael's castle guard made him a formidable opponent, but luckily he wasn't present. Rimurad saw this as an opportunity to get rid of Feldway quickly. Once he made up his mind, he never hesitated. Long, dragged-out battles were not his style. He believed in decisive action with one killer blow, and he had prepared special skills for such situations. Imaginary Blade, Rimuru called out his attack. He pondered the most powerful sword techniques, Melt Slash for multiple targets, and Crestwater 100 Flower Bloom for a single target. Combining their essences, he had developed Crestwater Dark Flame 100 Flower Bloom, Benimaru's ultimate move. But Rimuru didn't want to be outdone, so he collaborated with Ciel to create a finisher tailored to his abilities. This led to the creation of Imaginary Blade, a technique that consumed spiritual particles rather than cutting through them. It was unblockable, making it a literal insta-kill. Rimuru believed a finisher should end the fight immediately, and Imaginary Blade fit this philosophy perfectly. It was a dangerous move, even against opponents with parallel existences. Determined to finish Feldway quickly, Rimuru unleashed Imaginary Blade, yet to his and Ciel's shock, Feldway stopped the attack with a sound like the air groaning under pressure. Both Rimuru and Ciel were surprised. Ciel reminded Rimuru of a common trope in shonen manga: if you use a finisher first, it always gets blocked. Piffed! Look at you, making me laugh out loud when things are this serious. And yes, I said that all right, I know I did, but come on, did you ever expect this? Rimuru was momentarily thrown by how easily his blade was stopped, but quickly regained his focus. Ciel began investigating why the attack was blocked, and Rimuru decided to bluff his way through, pretending he was unfazed. "Wow, nice job blocking that," he said, slashing at Feldway. Surprisingly, Feldway responded, "I knew you had gained Noir's good graces, so I wondered how powerful you were, but you don't seem to be any threat at all." Rimuru was irked by Feldway's dismissive attitude, but continued to engage him in conversation, trying to figure out his next move. Feldway's swordsmanship was impressive, making it difficult for Rimuru to find an opening. Rimuru realized that magic attacks were risky due to the potential damage to Leon's kingdom, and needed to be precise. Abyss Annihilation was off the table due to its destructive power. Rimuru considered other options like Disintegration, but remained unsure of their effectiveness. Feldway was taking a wait-and-see approach, giving Rimuru time to strategize. "I'm a harmless slime after all. No wonder you don't see me as a threat," Rimuru said, trying to provoke Feldway. "Still looking to talk to me? Now I think it's clear why he's serving you," Feldway replied. Rimuru continued to converse with Feldway, buying time and analyzing his opponent. Feldway's lack of counterattacks allowed Rimuru to assess the situation. He considered using his hidden super finisher move, developed with Ciel's support, but hesitated, feeling it might not work. For now, Rimuru focused on discovering Feldway's secret, keeping a close eye on him while turning his attention to his friends. Rimuru was concerned about Benimaru, whose opponent Jahil seemed superior. Using Universal Detect, Rimuru observed Jahil wielding an ominous crimson spear, the demigod's blood spear, which boasted incredible power. Ciel informed Rimuru that Jahil had mentioned this spear was a gift from a beloved demigod. Jahil, now occupying Footman's body, displayed exceptional footwork and spear aptitude. His existence points, EP, were over 3 times those of Benimaru, and the spear itself had an estimated 10 million EP. This made the combined power of Jahil and the spear over 4 times Benimaru's EP. Despite Benimaru's superior skill, the match was a challenging one, and his shimmering haze skill was the only reason he hadn't been defeated yet. Rimuru also noticed a strategic stalemate between Leon and a mysterious woman resembling Elmesia. Ciel speculated that they might be teacher and student, as their fighting styles were nearly identical. Both possessed ultimate skills, adding to the complexity of their duel. As Rimuru observed, the woman fighting Leon noticed his gaze. "Rimuru, right? If you have the time to observe us, I wouldn't mind a little help here, you know." Rimuru, caught off guard, apologized. "I'm sorry I'm at an impasse here too, but I couldn't help but peek at you." The woman, perceptive and sharp, replied, "Huh, you're that preoccupied and you still just stared at me? What kind of person would do that? Elle told me you had no common sense, but you really need to quit with that, got it?" Rimuru acknowledged her point, jokingly saying, "I'd like to take your comments back to my home office and give them the consideration they deserve, yes." She saw through his attempt at humor, and Rimuru realized he needed to focus. Feldway, his opponent, snickered and joined the conversation. "First you turn away from me in battle, and now we're exchanging casual banter? Very impressive. And yet you claim I'm showing you no gaps. Ridiculous. Where do you get off, if I may ask?" Rimuru retorted. "Oh, shut up. I gave you my top finisher and you just blocked it like it was nothing. That's why it's like this now. I wouldn't be going through all this trouble if you'd just lie down and get your ass beat." Feldway, losing his temper, accused Rimuru. "Don't make me laugh. Our plans would have been realized quite a bit earlier if you had not interfered with me. That, and of course, your servant Noir has crushed a number of our other plans as well," Rimuru insisted. "I have nothing to do with whatever Diablo did." "Yes, you do. You're his master," Feldway replied. "I haven't even known him that long," Rimuru countered, refusing to take responsibility for Diablo's actions. And Rimuru and Sylvia exchanged remarks about the situation they were in. Sylvia introduced herself as Elmesia's mother, which surprised Rimuru given her identical appearance to Elmesia. Despite being engaged in close combat with Leon, Sylvia seemed calm enough to chat. Displaying immense confidence, Rimuru asked Sylvia if she could handle Leon, suspecting she was his teacher. Sylvia admitted that while she wouldn't deny it, Leon was proving to be a formidable opponent, and she didn't expect him to be this good. The battle between Sylvia and Leon was precariously balanced, with both sides walking a tightrope. Meanwhile, Benimaru voiced his complaints to Rimuru, indicating that he was struggling against Jahil, who wielded the powerful demigod's blood spear. Jahil's flame attacks gave Benimaru a slight advantage, but the fourfold power difference made it a challenging fight. Rimuru pondered his options, considering whether to call for reinforcements like Tensura through demon summoning. However, he realized the enemy could do the same, potentially complicating the situation further. The best choice seemed to be waiting a bit longer to see how things played out. "All right, Benimaru, hold out for just a bit longer," Rimuru urged. "Hey, I really can't buy us that much time," Benimaru replied, sounding uncharacteristically desperate. Rimuru began discussing with Ciel whether there was any way to break out of this stalemate. Kumara, Ranga, and Soei split up to provide support against different opponents. Without needing any verbal communication, they instinctively chose their targets based on the strength of each foe. Ranga headed straight for Vega, who had the largest aura, and was presiding over the fiercest battle. Despite Vega's superior strength, Ranga remained confident, trusting that his friends would eventually come to his aid. Weeping into the fight, Ranga's arrival was a relief for Mater, leader of Leon's White Knights, who had been struggling to maintain their position. The 5 demons serving Rain and Maziri, Mazora, Squall, Ulrich, Alban, and Georg, were powerful but outmatched by Vega's 10 million EP. Misora, a talented commander, had been holding the line with Maiter's healing support, but the situation was dire as Ulrich and Alban were felled. Vega, confident in his seemingly infinite power, dismissed Ranga as no threat. However, Ranga's combat experience and ability to adapt quickly proved crucial. Taking on the role of a shield, Ranga allowed the demons to regroup and change their tactics. Misora understood Ranga's intentions and quickly directed Maiter to focus on healing Ranga. With Ranga now the key player, Vega's confidence began to waver. Despite his attempts to use his ultimate skill, Ajdahak, Lord of Dark Dragons, to eliminate Ranga, Vega's ultimate skill, Ajdahak, was a product of his unique background and the modifications he had undergone. He inherited the blood of a magical inquisitor, giving him both monster and human properties. This hybrid nature allowed him to heal serious injuries as long as he was fed. Yuuki's modifications turned him into a proto-slime, a closely guarded secret that made Vega's body an aggregate of magi bacteria capable of regeneration. Vega's ability to mimic the structure of any living thing and potentially acquire their abilities was key to obtaining Ajdahak. This ultimate skill allowed him to absorb powers from his prey, similar to Rimuru's Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony. Ajdahak provided a range of abilities including ultra-speed thought, parallel thought, analyze and assess, dominate organic, mass production, absorb skill, and multi-layer barrier. In the right hands, Ajdahak offered virtually unlimited strength. However, Vega lacked the experience to fully utilize these abilities. While his power grew rapidly, his skill mastery lagged behind. He could power up his body, read enemy weaknesses, and weaken foes, but his judgment skills were still developing. Despite his dominant advantage, Vega had not yet secured victory, enjoying his strength too much to realize he had missed his best chance to win. Then Vega's fist with all its vicious power crushed through Ranga. Vega was puzzled. He didn't feel like he had just torn through flesh, nor did he gain any energy from his target. He hadn't even executed Analyze and Assess. The reason? Ranga was fully utilizing his powers. Ranga's ultimate skill, Hastur, Lord of Starwind, allowed him to transform into a fearsome magical wind that contaminated everything it touched. Physical attacks were useless against him. In fact, any contact inflicted damage on the attacker due to the death-calling wind effect. Ranga had become magic itself, much like Carillon's Burst Roar skill. He maintained his shape and mass but had transformed into a mass of conscious particles housing untold destructive energy, similar to a spiritual life form. "Ha ha ha! Looks like your fist doesn't work on me," Ranga taunted. Ranga was just as surprised as Vega. He had assumed Vega was stronger, adopting Rimuru's cautious approach. But now, he suspected this might be a trap. "Damn you! You're just a stupid dog, and you dare mess with me?" Enraged, Vega lunged at Ranga, fists flying. Ranga realized Vega was less intelligent than he had thought. Attacking Ranga in his magic wind mode was like inflicting wounds on himself. Vega was damaging his own body, and Ranga didn't know how to respond. The correct countermeasure to Hastur was to wrap one's fist in a skill-driven aura before attempting a punch. Against a skill like this, another skill was the only approach. Vega, lacking mastery of his ultimate skill Ajdahak, failed to realize this. "Fool! I thought you were tricking me, but it seems you meant to do that. If so, allow me to descend upon you at once," Ranga declared. He began to run at full speed, becoming a jet-black wind that joyfully toyed with Vega, filling the air with afterimages from the ground to the sky. The great howl reverberated into deep space. Combining Hastur with dominant sound and wind, Ranga amplified his speed and destructive force. A quick application of Dominate Space created a force field, and within it he invoked Dominate Weather, creating a death storm for the finishing blow. The storm grew, becoming the all-destroying skill Apocalypse. The entire process, called Apocalypse Howling, was Ranga's most powerful single-target attack. By restricting the space the skill worked inside, Ranga eliminated any energy waste, maximizing damage. Vega took a direct hit but survived. The ultimate skill, Ajdahak, had embedded itself deep into his subconscious, enabling his survival. Dominate Organic and Mass Production allowed Vega to regenerate his body just in time. Enraged and realizing the tide was turning against him, Vega roared with all his might. "Damn it! Damn it! Gana!" He then glared at Ranga and spoke. "Tisk! It's been one fight after another. I guess I'm getting tired too. We'll call it a draw for today, so you better watch out next time we meet. See you." Vega's cowardice, key to his danger detection skills, led him to flee. Ranga had no objections. Vega outclassed him in EP and had withstood Ranga's most powerful moves. If that blow didn't finish Vega, Ranga knew he couldn't defeat him. Their mission was to stall for time, and forcing Vega to retreat achieved that goal. Ranga's decision not to further engage Vega was tactically sound, and the fiercest of the current battlegrounds finally simmered down. Ranga's allies were thrilled to receive his support, but Mizora had other thoughts. She marveled at how powerful Ranga had become, noting that anyone at Vega and Ranga's level needed to keenly judge their foes to survive. Despite Vega's formidable strength, Ranga dominated him, which Mizora found anticlimactic. She remembered her boss's words. "You'll always find more amazing things than yourself, Mizora. Just look at Sir Rimuru, and I think you'll know how I feel." This realization made Mizora understand the true power and loyalty of Rimuru's companions. Michel the White Knight was stunned and almost out of magic, but she admired Ranga's dedication. She thought, "I love dogs. I always wanted to have one. If they'll do this much for their master, I'm marching right down to the pet shop after this is over." In this world, pet shops didn't sell lapdogs but professionally trained animals and monsters that would fight to the death for their master, making them expensive investments. Michel was undeterred and later named her forest wolf Ranga II. Fran, leader of the Red Knights, and Kizona, leader of the Yellow Knights, were in a dire situation against Orlia. The term struggling didn't even begin to describe it. If Orlia had seriously intended to kill them, victory would have been immediate. "Angels, she's too much," Fran muttered. Kizona, fending off another attack, agreed. "We're being toyed with. Is the mace next? It was a dagger earlier. She keeps using weaker and weaker weapons." "I think she's testing their performance on us." Orlia started the fight with a Morning Star, shattering Kizona's armor with one blow. Prepared to die, Kizona was surprised when Orlia switched weapons, clearly viewing the knights as no threat. "I hate being treated like such an idiot, but if this is how wide the gap is between us, what can we do?" Fran lamented. "Let's think positive. If we keep stalling for time, I'm sure Sir Leon will come to our aid," Kizona replied, holding on to the impossible hope that Leon would rescue them, but they were beyond their limits. The difference in strength was too great, and both were bruised from head to toe within 10 minutes of the battle. Orlia, having tested her skills, transformed her weapon into a trident, ready for serious combat. Fran and Kizona sensed the change, bracing themselves for their end. Just then, Kumara, transformed into a beautiful woman, intervened, saying, "Looks like you're in trouble. I thought it'd be tactless of me to intrude, but please allow me to handle things." She stood protectively before the two knights, ready to face Orlia. A battle between Kumara and Orlia quickly turned one-sided, with Orlia finding herself hopelessly outmatched. "No! Why is this?" Orlia cried out in astonishment. Despite her ultimate enchantment, multi-weapon, allowing her to create God-class weapons and wear God-class armor, Kumara's nine-tail gouge thrusts bypassed the armor and sapped Orlia's strength. "Quite weak, aren't you?" Kumara said. "In that case, I hardly need to deploy my 8 legions." Kumara had initially considered using her tail beasts, but realized it wasn't necessary. Orlia, though a first-rate fighter with advanced magic, couldn't surprise Kumara. Kumara's evolution from a nine-tail to a divine fox greatly enhanced her power. While Orlia was also divine thanks to the seraphim inside her, her limited experience as a human restricted her view on using her powers effectively. Orca and Alia, the two humans forming Orlia, were senior officers in Yuuki's composite division and strong as the Imperial Knights. Their souls merged into a Walking Dead granted seraphine power, with alternative, the ultimate enchantment from Michael, turning into multi-weapon. This boosted Orlia's confidence, reinforced by her experiments with Fran and Kizona, whose attacks failed against her God-class armor. However, Orlia's overconfidence blinded her to the reality of her situation. Enraged, she swung her trident with all her skill, wrapping it in lightning magic. Even Kumara would be fatally wounded by such an attack. But Kumara's 9 tails, covered in divine energy, blocked the trident. Had a gap in their abilities became abundantly clear. Just as people with similar bodies can have differing strength levels, Kumara's mastery and divine power far outstripped Orlia's. The battle was akin to a martial artist effortlessly tackling an amateur street fighter, and Kizona, watching the fight between Kumara and Orlia, were astounded by the difference in power. "Milan," Fran muttered. "Hey, is that girl serving the Demon Lord Rimuru too?" Kizuna asked. "I don't know, but she's certainly on our side, I think," Fran replied. "How to put it? I sure don't want to get on her bad side. I mean, here's this girl we don't know at all, and she's destroying her—" "Don't say it. I know exactly what you mean already." May were captivated by Kumara's heroic figure. Standing there in her bewitching beauty, she exuded an aura of undeniable strength. The truth of her power left no room for debate. "Now," Kumara said with a widening smile, "are you ready? I can't accept this. I'll never accept this. We have the greatest power there is. The power we need to serve the almighty Michael," Orlia shouted, enraged. "VS, you do, huh? But it doesn't work on me," Kumara replied mercilessly. The proven fact and the insult further enraged Orlia. "Don't give me that crap. I am Orlia, ready to destroy the enemies of Lord Michael," she declared, launching a thoughtless suicide attack. Kumara easily countered. One tail knocked the spear from Orlia's hand while 4 others caught each of her limbs. With the sound of snapping joints, Orlia's final stand met a cruel end. "My name is Kumara the Chimera Lord, and may you take this memory with you to the afterlife," Kumara declared, as she smashed her tails against the inert Orlia repeatedly. Arius wielded Sandalphon, Lord of Judgment, with skill, overpowering Oxian of the Blue Knights and Khan, Misery's chief officer. His god-class sword, loaned from Orlia, enhanced his strength, allowing him to test his newfound power against these 2 lower-ranked fighters. Oxian and Khan knew Arius was using them to experiment with his abilities. It was humiliating, but they had no choice but to face him with all their might. While Oxian kept his wits, Khan's anger boiled over. As Misery's first servant, Khan's calm demeanor shattered under the humiliation. Despite being superior in battle competence, Arius's significantly higher existence points, EP, and the power of Sandalphon ensured a one-sided fight. As the battle reached its painful conclusion, Arius decided it was time to end it. He praised his opponents before preparing to kill them. Oxian accepted his fate, thinking of Sir Leon and planning to apologize in the afterlife. Khan, however, etched his anger into his soul, swearing revenge. For demons, death was merely a status change, and Khan was confident he'd return to settle the score. Arius, not well versed in finishing off demons, underestimated Khan's resilience. Just as he was about to kill Khan, someone appeared from the shadow at Arius's feet, swinging a sword and eliminating the danger. Khan recognized the newcomer as Soei, a loyal servant of the demon lord Rimuru. Oxian realized it at the same time. "Sir, Soei, the reinforcements arrived in time?" Oxian exclaimed with relief. Despite their gratitude, Soei scowled bitterly. "I meant to kill him with one blow, but perhaps that was a little too optimistic. He's still alive, so stay on your toes." Soei was a perfect gentleman around Rimuru, but his confidence and self-centeredness shone through in emergencies. He took charge, placing Oxian and Khan under his command. Arius, though taken by surprise, had regained his footing, blood trickling from his mouth. He had narrowly avoided Soei's insta-kill strike aimed at his blind spot. "Well, look at what you did," Arius sneered. "Very good reflexes, I see, but I won't miss a second time," Soei replied, launching into battle. Arius, cautious and experienced, never let his guard down. He prided himself on his strength, believing he had power beyond even demon lords. He was confident, perhaps too much so, and failed to recognize Soei's strategy. In the beginning, Soei had no intention of staging a fair fight. He kept his separate body hidden, waiting for an opening. He pretended to struggle, inviting Arius to slacken his guard. Finally, the moment arrived. "You're a strong one, I'll give you that. That's why I'm going to kill you with the best thing I got here," Arius warned, firing Sandalphon's judgment bullet. It ripped through Soei's separate body, making it vanish in a puff of smoke. Arius assumed he had won, confident the judgment bullet's power was unbeatable. But that's exactly what Soei wanted. Thousand Shadow Death. Huh? The shadow extended, seizing Arius. Wait! Pinning him down helplessly, Soei used his pair of swords to destroy Arius's heart. Feldway's declaration to cease further combat marked the end of a tense stalemate. Rimuru couldn't help but think that Feldway should have announced this sooner, as he had hoped to corner Feldway and secure a decisive victory. However, it was evident that the battle was not entirely in their favor. Although Rimuru believed his allies, like Ranga and the others, were strong enough to handle their opponents, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease as the castle's dangerous aura loomed over them. Typically, Rimuru avoided fights unless he was confident of victory. This time their approach lacked proper preparation as they ventured into enemy territory without thoroughly analyzing the opposing forces. Dino's intel provided some insight, but the resistance they faced was more formidable than expected. Jahal's overwhelming power against Benimaru was a clear indication of this miscalculation. Despite his inclination to let Feldway retreat, Rimuru couldn't resist provoking him. He taunted, "Oh, you think I'm about to let you go that easily?" This caught Sylvia off guard, who was still engaged in combat with Leon. Her glare communicated her disbelief, as she wasn't as tactful as her daughter Elmisia in hiding her true feelings. Feldway, however, remained unfazed by the taunt. "Hey, we've achieved our goal of bringing Leon into our fold and eliminating the traitor. I've also assessed your skills thoroughly," he stated, trying to justify his decision to withdraw. Rimuru's mission was to ensure Feldway felt confident in his retreat, avoiding any last-minute changes of heart. He continued to taunt Feldway, saying, "Oh, what, you scared of me? My friends are coming soon. Then I win for sure, so I get it if you want to run." Rimuru launched another attack, sensing Feldway's momentary hesitation. "You're annoyingly impertinent." "The next time I see you, I'll crush you with force you've never seen before," Feldway warned, clearly irritated. Rimuru replied, "Not if I do it first. You seem to struggle with Diablo, so I'll pit him against you next time." Feldway's expression revealed his discomfort at the thought of facing Diablo again. Recognizing the effectiveness of his taunts, Rimuru pressed on. "You really are a thorn in my side." "I'm quite honored by your praise," Rimuru replied with a hint of sarcasm. Feldway, looking for an exit, announced, "Jahil! Leon, we're pulling out." This retreat marked a mental and tactical victory for Rimuru and his ally. Although Jahil initially hesitated, Feldway's insistence convinced him. Benimaru, still taunting Jahil, said, "Heh, running away? I was close to victory, but I suppose I wasn't experienced enough. You can bet on me winning next time." Feldway warned Jahil, "This is how that slime works. If you let him disrupt your judgment, it'll cost you a battle you could have won." Jahil, despite his anger, agreed to the retreat. Leon, under mind control, did not argue. The trio flew off through the broken ceiling. As Benimaru and Rimuru watched their adversaries retreat, they finally succumbed to their exhaustion and sank to the ground. Rimuru reflected on the fight, feeling that the real victor was the one who could most effectively unsettle their opponent. However, he realized that he might have pushed things too far this time, and needed to be more cautious in the future to avoid repercussions. "Rimuru," Benimaru said, sounding completely drained as Rimuru pondered the situation. Trying to stir them up in that situation was far too dangerous. Rimuru, not needing the reminder, retorted, "Like you have any right to say that? You started poking at Jahil just when things were settling down. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I was just following your lead, Sir Rimuru. If my master isn't backing down, I'm hardly going to do it for him. Besides, I would have felt too defeated otherwise." Benimaru replied with a smile, clearly meaning every word. As they exchanged these words, Sylvia shot them a stern look of dismay. Despite her disapproval, Benimaru and Rimuru chose to ignore it. Vega might have fled from Ranga, but he didn't consider himself defeated. His boundless optimism was commendable, even if his lack of reflection was a flaw. With this attitude, Vega arrived at the site of Kumara and Orlia's battle. Hiding his presence, he watched as Kumara's tails struck down Orlia, inflicting fatal damage. Orlia's body was blown in Vega's direction, a stroke of luck he eagerly seized. Kumara was never in Vega's dictionary. He crept toward Orlia, licking his lips. "Well, aren't you looking good?" he said. Vega? Great to see you. She's so much stronger than I..." Orlia began, but Vega interrupted. "Yeah, I saw. But don't worry, I'll get revenge for you later." Orlia thought Vega might have a nicer side, but she realized her error when she felt a sharp pain. "Ah, what are you?" "I'm going to eat you and your soul, so give me that skill of yours. Then I could wipe up that wimp easy," Vega replied. "Sir Michael would never allow this," Orlia protested. "Shut up. It's eat or be eaten in this world, you know, and the stronger I get, the happier Michael's gonna be." Vega laughed loudly, showing no mercy as he consumed Orlia. Only when he reached her neck did she finally breathe her last. "Truly the work of a monster. An ugly sight indeed, isn't it?" Kumara observed. "That's a compliment to me," Vega responded. Using his ultimate skill, Ajdahak, Lord of Dark Dragons, Vega completely decomposed and disintegrated Orlia, turning her into part of his body. Good! I can feel myself getting stronger and stronger," he exclaimed. Kumara, on maximum alert, watched as Vega's form evolved into something even more hideous. She realized her mistake in not finishing Orlia off, inadvertently strengthening her enemy. Inwardly breaking out in a cold sweat, Kumara wondered how to make up for this. She knew that accurately assessing an adversary's strength was crucial to avoid defeat and death. Kumara's wait-and-see approach provided enough time for a third party to intervene. "We have orders to retreat, Vega." "The battle is over," a woman suddenly appeared, stopping Vega. It was Mai Faruqi, who had been watching in silence. Feldway had ordered everyone to pull out, and Mai used instant motion to reach Orlia's location. Finding Orlia gone, she prevented Vega from going into a berserk rage. Vega meekly obeyed, understanding he couldn't absorb any more power at the moment. With Kumara no longer in danger, the battle was over. Kusaka reeling Vega back, Mai headed to the location where Arius lay dying. His defeat seemed certain, with his heart completely destroyed by Soei. However, as a mystic angel, losing his heart wouldn't cause Arius to die. His power derived from magical or spiritual force, and without a heart he couldn't exert much of it. Arius was growing lethally weak, still haunted by remnants of his human days. If nothing was done, his injury would soon be fatal. Soei, sensing a presence, leaped back and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Vega, and you should be glad I gave my name to a minnow like you," Vega replied. Soei's face showed a moment of disbelief. He was aware of his tendency to lose his temper but had learned to turn his anger into energy, separating his head from his heart. However, facing Vega, who had grown freakishly strong, was difficult. Soei realized that this was Vega the Power, one of the heads of Cerberus. The drastic change in Vega's power didn't match their previous investigation results. Something had clearly happened to Vega. Behead Soei could figure it out. Mai, who never liked saying more than necessary, had already made her escape. "She escaped my notice when appearing here," Soei muttered, "and then she disappears without warning. She might be even more trouble than Vega." Khan, walking up to Soei, nodded and said, "It's likely instant motion. When traversing space, whether via magic or a skill, you always need certain preliminary steps. Skipping those and instantly leaping away should be impossible for anyone other than a primal. It's theoretically doable, but no one has achieved it yet. It'd take a miracle." Despite being battered and bruised, Khan was as imposing as always. As a grand demon, he didn't neglect to thank Soei for his assistance. Oxian did the same. "No need to thank me. I was only following Sir Rimuro's orders," Soei replied, not appreciating the gratitude. Letting the enemy go was a major loss in his book. "And I even failed to finish off Arius," he added matter-of-factly. "We have to assume the enemy has more intelligence on us now. It'll be a tougher battle next time. Our tactical goal of survival may be accomplished, but we can't be too happy about it." Khan and Oxian exchanged looks. To them, simply surviving had exceeded their expectations. Soei, however, focused on what would come next. He had obtained intelligence on the enemy and realized that this new information required a revised strategy for the future. The battle had finally come to an end. As Feldway and his forces retreated, the knights and demons gathered in the castle's meeting hall, which remained untouched by the conflict. Rimuru and Soei joined the discussion midway, accompanied by Diablo. The knight captains of Leon's force were present, as well as Guy, the demons, and Sylvia, the enigmatic ally who claimed to be Elmesia's mother Kagali, formerly known as the demon lord Kazalim, was also present as a crucial witness. Rimuru had managed to isolate her in time, saving her from serious injuries. Unfortunately, Ter, who had protected Kagali, was in much worse condition. Despite the best healing potions, her injuries remained severe, and she was currently in the medical room under the care of Mater the White Knight, an expert in healing and recovery. Ultimate-level attacks could only be overcome through sheer force of will, and they all hoped for Terra's speedy recovery. While Rimuru was concerned about Terra, he knew there was little he could do for her at the moment. The focus now was on the future, and the assembled group needed to report on their experiences and share information about the enemy. Once the reports were complete, they would conduct a full strategy review. As the conference began, Guy immediately locked eyes with Rimuru, clearly harboring a grudge from the battlefield. "Rimuru?" he started, ready to vent his frustrations. Rimuru, prepared to use his plausible deniability skills, responded, "What? Oh, come on! Ignore you? I have no idea what you mean." "We locked eyes with each other," Guy retorted. "Well, I sure didn't notice anything. But isn't it nice that everybody here's all right?" Rimuru tried to deflect. Guy wasn't having it. "Whoa, don't change the subject. And we're not all right, are we? They took Leon." Rimuru acknowledged this, trying to explain. I know, but that was pretty much the plan for Leon anyway, right?" Guy remained skeptical. That idea you floated? All it sounds like to me is kicking the can down the road, but are you sure it's going to be okay?" Rimuru, feeling the pressure, responded, "Probably." Guy drilled his eyes into Rimuru, but Rimuru had a plan in mind for Leon. As CL suggested, he could always use predation on Leon to destroy the override circuit, a surefire approach, but Rimuru chose not to act on it immediately, preferring not to make Michael wary of them. Rimuru reminded Guy that if they could free Leon and turn him against their enemies, it would greatly shift the power dynamic in their favor. Guy acknowledged this, but remained skeptical. Amid the discussion, Arlos inquired about Leon's safety. Rimuru confidently assured him they had a way to free Leon, despite the risks. Claude, sensing the need to focus on next steps, steered the conversation away from Leon's capture. However, Guy wasn't done with Rimuru and brought up their brief eye contact during his fight with Velzard, accusing Rimuru of abandoning him. Rimuru defended himself, arguing that he had trusted Guy to handle the situation and pointed out the unactivated transport magic circles which should have enabled contact. Guy admitted that Velzard, who crafted the demon's rings, could easily sabotage them. This revelation forced them to acknowledge their shared fault. Ultimately, they agreed to drop the argument to avoid lingering tensions. Rimuru, though not entirely satisfied with the resolution, recognized the need to move on and focus on the strategic discussions. As the meeting progressed, Rimuru noticed Rain and Misery kneeling uncomfortably on the marble floor. He asked Guy about it, sensing something amiss. Guy, clearly irritated, explained, "Well, while we were all fighting for our lives, these fools were out drinking and having a blast. It ticked me off, shall we say. I'm still figuring out what to do about them." Skeptical, Rimuru turned to Rain and Misery. Misery remained silent, while Rain, with teary eyes, insisted, "No, it's not." "It's all a sad misunderstanding, Sir Rimuru." Her response convinced Rimuru that it wasn't a misunderstanding at all. "Don't listen to them," Guy warned. "They'll just pollute your ears." Eager to move on, Rimuru said, "Roger that, we're short on time, so let's trade notes a little, shall we?" Everyone else in the room remained silent, with only Diablo shaking his head in exasperation. Rimuru turned away from the sobbing Rain and the meditative Misery, focusing on the urgent matters at hand. The feedback session began, and despite a few hiccups, everything progressed smoothly. One particularly unnecessary scene unfolded during the reports from Khan and Mizora. Khan and Oxian stood up to speak, but before addressing the audience, Khan bowed his head to Guy. "I know, my lord, that it would normally be an unforgivable cardinal sin for me to address our Master Rouge directly. However, I hope you will lend me your ears." Khan sounded sincere, so Guy allowed him to speak. "My lord," Khan said, "I beg of you to forgive my master, Lady Misery, for her transgressions." Rimuru agreed with Khan, feeling it was time to give Misery a reprieve from kneeling on the hard marble floor. Surprisingly, Misery flew into a rage, reprimanding Khan with considerable force, but Guy stopped her. "Well, hang on, Khan, you must have grown a lot if you're daring to talk to me now, aren't you? All right, in consideration of that, I will let Misery free." With that, Guy forgave Misery and ordered drinks for everyone. Rene, expecting similar leniency, saw Mizora stand up to speak on her behalf. Mizora, like Khan, requested her master Rain be released. However, Guy, growing irritated, refused her request. Mizora, understanding the situation, quickly backed down. Despite serving under Rain, Mizora demonstrated her capability and awareness. But Rain couldn't read the room. "But why, Mizora? Why did you give up so easily? You're far more talented than Khan. Try harder to help me, why don't you? Why am I still kneeling here after Mizora got released? This makes no sense." Mizora, trying to calm Rain, said, "Please give it up. If you keep adding to your list of crimes—" Rain glanced at Guy, realizing her precarious position. "You need to truly reflect more on what you did, all right? Do you even understand why what you did was wrong?" Guy asked. Rain, vacantly staring at Guy, replied, "What?" Guy, looking exhausted, said, "This really isn't the time for this, but it's always trouble for me if I let you get away with these crimes. We found some empty bottles lying around that igloo. Those were some of the finest, rarest liquors around, weren't they? How did you get those? I doubt you stole them, so you must have hit up your subordinate demons for them, right?" Rimuru pondered Rain's insolence, surprised at her actions. Mizora, unable to take any more, asked to speak. Guy allowed it. "My master is many things, but she is not that underhanded," Mizora defended Rain. "She does have at least the bare minimum of principles, something I hope you will trust her in. Besides, Lady Rain was hardly in need of money at all for this liquor." Guy, surprisingly decent, took Mizora's appeal seriously. However, he concluded, "Well, isn't this enough? We're in the middle of an important conversation about the future. Rain's punishment is of little importance compared to that." It was Diablo stepping up for Rain now. The sudden shift in his behavior was so unnatural that both Guy and Rimuru stared at him, sensing something was amiss. "How suspicious of you," Guy muttered, mirroring Rimuru's thoughts. "Diablo, you shouldn't try to hide things from us." "I'm not hiding a thing from you, Sir Rimuru. I just felt sorry for her, so I thought I'd extend a bit of a helping hand," Diablo responded. Rimuru wasn't buying it. He knew Diablo's personality too well to believe such an act of kindness was genuine. Instead of confronting him directly, Rimuru chose to simply stare at Diablo, a tactic that proved effective. Flustered, Diablo began to look away, finally admitting the truth. "That fine liquor, you see, it was a gift from me to Rain," Diablo confessed. Guy was quick to question this. "Well, that's weird, isn't it? We may have forged a pact, but weren't you fighting against us until not long ago? Why would you be showering Rain with presents now?" Realizing there was no way out, Guy admitted he had given the liquor to. The problem lay in the relationship between the seller and the buyer. Rimuru glanced at Soei, who promptly secured the evidence. Sweet amazake made from black spell rice, pseudo-sake, dark sake. None of these were for sale in the marketplace, making them priceless. They were only available within Tempest, making the culprit obvious. Rimuru turned to Rain. You mentioned earlier that you were having some drinks, but you went through this much in one go?" "You see," Guy said, "I have every right to be mad, don't I? You need to chew her out more for me, Rimuru." Rimuru, realizing Guy's frustration, said, You're kidding me. When everyone was fighting hard, you were sitting around doing this? Guy's leniency surprised Rimuru. Forcing Rain to kneel on the bare floor seemed mild, considering her actions. But Rain wasn't done with her excuses yet. No. These were necessary for the advanced psychological warfare we were engaged in. We weren't just enjoying it all on our own, Rain insisted. Psychological? Rimuru questioned. That's right. We painstakingly procured these bottles to make Pico and Garasha reveal their secrets. If anything, I think I deserve a little praise for this, Rain claimed. Even in such circumstances, Rain insisted on the righteousness of her actions. Rimuru couldn't believe it. When these primals slummed it, they really went all the way. Diablo seemed to share Rain's "if I never admit to it, I never lost" mentality. Rimuru shifted his focus to Diablo. So, Diablo, I'm curious. These can all be bought with points at the shop, right? And I doubt you gave these to Rain for free. What kind of deal did you make? Diablo hesitated but couldn't lie to Rimuru's face for long. Waltwell, Soei intervened. Spit it out, he commanded, and Diablo finally confessed. He had been trading bottles of liquor for paintings from Rain. Oh, so the unknown artist passing portraits of me around was you, Rain? Rimuru asked. No wonder, Guy added, understanding now why they couldn't trace the artwork. At least, Diablo wasn't involved in making the artwork himself, just distributing it. This was legitimate behavior, though Rimuru still didn't want his portraits circulating. He ordered Soei to retrieve them. No need to worry, Soei said. I have already ordered Soka to search Diablo's chambers. Isn't that going a little too far? Rimuru questioned. No, this is an infringement of your publicity rights, a serious crime that deserves a serious response. We've already issued a search warrant, so everything about it is legal. Soei's efficiency was impressive. Diablo, now on the floor in shock, was ignored by Rimuru. While Soei and Rimuru were solving the mystery, Rain was finishing her explanation to Guy. Despite their shared annoyance, Rain had acquired some valuable intel, the location of the enemy's base, the composition of their forces, and more. Though the trustworthiness of the information was uncertain, it appeared legitimate. Rimuru, only partially listening, turned towards Rain in astonishment upon hearing her report. So that's how I obtained the intelligence from those girls, and it felt like the battle was over by then, so Pico said, Oh, I got a call from Feldway saying it's time to go back, so that was the end of our girls-only retreat. Interrogation. Rain concluded Rimuru sensed the true aim of the rendezvous might have been different, but the intel couldn't be ignored. He was particularly intrigued by how Pico and Garasha reacted. Michael's full domination had taken Leon and Zerario, but Pico and Garasha seemed unaffected. This suggested that Michael's domination might not be as effective on isolated individuals. Rimuru considered this theory trustworthy. Michael's control might require a clear target, either visual or through magic sense. Once someone left Michael's sight, he wouldn't know if they were still controlled. If Michael used thought communication to send orders, he could check control status that way. However, if Leon was secretly released from the spell while Michael was unaware, they could finish the subsequent battle without the enemy knowing. Rimuru glanced at Guy, who was already looking at him. Rain has done much for us, Rimuru said, and Guy reluctantly nodded back. True, she's a complete dimwit who never helps when it matters the most, but sometimes she surprises you like this. I hate to admit it, but she's done it again, Guy agreed. Rimuru hated to admit it too, but some people had a knack for getting things done despite their behavior. Rain, listening in, looked at them with tears in her eyes, clearly hoping to be saved. I knew that Sir Rimuru would see me as how I truly am. If you ever need anything in the future, Sir Rimuru, just say the word, Rain exclaimed. Her heartfelt gratitude looked a bit odd coming from a woman kneeling on the floor. Rimuru realized she still had a lot to work on. You realize that carrying on like that just angers Guy more, right? You should show a little more remorse, he advised. Despite Rain's behavior, her achievement was notable. Rimuru saw no need for further punishment. Well, praise and punishment in equal measures seem to be in order here. Along those lines, why don't we let her off the hook, Rimuru suggested. Yeah, I think she's taken enough. Guy agreed, Rimuru and Guy nodded at each other, and Rain was finally freed from detention. After Rain's release, her comrades congratulated her. Misery offered Rain a cup of tea, saying, "I'll admit, you're the classic slacker type, aren't you? Even you do good work sometimes. I wish you could adjust your usual attitude, though." He, Rain proudly responded. "What do you think, Mizora? Even Miserai's offering me her praise now. A capable woman like me, you know. We try to hide it, but our talent just keeps bubbling out from the pot." Listening to this exchange, Rimuru was firmly convinced that he wanted nothing to do with Rain in his life. Guy seemed to share his sentiment. "Being called a slacker is not a compliment," Guy sternly said. Rimuru had initially thought Rain was an excellent maid, but exasperating Guy to this extent required a special kind of talent. Despite Rimuru's thoughts, Rain and her demon servants were celebrating. "Brilliant work, Lady Rain," Mizora praised her. Rimuru was bewildered by Mizora's encouragement, recognizing it as the same dynamic as Trenny spoiling Ramirez. This excessive indulgence only led to disappointment. It seemed too late to change Rain's ways, but Rimuru's resolved to steer Ramirez in the right direction while they still had the chance. Despite a few distractions, the feedback exchange about the enemy proceeded smoothly. Here's a summary of the insights gained so far. Vega, who was once a friend of Yuuki's, had significantly increased in strength. He would have defeated Mizora and her team if Ranga hadn't intervened. After consuming Orlia, who was defeated by Kumara, Vega healed his wounds and further boosted his fighting power. His existence points likely exceeded those of Ranga or Kumara. Vega's personality made him a classic lowlife, but his excellent survival instincts and continued growth posed a significant threat. Orlia possessed the ability to create god-class equipment with her skill. Even after Vega consumed her, her weapons remained. This suggested Vega now had the weapon creation skill as well. Leaving someone like Vega unaddressed was dangerous, and immediate action was necessary. Arius, Soei reported that he had nearly defeated a warrior named Arius, but Arius managed to escape. Khan confirmed that the enemy had instant motion, a skill that allowed jumping through space without preliminary calculations. This skill, invoked by a girl named Mai Furuki, was a significant threat and needed to be factored into future strategies. Other enemies, 4 enemies, all on the weaker side but with unique quirks, added to the complexity. Some, like Pico and Garasha, were not entirely loyal to the cause but were forced to fight by Michael's ultimate dominion skill. Breaking this mind control was crucial for future plans, though it would be arduous. Victims might be able to break free through their own will, necessitating careful evaluation of each enemy. Core forces. The core enemy forces, Velzard, Zerario, and Feldway, were lethal threats. Rimuru had first-hand experience with Feldway's strength and decided to let Diablo handle him in the future. Velzard and Guy's relationship seemed complicated, with Guy noting that she might be venting stress rather than having lost her mind. Then Rimuru and Guy exchanged thoughts on the strength of the barriers and spells they could use, ultimately agreeing that even their strongest efforts might not be enough to fend off Velzard. "Sounds like you're taking on a pretty tough role there, Guy," Rimuru remarked, trying to keep the conversation light. Guy was about to respond, but Rimuru quickly shifted the focus to avoid being dragged into a true dragon battle. "I don't think any of us could handle it at all, so, keep on showing us all your cool moves, okay, Guy?" Rimuru said, ignoring Guy's initial protest. Relieved that Guy seemed to agree despite his grim look, Rimuru turned to the next topic. "Now, Diablo, how was Zerario?" "Kaheheo. To be honest, he was formidable. If I were to compare him on the basis of strength alone, I would call him stronger than Feldway," Diablo replied. Rimuru asked, "Yes. Feldway is the type that reacts and responds to taunting, but Zerario is a cold, seasoned warrior. Psychological warfare doesn't seem to work on him. There's nothing very interesting about his battle approach at all, but that's exactly why it will all come down to actual skill against him," Diablo explained. Guy nodded in agreement. "Zerario isn't like Cornu or whoever. He's been strong from the very start. Pretty helpful in the fight against Epilogue the World Destroyer Dragon too. Rimuru understood that Zerario was a solid opponent who wouldn't veer away from his style. Having a clear head was a hallmark of real strength, making Zerario a formidable adversary. Diablo added an interesting observation. But right after Feldway reappeared, Zerario suddenly became far more monotonous in his moves. I wondered if something happened to him. Diablo cautiously watched Zerario and concluded that some anomaly was occurring. This change in behavior, right after Feldway's arrival, was puzzling. "He didn't even join the fight against you, did he, Kagali?" Rimuru asked. "No, he didn't. I was put under Michael's control the moment I saw Feldway, but he himself did nothing but watch the proceedings," Kagali replied. Rimuru and Benimaru exchanged glances. If Feldway had joined the fight earlier, Kagali and even Sylvia would have been in danger. Feldway's inaction was strange, suggesting a hidden purpose. Guy and Rimuru both realized the implications. "We'll need to conclude that Feldway can use Ultimate Dominion as well," said Diablo. Noting that Feldway's presence and actions implied he had similar abilities to Michael Sevilla, curious, asked, "What do you mean?" Kagali took a moment to gather her thoughts. I'm not sure you would believe me when I say this, but..." Kagali began, sounding hesitant. Guy, showing his trust, said, "We trust you all right, Kazalim. Don't hold back on us." Kagali, formerly the Demon Lord Kazalim, felt reassured by Guy's confidence. With a smile, she began to haltingly share her thoughts. Kagali shared her story, revealing that she was in full control of her mind until Feldway appeared. She had consulted with Leon in secret about turning traitor against him. Just as she was about to use a transport magic circle, Feldway showed up and immediately took control of her, leaving her no chance to resist. Despite the unfortunate timing, Kagali explained that Yuuki had regained his self-will by then, and if they had managed to escape to Tempest, it would have been a happy ending. However, these were now just what-ifs with no use dwelling on them. Kagali's account solidified the close relationship between Feldway and mind domination, lending more credence to Diablo's theory. Rimuru, playing devil's advocate, questioned how Ultimate Dominion was triggered. He theorized that Michael could transfer a certain amount of his skills to others, and might trigger them remotely if someone was on the scene. Guy dismissed this idea, reasoning that a skill interacting with people's minds would have stricter activation conditions. Rimuru realized that if he could stage surprise attacks from long distances, using his Argos surveillance magic, others might have similar abilities. The discussion led to the possibility that Michael might have taken on Velgrim's draconic factors, giving him access to parallel existence. This explained why Michael and Feldway might share the same skills. Guy quickly understood Rimuru's theory, and they both winced at the unwelcome thought that Michael's skills could be duplicated at full power. At least, Rimuru noted, they hadn't all been mind-dominated simultaneously. The time gap between Zerario's domination and that of Leon and Kagali suggested a limited range for the skill. Pico and Garasha, isolated in their igloo, were dominated much later, supporting the idea that mind control required direct recognition of the target. Gwen reluctantly agreed with Rimuru's conclusions, though he wasn't thrilled about Rain's improved reputation. Sylvia, confused by the discussion, prompted Rimuru to explain. He clarified that Michael was duplicating his skills and giving them to Feldway, making Feldway nearly unbeatable unless they could break through his castle guard. This domination PM skill limited the pool of potential opponents to those possessing ultimate skills. Rimuru then offered a silver lining. Despite none of his attacks working on Feldway, he felt better knowing why. Velgrin had explained that the skill was powered by the energy of loyal followers. While Ludora was invincible as long as his subjects were loyal, Feldway likely relied on the mystics for power. Rimuru felt less guilty about potentially having to fight them, as they were invaders ready to sacrifice for their cause. Guy, however, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Rimuru's straight-laced thoughts. "Pa, you're still being that naive, huh? It's in character for you, yeah, but if you keep overthinking everything, it's you who'll die." Rimuru appreciated the friendly advice, recognizing Guy's unique way of showing kindness to his friends. As the discussion turned to Jahil, Benimaru spoke up, sharing his first-hand experience. "The bastard I was fighting? To tell you the truth, I like to think I'm pretty strong by now, but that bum was shockingly powerful. I was able to survive him mainly because we share the same fire attribute." Benimaru, usually enthusiastic and dominant in battle, was giving a cold, analytical assessment of Jahil's strength. "It's rare of you to honestly admit defeat like that, Benimaru," Rimuru remarked. "I didn't lose, though. All I'm saying is that I won't go on record saying I'll win next time yet," Benimaru clarified, maintaining his confidence. Rimuru noted that even with Benimaru's extensive training, the fourfold difference in EP meant outclassing Jahil in battle skill alone wouldn't be enough. Benimaru had reached an impressive level, but rapid growth from this point was unlikely. That night, Guy and Rimuru shared a drink in another room. The sake they were enjoying came from Rimuru's stomach storage. Guy, insistent on sampling the bottles Rain and her group had enjoyed, wouldn't stop pestering Rimuru until he relented. Knowing the hassle of arguing with Guy, Rimuru gave in, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. As the night progressed, Rain, Misery, Diablo, Benimaru, and Sylvia joined the tasting session, making for a lively gathering. The main topic of discussion was the future of Leon's domain now that he was gone. Despite the town's relative safety, Leon's castle was in ruins, leaving many homeless. The knight captains expressed a desire to stay and rebuild, but they lacked the forces to defend against potential aggressor attacks. While evacuating the entire nation seemed impossible, leaving it unprotected was equally unwise. "If they want to stay, why not let them do what they want?" Guy suggested. Rimuru, though disagreeing, kept his thoughts to himself. "There's no use speaking in ideals," Sylvia added. "You could ask Elle, but I don't think there's anywhere in Thalion that'd take them. Feeding nearly 20 million people indefinitely wasn't realistic. While a short-term solution might be feasible, a long-term one was not." Sylvia also noted that sheltering people without work would cause psychological strain, making evacuation impractical. "By the way, Guy, you're not going to stay here, are you?" Rimuru asked. "Oh? I don't mind if I do," Guy replied. "Yeah, I didn't think you—" "Wait, what?" Rimuru was taken aback by Guy's willingness to stay. "What do you mean? What choice do we have? El Dorado is a pretty low priority for them now, but you never know. Maybe they'll try attacking us to blow off some steam." Rimuru was surprised by Guy's sensible stance. Sylvia, having heard the rumors about Guy, commented, "Wow, here's Rouge, the cruel, cold-hearted despot, and it turns out he's one of the most sensible demons out there." Guy glared at them. "Look, are you guys trying to pick a fight with me, or—" "Oh, no, why would I do that? There's no way I'd win, one." Rimuru quickly replied, "Oh, don't be that way, Guy, we're relying on you here." Sylvia added. Guy's glare softened slightly as Sylvia and Rimuru smiled at him in unison, showing their appreciation for his unexpected support. The matter of who would defend Leon's domain settled, Kagali made an appearance, looking more composed than before. Guy, known for his directness, wasted no time. Kagali, feeling better?" he asked. "Yes. It was so long ago that I don't remember all the details anyway. It'd be a waste of energy to get all emotional about it now," she responded, though it was clear she was putting on a strong front. Misery thoughtfully set up a seat for her, which she accepted with gratitude. "So, did you want to talk about something?" Guy inquired. "I just thought that I'd tell you everything I know," Kagali replied with a wry smile. She appeared refreshed, as if she had blown off some steam. Rimuru, sensing this would delve into personal matters, confirmed her willingness to share. "Are you sure it's okay if we listen in on this?" "Yes." "I'm grateful to you, Sir Rimuru, so unless you don't want to," Kagali assured him. No objections. Rimuru fell silent, ready to listen to Kagali's story. Kagali shared her life story, beginning with her birth as a princess of a large nation. She expressed guilt towards Milam, awe towards Guy, and resentment towards Leon, detailing how her life had unfolded. Listening to her, Rimuru felt a pang of guilt for killing Clayman. Kagali described Clayman as a kind and attentive man, loved by his companions. However, after assuming the role of Demon Lord and being manipulated by Lieutenant Kondo, he spread misfortune widely, leading Guy and the other Demon Lords to abandon him. Eventually, Rimuru had killed him. "So about Clayman," Rimuru began, feeling the need to address it. No need to apologize. I myself devised the plan. You were just better at executing it, Sir Rimuru. It's survival of the fittest in this world, after all. No need to show mercy to the vanquished, Kagali replied. Kagali's understanding relieved Rimuru. From their perspective, Clayman was pure evil, and eliminating him was necessary to prevent immense damage. Though he now considered that Clayman had been mind-controlled, Rimuru decided to share something important with Kagali. "You know, I wanted to tell you about Tier," Rimuru began. Tier, part of the moderate jesters, had caused trouble but was now helping them. She was seriously injured defending Kagali and was recuperating in the hospital. CL was assisting with her case, and Rimuru had kept Clayman's heart core particles with Isolite. CL suggested using them to replace Tier's missing parts. Rimuru gave CL permission, recalling how he had swallowed Clayman at his final moment. Though he had absorbed it as energy, Isolite had preserved the remains. Rimuru preferred to return Clayman to his friends rather than keep him inside forever. Considering the possibility of reviving Clayman entirely, Rimuru chose not to pursue it. Instead, he decided that Clayman should become part of Tear to help her. This decision, driven by Rimuru's own emotions, prompted him to share it with Kagali. "Ooh, I see. So he'll be with Tear. Thank you for that," Kagali whispered with a sad smile. Guy and Sylvia began to question Rimuru's methods. Guy commented, "By the way, Rimur, I can't help but think, aren't you acting a little too self-indulgent?" Sylvia nodded in agreement, adding, "Yeah, taking pieces from a dead man and transplanting them into another person. Not even the demigod himself tried anything that crazy." Rimuru, caught off guard, wished they would gloss over it. He quipped, "Hey, since when were you two so buddy-buddy?" The friendly banter continued, with Sylvia remarking on how casually Rimuru interacted with the Lord of Darkness. Guy, known for his broad-mindedness, appreciated people who didn't cower in fear of him, and he seemed to take a liking to Sylvia. Rimuru noted the positive dynamic between them. However, Guy hadn't forgotten about Clayman's remains. Rimuru, trying to avoid revealing too much, strung together a series of vague thoughts. "Well, it's all really just a coincidence, you know, like when I saved her from Jahil's attack." Sylvia and Guy pressed for more details, but Rimuru deflected, feeling the pressure. He knew that it was really CL who had orchestrated everything, and he wanted to avoid revealing his skills. The conversation then shifted when Sylvia asked Kagali about her friends, particularly Laplace. Kagali revealed that Laplace was a former hero and her husband, Elmizia's father. This revelation astonished Rimuru and underscored the complex relationships among them. Sylvia and Kagali reflected on Laplace's unwavering personality and his pride as a member of the moderate jesters. Despite the hardships, they found comfort in their shared history and the possibility that Laplace might still be alive. Rimuru's hopeful outlook resonated with Sylvia and Kagali, lifting their spirits. The late-night chat continued, helping them work through their sorrows and prepare for the challenges. Feldway returned to the Celestial Palace just in time for Michael's arrival. They exchanged updates in a casual manner, discussing recent events and their implications. "You sure got beaten down, didn't you?" Feldway remarked. "Yeah," Michael replied. "We ran into some unexpected events. I set off to purge Obela for her defection, but my castle guard didn't work on her." Feldway was surprised. I had no problem at all. That's probably why. There's only one of that skill, at the core. Only the mystics swear their allegiance to me, and there is nobody on this planet who knows me. There's me, isn't there? Feldway pointed out. That'd go against the basic principle of the skill, though. It's pretty natural that any allegiance from you wouldn't count, Michael explained. The air conversation highlighted Michael's failure to use his castle guard against Obela, and Feldway's indifferent response to the loss of Obela's troops, who were loyal only to her. "What of Obela, then?" Feldway asked. "She escaped on me, sadly. Obela's troops are outstandingly loyal to her. They fought well to protect her from me. It's a valuable asset that we lost," Michael admitted. Michael's frankness made the situation seem disconnected from him, while Feldway's cold response showed his rational, unfeeling approach. Michael then turned to Leon and Jahil, noting their reduced numbers. "I think our forces need to implement a chain of command as well. You'll remain Chief Commander Feldway, but I think you need to decide exactly whom to deploy where. What do you think?" Feldway agreed. Well, I've worked things out with our final negotiating partner, so yes, let's decide that before we start our full invasion." The main members of the Heavenly Force, excluding Xeranis, gathered in the audience chamber to strategize their next moves. Feldway began the meeting by presenting the results of the current operation. Michael, though already aware of the details, allowed Feldway to proceed for Dino's sake. "So, Orlia was killed in action?" Dino commented, showing little emotion. He, Pico, Garasha, and Mai offered a brief prayer for her, despite not knowing her well. The fact that she had been consumed by Vega was omitted. With minimal camaraderie, the meeting continued. Feldway, chairing the meeting, focused on appointing positions and clarifying the hierarchy for the upcoming full-on invasion. While Vega was ambitious and eager, others like Dino showed little interest, preferring to stay low profile. Michael was named the Overseer, with Feldway as the Supreme Commander and Chief Executive, and Velzard as his advisor. The hierarchy was based on individual strength, with the strongest, Zarario, Jahil, and an absent friend of Feldway's, forming a new group. Feldway announced the establishment of the 3 stellar leaders to replace the 3 mystic leaders, aligning with Veldonava's Star King Dragon role. Jahil and an unnamed member would join Zarario in this group. A dissatisfied Vega, having gained strength from consuming Orlia, protested the decision. Feldway, however, sternly silenced him, warning of punishment for further dissent. Vega, recognizing Feldway's overwhelming power, retreated. "Don't sulk like that. I think very highly of you, I'll have you know. That's why I'm naming you leader of the 7 heavenly generals," Feldway declared. Though they didn't have enough ultimate skill-bearing angelic members to fill all 7 seats, Feldway assigned the remaining top powerhouses to the group. The 7 heavenly generals consisted of Vega, the leader, Leon, Dino, Pico, Garasha, Alios, and Mai Faruqi. The stellar leaders were each meant to command their own corps, while the heavenly generals would engage in maneuvers solo or with groups. Feldway, addressing the assembly, explained the current operation and the next steps. "Now that we have brought Leon into our ranks, it is safe to say that we have taken down one of the demon lords and his forces. That means one less point for us to attack." As he spoke, Mai projected a miniature version of the key world, showing 5 points of light. The white spot representing Leon's domain faded away, leaving 4. Feldway pointed to another point, which turned red. "This area will not need to be addressed. My friend has promised to help me, not Guy." The extinguished light represented the domain controlled by Draggrull. Leon, puzzled, asked, "Don't tell me Draggrull switched sides?" His question was answered by the 3rd stellar leader, a large man with long, shaggy green hair and jade-like eyes, not resembling Draggrull. "Here I am, Feldway." "Pretty bold of you to release me from the seal like that," the man said. Ehe was Fenn, Draggrull's younger brother, known as the Mad Fist, for his destructive rampages in ancient times. Dino, rarely confrontational, was shocked. "Oh, no way! You took off his Gleipnir chaos bonds? What are you thinking, Feldway? You know how wary Draggrull was of him?" Feldway calmly assured, "Don't worry, Fenn and I are friends. We share a common mission. Besides, his strength, it's astounding." Finn's overwhelming aura of magical drawn force, with existence points over 60 million, made him comparable to a true dragon. Others, like Jahil, were equally displeased. Jahil, disgusted, spat out, Tisk. This evil god sealed away in ancient times? A demigod would be one thing, but not even I would want to take on a tyrant like this. Ignoring the discontent, Fenn grinned and put an arm around Jahil's shoulders, condescendingly suggesting they get along. Jahil, humiliated yet intimidated by Fenn's overpowering presence, reluctantly agreed to be his servant for the time being. Zerario, recognizing the futility of an all-out war that would cause massive damage, tempered his expectations, accepting Fenn's new position. While the hierarchy clarified, Fenn was now head of the 3 stellar leaders, and the heavenly force prepared for their next steps. With the ranks assigned, attention returned to the miniature key world. Jahil questioned Feldway's claim that Draggrull was not a problem. Fenn smugly responded, "Wow, that's pretty sad. Are you underestimating me that much? If you know me, then you know this too, right? Draggrull might be my older brother, but I'm far better than him." Jahil, maintaining his imperial pride, replied bitterly, "I don't need to hear your bragging. If you truly claim there won't be any problems, I want to see it in the results you put up." Fenn, relishing the attention, grinned. "You know me, and you still act like that? All right. I'll be happy to live up to your expectations," he laughed, recalling his long confinement and the dreamlike scenes of the world that floated into his mind, thanks to his connection with Draggrull. This gave him an understanding of world affairs and the looming war. Feldway had been Fenn's only visitor in prison, caring for him, as Veldonava had entrusted. Over time, they confided in each other. Feldway, as the supreme leader, had no close confidants, and Fenn's long loneliness made their bond natural. Through who with a battlefield and companions to show his power to, Fenn's enthusiasm was evident. Despite his viciousness, he valued his friends more, truly grateful to Feldway for this opportunity. Fenn confidently declared that he'd handled Draggrull, but Dino remained unconvinced. Wait. Hey, Feldway, are you sure about this? If you release Fenn, Draggrull will no longer have any reason to protect Skyspire Tower, right?" Skyspire Tower was a crucial gateway to the Celestial Palace. Without the key to the large gate, navigating the tower was the only way in. Draggrull was its guardian, placed to prevent Fenn from returning. If Fenn attacked Draggrull, it could lead to serious trouble, Dino warned. Despot being under ultimate dominion, Dino still retained free thought. Similarly, Leon's actions were restricted, but he could think independently, refraining from wide-range attacks against Sylvia to minimize damage. His eye signals, though missed by Sylvia, indicated his continued free will. Ultimate dominion allowed for restricted actions, but permitted flexible thinking, essential for strategy conferences. Feldway appreciated Dino's concerns and sought to address them. "That does deserve to be looked into, yes. What should we do to address that concern?" Feldway asked. "I don't know what, really." Dino, losing steam, attempted to sit back down, hoping to avoid further involvement, but Feldway wasn't letting him off the hook. "I trust in Fenn, but I do understand your concerns, Dino, so I think the best solution here is to send out some other people as well," Feldway suggested, having likely planned this all along. Dino feared he'd be forced to join and was right. "I know you're worried, Dino, so why don't you go see for yourself how strong Fenn is?" Feldway insisted. I'm good," Dino replied. "Oh, don't be shy. I doubt you'll get much chance to do anything this battle, but if you want to see how strong I am, I won't stop you." Fenn added. Reluctantly, Dino agreed. Yeah, well, if you're offering, I'll join in with Pico and Garasha." "Whoa, Dino! Don't drag us into this," they protested. Ignoring their complaints, Dino roped them in, lightening his own load. Feldway approved, recognizing Draggrull's strength and the need for a robust team. "Here, you join in too, Leon. We'll stage an attack on Skyspire Tower, with Fenn and 4 heavenly generals. That ought to be enough," Feldway concluded. At the member roster set, the group prepared for their next target. The primary agenda items addressed, Feldway wasn't done yet. He announced, "All right, now let's decide on the other targets to strike." Dino, curious about the broader plan, asked, "Huh? We're not deciding on a time yet?" "No," Feldway replied. The plan is to use our attacking superiority to stage multiple invasions at the same time. In fact, no offense to Fenn, but this Skyspire Tower attack is really just a decoy." "A decoy? So who are we really striking?" Dino inquired. Interested despite his usual indifference. He hoped the other targets would look tougher, giving him a chance to run into Rimuru and share new intelligence if Feldway responded. "First of all, I want you to recall what our mission is." Dino, unsure of the mission's specifics, recalled it involved resurrecting Veldanava. While he found the idea intriguing, he also wondered about Veldanava's motivations. Perhaps Veldanava was staying back until the human race matured more, or maybe he was simply tired of Feldway's actions. Duino reflected on the distortion of divine intentions. People often misinterpret divine words to suit their beliefs, leading to issues. Luminous, for example, never claimed to be the only god of the world, yet her followers believed so. She didn't deny it, finding it convenient, but the truth's interpretation often led to complications. Feldway, eyes on Dino, continued, "If we want to resurrect Sir Veldanava, all we need now are the draconic elements of Veldora. But there's one other obstacle we shouldn't forget about. Isn't there?" Dino, unsure, looked around for help. Seeing no assistance, he decided to dodge the question. "Do you even need to ask?" he said, grinning suggestively. Feldway, satisfied, nodded. "Yes, indeed. As Dino surmised, we have to get rid of this wildcard Masayuki. On the off chance that he becomes the medium Ludora uses to resurrect himself, there's no guarantee that won't negatively impact Sir Michael." Not that I said anything, Dino thought, but he nodded along. The logic seemed faulty to him, but he wasn't about to point it out, Feldway continued. As long as Veldora is embedded deep within that meddlesome labyrinth, our next target should really be Masayuki. We'll be gradually sapping away at their capacity to fight, and once we take away enough, he'll have no choice but to come out of his lair. Dino, friends with Masayuki, wanted to warn him but couldn't due to Michael's tightened control. His only option was to pray for Masayuki's safe escape. "Do we know where Masayuki is?" Dino asked. "Good, I'll let Velzard tackle it," Feldway replied. Velzard explained, "Based on the location of Velgrin's presence, I do have a rough idea of where Masayuki is. I've picked up Velgrin's presence in several spots within the imperial capital, along with one in the kingdom of Engleza. She's fully concealed her aura, but that's not enough to fool my eyes." Velzard's tracking skills were exceptional, especially when tracing her own sister. It appeared Velgrind was using her parallel existences to fortify the Empire's defenses while presumably guarding Masayuki. My move the lights on her miniature planet, marking the locations. The one in the central west of the continent near where Luminous ruled, joined Draggrull's dot in turning from white to red. A Feldway, ensuring everyone understood their roles, continued to outline the plan. He pointed to Englezia, where Masayuki was believed to be. "So that means Masayuki is here, in Englezia. Vega, I'd like you to attack that site." "Any objections?" he asked, though it was more an order than a question. Vega, eager and unaware of the subtle manipulation, grinned and shook his head. "I'm on the job. Englezia is an old haunt of mine besides. It's got a lot of hidden passageways nobody knows about. I'll use those to sneak in and kill that kid." Feldway nodded, knowing the actual plan was for Vega to serve as a distraction while Arius slipped in to kill Masayuki. Feldway also planned to visit Inglezia's capital to observe the enemy's reaction to Vega's actions. "Zerario, you'll be leading our entire army to provide support for us. Track Luminous's moves, and if she takes any action against us, stop her," Feldway ordered. "And if she doesn't?" Zerario asked. "Then stand by. Once I give the order, you will be conducting an all-out assault on Inglezia." Zerario, despite any dissatisfaction, nodded meekly in agreement. Jahil, the only official not yet assigned, awaited his orders. Feldway addressed him. "Then to be completely safe, Jahil, you'll be our mobile force. I'll provide you with troops. You'll be expected to do whatever it takes to help Finn." "Yeesh, you'll go that far? I really don't see the need," Jahil protested. "Don't be that way, Fenn. It's just for the worst-case scenario. Remember, if you subdue Draggrull, you'll have that army under your command." Feldway reassured. But as long as Draggrull is out there, his legions of giants are going to get in the way, Feldway continued. It's our job to stop them, isn't it? Jahal conceded. Yes, exactly, Feldway affirmed. Fenn, though boasting to his peers, acknowledged Feldway's reasoning. Jahal, recognizing the opportunity to prove himself or rescue Fenn if needed, agreed. Despite his ambition and resentment, Jahil knew it was wise to follow Feldway due to their power disparity. Velzard, reporting directly to Michael, remained a free thinker, acting as she saw fit, with all roles assigned, with a clear direction established. Michael added a crucial point. Allow me to add one thing as well. The labyrinth under the Demon Lord Rimuru's control presents major problems if our enemy holes up inside of it. Like Feldway said, it's far better to lure them out of there. Thus, I have decided to give the lands in the former nation of Eurazania, currently under the Demon Lord Milim's control, to Xeranos. Whether it's Milim's domain or the Anglesian capital, if war breaks out in those areas, Rimuru could never ignore it. They'll be sure to send troops out, and it'll be your job to crush them. There will be no doubting our victory then. Michael's conviction was palpable. The strategy leveraged their greatest advantage as attackers, systematically destroying enemy bases to weaken their fighting power. By isolating Rimuru's capital and cutting off supplies, they aimed to cripple his influence. Procuring Veldora's draconic factors was the ultimate goal, and Michael believed taking down their bases would facilitate that. Dino, unconvinced, voiced his concerns. Milim's the daughter of Veldanava, you know. You understand that, right? Michael, unbothered, replied coolly. Is that a problem? A problem? I mean, wouldn't that displease Sir Veldanava? Dano pressed. Feldway, agreeing with Michael, explained, Yes, Dino, the Demon Lord Milim is the daughter of Sir Veldanava. However, the way I see it, we are no different from her in terms of being created by that dragon. Michael and Feldway's loyalty lay solely with Veldanava, showing no affection for his daughter. Jahil, having faced Milim's wrath, was eager to invade Eurazania, while Dino, frustrated by their plans, feared being branded a traitor if he questioned further. Don't worry about it, Dino. If it turns out I was wrong, I am sure he will resurrect himself to correct our path. If his beloved daughter is in danger, after all, he is bound to come to her aid. Thus, we are doing the exact right thing here, Feldway reassured Diano, left with nothing to say, regretted not fleeing sooner. With the general outline of the Tamil War in place, the group prepared for a great calamity that would engulf the world in chaos, drastically changing it forever. Following the late-night discussion, it was decided that Kagali and Terry would be taken care of in Tempest. The labyrinth provided a safer environment for Terry, who had not yet regained consciousness. It also allowed for a more detailed assessment of her condition, ensuring any malicious influences could be identified and addressed. Kagali, naturally, chose to accompany Terror, and Rimuru welcomed them both without hesitation. Sylvia, on the other hand, returned to Thalion. While her assistance would be invaluable in the event of war, Thalion, being her daughter's home, took precedence. Understanding her priorities, Rimuru and Sylvia agreed to support each other if needed. To ensure reliable communication, Rimuru provided Sylvia with a cell phone, supplementing the demon's rings, which had proven less reliable than expected. This additional means of contact was not only practical, but also promised a way to stay connected for more enjoyable purposes once the conflict was over. With contact information exchanged, Rimurov watched as Sylvia departed. Back in the office, Rimurov found himself buried under a mountain of paperwork. The sheer volume of projects needing approval and minutes from meetings piled high on his desk left him feeling a familiar frustration. Just looking at the piles made him 30% angrier at Feldway. Rimuru wasn't doing this for fun. He had important responsibilities to manage. The minutes, at least, could be put on the back burner since they were finished business. He focused on reviewing the new projects that needed his approval, quickly deciding whether to proceed with them. It was a busy time, especially with the upcoming World Congress in Inglacia, a historic event involving the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Rimuru's schedule had been thrown into disarray by the recent invasion of Leon's domain, forcing him to tackle paperwork in whatever free time he could find. Finally, with the paperwork behind him, Rimuru could sit back, have a cup of tea, and enjoy some unstructured free time. It was a good chance to calm down and gather his thoughts before the big event. "Your tea, Sir Rimuru," said Diablo, who was filling in as secretary in Xian's absence. "Thank you very much. You take a break too, okay?" Rimuru motioned for Diablo to sit across from him. Despite Diablo's emotional expression of honor, Rimuru pressed on with his questions. "So, tell me, what's Feldway like from your point of view?" he asked. Diablo described Feldway as a serious-minded man, hard-headed and inflexible. Once Feldway made up his mind about something, nothing could change it. He didn't seek out other people's feedback, creating a divided opinion among his troops. Or yes-men, Feldway was an easy boss. They simply followed orders without question. However, for talented, creative people, he was a tyrant who shut them down at every turn. Not having one's feedback acknowledged could be incredibly stressful, breeding grudges. "Anything else?" Rimuru prompted. "Well," Diablo hesitated, then revealed something significant. He explained the origins of the aggressors and their base in another world, connected to the key world through underworld gates. Several gates existed worldwide, managed by demons to expand their influence aggressively. The only known gate now was near Leon's domain, guarded by Carrera. Diablo expressed his disdain for the gates, which contaminated and transformed physical bodies. Anyone who came from the other side was an aggressor. Destroying these gates would be ideal, as they only spread chaos. Testarossa and Ultima had protected their gates, but agreed to join Diablo when they were already broken. Diablo's concern was primarily about how Feldway and his team had managed to come to this world. He speculated that a new underworld gate might have appeared somewhere in the Empire. "Or do you think maybe the one Testarossa guarded was restored?" Rimuru asked. "That cannot be ruled out, no, but that doesn't match the time frame when Feldway appeared in the Empire, so I think it is safe to assume another gate is involved." Diablo replied, adding that the aggressor's main base could be in the Empire but not limited to it. "From what Kagali told me, Feldway has definitely opened the gates to the Celestial Palace. Normally a certain key is required to open them, but," Diablo continued, "the Celestial Palace, also known as the Origin Place, was the birthplace of Veldanova. Feldway's base being adjacent to all other worlds made it a significant location. Diablo emphasized that passing through the Celestial Palace's gates allowed travel to a key world with the same main body. Among the primordials, only Feldway was given a body by Veldanova. Currently, he's occupying a temporary body in this world, so there would be no point in killing him in that state," Diablo explained. "Something like Velgrun's parallel existences?" Rimuru asked. "Not like that, no. They are not connected at all times. It is more like splitting one's consciousness. Your memories are synchronized on a regular basis, I presume, so you may see it as functionally similar," Diablo clarified. Understanding this, Rimuru realized that defeating Feldway would require locating his main body, making him a challenging opponent. Feldway's main body, granted by Veldanova, was like a treasure, and he used temporary bodies to protect it. "If that main body's going out of its way to come to this world, that's good for us, right?" Rimuru asked. But the fact remains that Feldway is extremely powerful. The fighting ability of his main body may very likely outclass guys. That's why I believe we need to consider the worst-case scenario here," Diablo warned. Rimuru acknowledged that Feldway's strength was on par with true dragons and expressed his plan to have Diablo handle Feldway. Diablo, confident in his abilities, reassured Rimuru, "I am constantly moved by your trust in me, Sir Rimuru. I promise you that I will strive to live up to your expectations." Trusting Diablo's confidence, Rimuru decided to let him take on Feldway, knowing that Diablo never took on tasks he couldn't handle. With new information about Feldway's dangerous nature, Rimuru was eager to understand his next move. He asked Diablo for insights, hoping to predict their adversary's strategy. Diablo pondered for a moment before answering. It's difficult to predict with certainty, but considering Feldway's personality, it seems likely he would target Sir Masayuki. Rimuru was surprised, but couldn't dismiss the possibility. If they suspected Masayuki to be the reincarnation of Ludora, it would certainly make him a target for Feldway. Velgrin's unconditional love for Masayuki seemed to support this idea, and Feldway's wariness of Ludora added weight to the theory, Diablo continued. For that matter, Sir Rimuru, I'm not sure the reason even matters. Feldway is incredibly stubborn and unwilling to admit his own failures. He's not the type to give up after a single attempt. The upcoming World Congress loomed large, and Rimuru realized the potential danger. With Velgrin escorting him, he felt relatively safe but wanted additional vigilance. He asked Diablo to be on the lookout, trusting his advisor's capabilities. Diablo reassured him with unwavering confidence. You may be assured, Sir Rimuru, that I am always fully prepared for anything. As they discussed various concerns, Milim's urgent thought communication interrupted them. She informed Rimuru that Obela had fled to her domain after being discovered by Feldway and clashing with Michael. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rimuru decided to visit Milim's place for a face-to-face discussion. Milim's castle was still a work in progress, but some sections, including a hospital facility, were complete. Obela, who had arrived in a dire state, was now awake and sitting up in her bed. Rimuru, visiting her for the first time, introduced himself with a friendly greeting. "Hello, my name's Rimuru Tempest, and I'm a demon lord around these parts," he said. Fray, looking more captivating than ever, expressed her dismay at Rimuru's casual demeanor. I know it might be rude to say this to someone as lofty as you, Sir Rimuru, but shouldn't you try to act with a little more authority? If you throw your weight around and show that you can step up to do what needs to be done at any moment, that'll set you apart from the pack with most people. Rimuru understood her concern, recognizing it as an extension of her worries about Milim. Fray often found herself dealing with Milim's excuses, which frequently included, "But Rimuru." This dynamic brought a smile to Rimuran's face, and even Carillon was beaming. "Yow!" "Never fun to get caught under Fray's gaze, is it?" Carillon remarked, seeing a kindred spirit in Rimuran. Both Carillon and Fray could be talkative, but in private they were more easygoing with Rimuru. Despite their relaxed demeanor, Carillon and Fray seemed different to Rimuru now. Benimaru had briefed Rimuru on their changes, but seeing them in person highlighted just how much they had transformed. "So I heard you've made your awakened power fully your own now," Rimuru asked. "I sure did. Tell Benimaru I appreciate his help earlier," Carillon replied. Carillon and Benimaru had developed a strong friendship since their first encounter. Benimaru's attempt to fight Carillon had endeared him to Carillon. Although the power balance between them had shifted long ago, Carillon was unconcerned, focusing instead on catching up to and potentially surpassing Benimaru. Fray, too, expressed her gratitude. "Indeed, I'm certainly thankful as well. Now I can be an even greater help to Milim than before," she said with a smile. Rimuru graciously accepted her gratitude, understanding the importance of bolstering their strength for the impending war. Hicks' pleasantries exchanged, Fray turned the conversation to business. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew somber as Obela tightened her expression and turned to Rimuru. "I'm glad to meet you, Sir Rimuru. I am Obela, former mystic leader in charge of handling the cryptids," she introduced herself with humility. Rimuru sensed her sincerity and decided to probe a bit further. "Now, just to be clear, you do understand that you turning traitor just before war breaks out could lead people to think you're a spy, right?" he asked. "Yes, of course. I don't have any way to disprove that, but at the very least I'll tell you about whatever I know," Obela replied sincerely. Despite not being back to full health, she explained her situation in detail. After meeting with Milim, she had returned to Feldway and acquired a physical body, but also inadvertently gained an angelic skill. Fearing mind control, she had disposed of the ultimate skill Azrael, Lord of Salvation. Sylvia had taught Rimuru about separating one's heart core from their skill, a smart move that likely led Feldway to quickly suspect her betrayal. Obela's story was credible and consistent. She shared details about Michael's attack, how his castle guard didn't activate, and how he used Velgrin's and Velzard's skills. Her willingness to submit to Rimuru's analyze and assess skill, which confirmed she no longer had Azrael and was not dominated by Michael, further validated her honesty. Trusting Obela's sincerity, Rimuru offered her honey and a healing potion, wishing her a speedy recovery. Obela was left in the care of Malim's people, and the information she provided was promptly shared with the other demon lords. It was crucial that everyone was informed, despite any concerns about data leaks. There was no time to waste if something were to happen. The following 2 days were a whirlwind of activity, leading up to the World Congress. Benimaru remained in Tempest as the commander-in-chief, ensuring the safety of their homeland. Rimuru, accompanied by Ranga, hidden in his shadow, and Soei as bodyguards, felt confident in their ability to handle any threats, including a potential attack from Feldway. Diablo, serving as Rimuru's secretary, rounded out the group. "Yo, boss, I don't think there's much I can do for you on the big stage today, but let me know if you need a hand, okay?" Yom called out, sounding like his usual self. Majoran was likely attending to family matters, leaving Ghidorah as Yom's guard. Rimurus greeted them and promised to catch up later. A dinner buffet was planned after the meeting, followed by drinks with close friends in the Inglasia capital, adding a sense of excitement to the day. As Rimuru headed toward the assembly hall, he met up with Masayuki in the main square. Masayuki, the star of the day, greeted Rimuru, noticing a change. "Hey, did you grow a little, or—" Rimuru, who had gained height after becoming a pseudo-true dragon, confirmed the change. "Oh, you can tell? I think I did, yes." Masayuki smiled, and Rimuru noted his friend's hair had turned a dazzling shade of blonde. "And your hair too." "Yeah, it completely changed color on me. I'm used to it now, but it was pretty weird for the first little while," Masayuki replied. Something abnormal was certainly happening, raising the possibility that Ludora himself was coming back to life. However, Masayuki remained himself, and Rimuru decided not to worry about it as they entered the assembly hall. Rimuru stepped into the circular chamber, a familiar setting already teeming with dignitaries from various nations. The buzz of conversation halted as he and Masayuki entered, drawing all eyes to them. Rimuru, accustomed to such attention, noted Masayuki's calm demeanor. "You're really looking a lot more imposing now," Rimuru remarked. Masayuki nodded, recalling his coronation. "Well, sure I am. During my coronation there was just this huge sea of people beneath me. That experience had clearly helped him mature." "You were wonderful, Masayuki," Velgrin said, looking wistful. She stood by Masayuki as his associate, her imposing presence and striking beauty turning many heads. The military uniform suited her, adding to her commanding presence. As they took in the attention, Chairman Lester, with his bushy white beard, approached and guided Rimuru and Masayuki to their seats. They were placed in the front row, appropriate for their status. Rimuru sat opposite Masayuki, with Testarossa in the speaker's seat. All arrangements seemed perfect, and the day promised to mark a historic reconciliation between the Western nations and the Eastern Empire. Yet, as Rimuru pondered the significance, he knew such thoughts could be a warning sign. Things were bound to happen, but for now, he waited quietly for the Congress to begin. Underneath the kingdom of Inglasia lay ancient catacombs, dug over centuries in anticipation of future angelic attacks. Known as the Labyrinth due to their intricate passageways, these catacombs also included large halls near the surface, designed as public shelters in emergencies. However, deeper down, a secret, darker side existed. A research lab known only to a few, managed by a team of magical inquisitors, focused on incorporating monster factors into human bodies. Despite some initial successes, such as boosting muscle strength and hardening skin, the king desired more powerful results to combat demon lords. The researchers, undeterred by ethical concerns, conducted taboo experiments, They investigated monster factors and explored fusions with spiritual life forms, theorizing that borrowing demon powers would be the fastest route to success. They captured demons from the northern lands, providing a steady supply of test subjects for their experiments. The researchers discovered that demons incarnate by integrating their magicules into human cells, transforming them to be more compatible with magic. However, forcibly incorporating demon force into a human body resulted in rejection, as it acted like poison. This flawed approach led to a series of failed experiments. Additionally, the researchers mistakenly believed that collecting cells from demon-incarnated bodies and injecting them into other subjects would confer demonic powers. However, without the demon's will, these elements poisoned the body instead of empowering it. The lab's experiments, akin to torture, targeted vulnerable individuals, orphans, slaves, and criminals sentenced to death. For these test subjects, the lab was a living nightmare, with no hope of success. The secretive nature of the lab ensured its dark deeds remained hidden from the world. Reiner, once the honorable head general of the Inglacia Royal Knight Corps, now found himself reduced to a disposable test subject. Despair and terror ruled his heart as he gasped for breath. Many of the soldiers who once looked up to him had been killed, and the unfairness of it all had initially filled him with rage. However, his will had been broken soon enough. The help Reiner had expected never arrived. His family home was torn down, and the Knight Corps abandoned him completely. It was no wonder, considering the crimes he had committed at a previous council meeting. He had tried to pick a fight with the demon lord Rimuru and Hinata, leader of the Crusaders, using Elric, the first prince of Anglasia, as his backup. He would have been a hero if he had won, but he never stood a chance against them. Reiner had triggered an international incident, and the heavy price he had to pay was inevitable. Convicted of treason, he and everyone associated with his conspiracy were sentenced to death. In other words, they were being experimented on in the dark recesses of the secret lab. Realizing that no help would ever come, Reiner spent his days dreading the moment when it would be his turn to sacrifice himself for research purposes. The anger he occasionally relapsed into kept his wits intact, fueling his intense hatred towards Rimuru and the paladin Hinata. "I'll make them cry, I swear it. They'll only wish they could beg for their lives by the time I'm done with them. I'll make them realize who I really am, and I'll give them the slow, painful deaths they so richly deserve." Reiner's lust for revenge was the only thing holding his heart together. He had been subjected to surgery to enhance his physical strength, reaching a special A rating, but without the usual demon-driven mental upgrades. The idea was to perform the demonic fusion only when his body had been strengthened as much as possible beforehand. As a valuable test case, ranked over A even before all this, the scientist treated him with special care. Whether this was good luck or not was debatable, but Reiner was still alive and well. One day, against all expectations, hope arrived. Navigating the hidden catacombs beneath the kingdom of Inglacia, Feldway led his team through the labyrinthine tunnels. He hadn't expected much from Vega, but the ease with which Vega guided them impressed him. The group comprised Vega at the lead, followed by Arius, Mai, and Feldway. After their strategy meeting, they prepared for their mission. Instead of launching simultaneous attacks, they decided to strike one target first and then the main objective, while the demon lords were still focused on the initial site. Feldway's team aimed to eliminate Masayuki at the World Congress in Inglacia's royal capital. Meanwhile, Fenn of the three stellar leaders would launch a flashy assault to draw the demon lord's attention, defeating Draggrull of the Octagram and seizing control of his army. Jahil, Fenn's fellow stellar leader, would assist, creating a force powerful enough to overwhelm the Western nations. To prevent interference, Zarario, another stellar leader, was placed on standby in the sky to stop the demon lord Luminous if she acted. If not, he would launch a full-scale attack on the capital at Feldway's signal. Simultaneously, the insect lord Xeranus was to attack Milim's stronghold in the former nation of Eurazania, aiming to plunge the demon lords into chaos. Aware of the possibility that Rimuru might be close to Masayuki, Feldway exercised caution. Instead of a direct approach, they used the city's hidden passageways, a suggestion from Vega that proved effective. They found an exit in the forest, providing an invasion route that bypassed the capital's barrier. Vega's luck continued when they discovered a lab filled with test subjects. Vega, recognizing the facility, remarked on his past experiences there. Approaching one of the cages, he spoke to Reiner, a former knight general turned test subject. "What? You're not one of those damn scientists?" Reiner asked, shrinking back in fear. Vega laughed. "Looks like you're hurting pretty bad in there, huh? I'm Vega, one of the alumni, you could say." Reiner, seeing a kindred spirit, began to trust Vega. "You're just like me." "Yep, I sure am. So how about we bargain a bit? Want to get out of here?" Vega proposed. Fway watched, letting Vega handle the situation. The operation was going smoothly, and he saw potential in using the prisoners as vessels for mystics who had yet to be incarnated. Reiner was perplexed by Vega's sudden offer of rescue. Trusting Vega and his group seemed risky, but the alternative was certain destruction. If he refused, he would succumb to despair and die a painful death. Weighing his options, Reiner quickly decided to accept the offer. "Help me. If you want my loyalty, I'll swear it to you with everything I have, so please, get me out of here," he pleaded. Vega smiled and, with a show of strength, twisted the magically enhanced steel bars of Reiner's cage, tearing them off the frame. Reiner was astonished not only by Vega's strength but also by the sight of dead magic inquisitors at his feet, quickly and quietly dealt with by Arius. Realizing the power of Vega and his companions, Reiner felt relief and validation for his choice. "Great getting to know you, partner," Vega said. "If there's anyone else in here you want to spring out, let me know. I'll rescue all of them for you." Reiner, almost overjoyed, replied, Yes, all of them. They're all soldiers in my service." The only prisoners left in the facility were those who survived the enhancement process. Women and children, subjected to other fatal experiments, were already dead. With nothing left to lose, Reiner and the other soldiers followed Vega's lead without hesitation. "All right, from today on, you're all under my command. We're about to go on a rampage up in the capital above us. You're joining us, and you don't get to say no to me, all right?" Vega commanded. "Yes, of course. I couldn't have asked for a better order. We all got a score to settle with this country," Reiner responded, his knights nodding in agreement. Their rage, fueled by the loss of their loved ones and their own torment, was now directed outward, eager for revenge. Feldway, observing, was pleased with this turn of events. "In that case, I think I'll give all of you a little power too. Are you ready to go, Mai?" Feldway asked. "Any time. Sir Jahil just procured 100 warriors for me," Mai replied. Following Feldway's orders, she had already invoked instant motion to bring in a squadron of Jahil's soldiers. Despite Jahil's reluctance, disobeying Feldway was unthinkable. Reiner and his knights were then subjected to an incarnation ritual deep beneath the kingdom of Inglacia. Whoever had the stronger will would dominate the body, and Reiner and his men preferred this fate over further experimentation. "I can feel the power flowing in me. Thank you, Sir Vega. Thank you for not only saving us but giving us a chance at revenge," Reiner exclaimed, grateful and empowered. "Hey, no problem. I'll lend you this, too. Go have fun with it." Vega handed Reiner a God-class knightly blade, created with the multi-weapon skill taken from Orlia. Reiner, now possessing the power of an officer-class mystic, had an EP of over 1,000,000, which would double with the weapon. His knights, reborn with EPs between 200,000 and 500,000, had also become superpowers. Satisfied with the unexpected reinforcements, Vega and Feldway watched as Reiner and his men, now ready for their revenge, marched out of the facility. A shuddering tremor hit Skyspire Tower, signaling an impending crisis for the holy void of Damergania. Ultima, noticing the severity of the situation, voiced her concerns. This looks pretty bad. Is this that guy who was out ravaging the whole planet long ago?" Her observations rattled Veyron and Zonda, who were immediately put into action. "I'll go check with Sir Draggrull at once," Veyron said. "Good idea. We need to consider the worst-case scenario here, so Zonda, run over to some place where you can get in contact with Beretta at once. Have him report back to Xi'an too. Ultima instructed. All two demons promptly set off. If Skyspire Tower fell, Lubelius, where Xion was located would likely be the next target. They needed to contact headquarters and explain the gravity of the situation to Xion. Zonda, understanding the urgency, did not question Ultima's orders and swiftly made his way to relay the message. Ultima, known for her ruthless and decisive nature, accurately assessed the situation. Zonda had already discovered that the area was magically sealed off, blocking all means of communication with the outside world. Despite this, Rimuros's instructions to maintain regular contact every 5 minutes provided a failsafe to alert others if something went wrong. However, Ultima deemed this frequency too slow given the current threat. Understanding the seriousness, Ultima began to consider escape options as a last resort. You know, if my prediction comes true, we'd better keep the escape option in mind, shouldn't we? She remarked, biting her nails. Ultima's cautiousness stemmed from Rimuros's mixed feelings about Draggrull. While Rimuros trusted Draggrull, he harbored doubts about his true intentions. Draggrull's consistent requests for Veldora's support during their Walpurgis Council raised suspicions. Michael's goal of obtaining Veldora's draconic factors was well known, yet Draggrull's insistence on Veldora's aid over Ultima's troubled Rimuru's observation. Ultima realized there was a chance Draggrull might betray them. As the son of the Mad King of the Giants, who had once rampaged with enough force to necessitate his sealing by Sir Veldanova, Draggrull was a formidable and potentially untrustworthy ally. Since her extensive knowledge of Draggrull and his domain, Ultima had been closely monitoring him since her arrival in Damargania. She discovered that Draggrull was one of 3 brothers, having only met one other. The third brother seemed pivotal, and now they faced an attack from a presence resembling both Draggrull and his younger brother, Glaciord. "The Mad King," Ultima muttered to herself, a bold grin forming on her face. When Veyron entered the throne room, he was met with a cacophony of angry shouting. It was no surprise, considering the situation. Skyspire Tower, originally constructed by the gods as a divine fortress to protect mankind, had gone back into operation. The door to the heavens was now open, and Skyspire had become the battlefield. The presence of a familiar enemy disturbed the older giants even before they could see them. Although giants were often spoken of as a single species, they varied widely in lifespan and abilities. The older giants, for instance, technically had no lifespan. They could pass their memories and powers to a successor, serving as insurance should they be killed in battle. These successors, or replacements, had lifespans that grew longer with each generation, with even the newest replacements living for several hundred years. Ability-wise, the older giants possessed godlike powers. They were large by nature, ranging from 6.5 to over 8 feet tall, and could grow several times larger during battle. Their well-honed bodies embodied their true essence. Draggrull, the oldest giant, could grow over 65 feet tall when in battle mode. Among the giants, only one person was comparable in strength to Draggrull, his brother, Fenn. The youngest brother, Fenn, was a tyrant who retained intelligence and reason, but had lost control of his emotions. Veldanova had sealed him away, and Draggrull maintained that seal. This was why Draggrull never moved away from this land, even as it turned into a desert. Fenn was sealed in the Celestial Palace, the only real passage through Skyspire Tower. Other methods existed but were accessible only to those with the correct key. Veldanova's sister Velzard was the only one allowed to open the gate to this palace, and Draggrull knew this well. He had predicted these events well in advance. Draggrull stood atop Skyspire Tower, gazing down at the levels below. His mind drifted back to the most recent Walpurgis Council, where the demon lords had assertively voiced their opinions. Despite the lack of harmony, their discussion had been strangely constructive. Rimuru's associates had recently completed the magic transfer circle system, fulfilling the stipulations of their agreement. Draggrull was impressed by their hard work and the flawless execution, rewarding them with a grand banquet. Now only Ultima remained from that team, leaving Draggrull feeling a bit lonely. The transfer magic circle, ensconced at the center of the tower's lower levels, looked almost like a piece of artwork with its intricate patterning. Its true value, however, lay in its functionality. The magic circle's primary purpose was to facilitate emergency travel, but Draggrull saw potential for future applications. Despite the time constraints, the achievement was astounding. The ability to transport entire military squadrons at once would undoubtedly attract merchants seeking peaceable uses for the technology. Reflecting on Rimuru, no underestimating him, that's for sure. Creating something so complex, yet usable by anyone without experience, was remarkable. As long as the circle was filled with magicules, it provided a much safer way of travel than traversing the harsh desert. In the desolate land of Damergania, importing enough food to sustain the giant population was a constant struggle. The giants required substantial food to fuel their massive bodies, especially the younger ones. Life in the Holy Void was harsh, relying heavily on food imports from foreign countries. The Transfer Magic Circle offered a potential solution to this hardship, freeing the giants from their perpetual journey across the desert. "It's almost scary, isn't it?" Draggrull mused. "All the pain I've had to go through, and now there's a potential way we can solve all of it. Now I won't have to go to Laberlius hat in hand all the time any longer." Draggrull found Rimurus's vision for the future both unnerving and amazing. Rimurus's ideas, which never would have occurred to Draggrull, demonstrated his perceptiveness. Draggrull appreciated Rimurus's foresight and was determined not to make an enemy out of him. Draggrull's moment of reflection was interrupted by a voice echoing in his head. It was Feldway. "Draggrull, my friend, it has been far too long. I'm glad to see you're still doing well. I wanted to get in touch with you as soon as I got back here, but I ran into a few things, you know." "Now I'm here, though." Draggrull didn't panic. He had expected this. Feldway? I appreciate you calling me a friend, but I'm afraid you and I are enemies at the moment. I'm not in the mood for a long conversation right now, so just tell me what you want." Feldway sounded slightly disappointed. "It's a pity you have to act so coldly toward me. I was hoping you could help me out a little." His pretentious tone only made Draggrull treat him more coldly. "For reviving Veldanava, you mean? I'm not too interested in that. I don't resent him for sealing Fenn away. I owe him for granting us this land and taking care of us, but I don't think it's right for me to help with this." Feldway and Draggrull were not close friends. Draggrull had lost his temper when he saw Dino, his true friend, being mind-controlled by Michael. Draggrull couldn't understand why Dino would betray Tempest, but the mind-cruel story made sense, reinforcing Draggrull's decision to reject Feldway. Feldway was less than pleased. Woo! I thought they called you the Rebel Giant. Don't tell me becoming a Demon Lord has defanged you." He tried to appeal to Draggrull's wild nature, hoping to gain the upper hand. Draggrull and his brothers were feared as godlike giants, who had once tried to take on Veldanava. They were known as all-powerful gods of destruction, but they had quieted down after bowing to Veldanava. Despite this, Feldway believed he could provoke Draggrull. However, Draggrull remained resolute. "I'm sorry, the past is past. And now, I have quite a bit more hope for the future than I once thought I did. And now that I have Rimurus to thank for that, I couldn't think about betraying him." Draggrull's response was swift and final. "I'll see you next time on the battlefield," he said, shutting off the telepathy-driven chat and cutting off further attempts at negotiation. Draggrull's thoughts were interrupted by the realization that Feldway had indeed broken the seal on Fenn. "I never imagined that damned Feldway would actually break the seal on Fenn. Is he getting back at me for refusing to cooperate?" he mused. Glassford, his brother, tried to reassure him. "Don't let it bother you, my brother. He's a man stricken by impossible delusions. This was probably bound to happen sooner or later, I think." Veyron, standing nearby, was irked by their calm demeanor. "Wait, this is news to me, I think. Have you been communicating with the enemy, Sir Draggrull?" he demanded. Draggrull, unhesitant, responded, "No need for threats like that. You're certainly a powerful demon, but you're still weaker than me," Glassford continued. "My brother did receive an invitation from Feldway, yes, but he turned it down, and that's why we're in this situation right now." Veyron, although prepared to pursue this further, found nothing in their attitudes suggesting deception. As he was about to lodge a new accusation, Ultima arrived, her presence immediately shifting the tone. All right, I get it. You actually wanted to ask Rimurs for help, didn't you? You only made those statements at Walpurgis to arouse suspicions that you were involved with the enemy. Yeah? She asserted. Draggrull laughed heartily. Oh, how wonderful! I'd expect nothing less from my archenemy. I'm so glad you came here and not Carrera. With Ultima's intelligence, Draggrull felt in good hands. He explained his strategy. By suggesting a potential conspiracy with Feldway, he aimed to communicate the threat of targeting without causing misunderstandings. Ultima, understanding his intentions, smiled. So that's what it was, huh? And I guess you got what you wanted then, because Sir Rimurov picked up on it just fine too. Draggrull, relieved, responded. Did you hear that, Glassord? That's how amazing my colleague is. With their mutual understanding, Draggrull and Ultima reconciled. Ultima and Veyron, trusting Rimuros, prepared to join the fight. Draggrull and Glassord, reassured by their allies' resolve, readied themselves to fend off the upcoming attack. Milim's team watched the horizon with concern. Carillon was the first to speak. Wow, that ain't good. The sight before them, a swarm of insects filling the land and sky, was an overwhelming and frightening spectacle. Obela, who had fully recovered thanks to Milim's care, identified the threat. Those are 8 out of the 12 armies of Xeranis, the Insect Lord. This couldn't be much worse. His inner circle, the 12 Insect Masters, all coming together, even she, determined to avenge her fallen army, was at a loss for words in the face of such a formidable enemy. Milim, eager to act, turned to Fray. Fray, is it all right if I blow them all away with Drago Nova? Fray considered it. While the idea was tempting, she hesitated. Using our most powerful attack first thing might have its tactical purposes, I suppose, but it's not a good idea to reveal our hand before we even know what the enemy's capable of. Despite the appeal of wiping out the swarm in one go, Fray advised caution. She recalled her experiences with Zegion and Apito, knowing the danger of underestimating their foes. Carillon agreed with Fray's instincts. Yeah, I think Fray's got a point. You really can't discount your instincts like that, so I think we better be cautious too. I don't think Milim's not up to the task or anything, but let's start with a standard frontal attack first. Middray added his own thoughts. Their sheer numbers are a problem, but individually I'd put them on the upper end of a B grade. If we crush their commanders, who are presumably an A, it'd just be an unruly mob at that point. Fray decided to take charge. All right, we'll take care of the flying ones. Could you handle the ground insects, Sir Middray? Carillon stepped in to support her. I'll have my warriors take out their commanders too. Once we decapitate them like that, they'll be pretty good training for our new army. Middray, with a wry grin, replied, yes, that would be appreciated. Not for me to bring this up, but I'm a tad unsure it's wholly right for priests to be fighting on the front lines. Obela, choosing not to comment on Midray's role, offered, I'll guard Lady Milim. Milim, as enthusiastic as ever, exclaimed, Wahahaha! Yes, I'll expect great things from my Big Four here. Carillon, surprised, asked, Huh? Big Four? Are you serious? Fray, noting Rimure's influence on Milim, suggested, Milim, I think Rimure is too much of an influence on you. Can't you give them more normal military posts instead of calling them the Big Four? Milim stood her ground. No! I like Big Four, okay? I've always thought it was so unfair that he gets to have a Big Four and I don't. Carillon relented, Well, fine by me, but... Middray, agreeing with Milim, said, Whatever Lady Milim deems fit to do, I will gladly follow. Obela added, I'm happy with it too. That, and I'm glad she's so accepting of me. Fray, feeling outnumbered, sighed, Great, so now I'm the bad guy for saying no to her? Fine then, do what you like. With their roles decided, Milim's team prepared for the impending battle. Milim's forces stood ready on the battlefield, awaiting the arrival of their formidable enemies. This army, one of the largest and most powerful the Octagram and the world had ever known, consisted of forces from 3 different Demon Lord domains. Both Carillon and Fray had evolved into the Million class, necessitating a reorganization of their forces. Carillon was appointed as the general, commanding the entire army, while Fray became the chief of the guard, overseeing Milim's direct forces. Middray, as the high priest, handled logistical support with his warrior priests, and Obela, the newest recruit, took on the role of chief strategist in charge of operational planning. This was the Big Four that Milim was proud of. The military forces under their command included 1. Flying Beastly Knights, the main part of Carillon's army, led by Sufia with Phobio as vice-chief. This force consisted of remnants of Clayman's army and warriors from the Beast Kingdom, including members of the Beastmaster's Warrior Alliance. Numbering 100,000, they were fearless and well-organized. 0.2 4.1 272 Thelum Guard, an ultra-elite team directly overseen by Fray. With Lucia and Claire as aides de camp, this aerial knight force included over 3,000 knights led by Fray's treasured Griffin Corps. The Heaven Flyers, Fray's personal force, served as team leaders. Enhanced by Fray's awakening, their strength ranged from the top of A-class to Special A, making them a formidable force in aerial battle. 0.3 Rear Support Guard, led by Middray on paper but actually commanded by Hermes. This group, composed of magic-born stragglers, human mercenaries, and parts of Clayman's former force, provided battle support, transported supplies, and acted as medics. With strengths ranging from D to B, they were mainly involved in construction work and logistics, numbering at least 100,000. Combining these forces, Milim oversaw a 200,000 strong army, including combat teams and numerous support crews. Reinforcements from Tempest included Geld's army, comprising the yellow and orange numbers summoned to help build Milim's home city but now taking on a defensive role. Numbering around 35000, these troops were particularly impressive in defense. The High Orcs, under Geld's command, had seen a dramatic increase in fighting ability, with the Yellows averaging an A- rank. The seasoned Orange numbers averaged a B rank and were as strong as any Knight Corps, providing an ironclad defense. Additional forces included Udoate Team Hiryu, led by Gabil. This special A-rank team of just 100 fighters operated with exceptional flexibility, adapting to the battlefield's needs. A pair of demons, fierce and powerful, adding to the army's strength. Despite their impressive forces, Milim's army faced a daunting task, outnumbered by the 3 million robed insect force of Xeranas the Insect Lord. Xeranas the Insect Lord Carrera was the first to move, stepping to the front lines with excitement. "If Milim's not taking action, I guess I will instead." Xerera to Carrera. I really wanted to show off what I could do, but Fray was against it, so whatever, I'll let you take this one, Carrera. The two had become best friends, fighting with incredible synergy that often resulted in collateral damage. But neither cared, as their focus was on power, strength, and destructive force. Carrera unleashed her most powerful magic, Abyss Annihilation, which eradicated over 2 million insects, significantly reducing the enemy's numbers and boosting her allies' morale. Initially, Carrera's actions seemed to give them a significant advantage, but Fray's premonition soon came true. Esprit, observing the scene, noted, "Lady Carrera's magic. I can't believe it, but it looks to be true. This is exactly why I hate insectoids. Some of them cancel out magic too. They're like natural enemies to us." A single insectoid, one of the 12 insect masters, had diverted Carrera's magic. Recognizing the threat, Carrera ordered Geld to build a barrier, which he did without question. Esprit also sprang into action, using her unique skill Observer to reinforce Geld's defensive wall. Milim joined in, creating a 3-layered defense system, a wave of destruction, the same Abyss Annihilation that Carrera had unleashed, poured down from a rift in the sky. Fray and Carillon quickly realized that the enemy had channeled Carrera's magic into another world and redirected it above their heads. Everyone braced for impact. The intense light and subsequent explosion turned the world upside down, but subsided quickly. Thanks to their combined defenses, they managed to block the attack, though the terrain around the castle was devastated. Carrera, now casual about the situation, remarked, "Funny to think they could do that, huh?" If that was Milam's magic, I'm not too sure what would have happened. Milam confidently replied, "Wahahaha. People can't meddle with my magic that much, you know. I bet she only would have been able to bounce a small chunk of it back at us. For even a small chunk would have been impossible to weather, though, maybe. We don't even know how that spell works yet. I don't think we could defend against it too well. Not unless we could change the laws of nature." Carrera was honest about the differences in magical prowess between herself and Malim. While Carrera was a magic expert, Malim's spells were on another level, and their competitive nature kept Carrera aware of the dangers. Gabil, perceptive as ever, asked, "In that case, the enemy wouldn't have been able to throw Malim's magic back at us, would they?" Malim responded, "No, they could. That enemy had an immaculate command over dominate space. She must have pretty good coordinate calculation skills. I bet she could change the path of any kind of directional magic no matter the type, huh?" Carrera agreed, adding, "I think you're right. And I hate to say it, but the bigger and more complicated the spell, the easier it is for her to manipulate, I assume. And even if it was a spell that activates on a set point like Nuclear Flame, she could probably cut off the space around it to cancel it out." The presence of such an exceptional mage on the enemy's side was troubling. Carrera felt like the enemy had stolen the demon's approach of reading foes' magic and countering it. Obela apologized for not anticipating this, but Carrera reassured her, "Well, it's behind us now." Milim echoed this sentiment, focusing on the results. "And if you just look at the results, look at how many enemies we cut down with 0 damage to us." Fray agreed, "True. We're safe after all, so no reason to complain about this. What we need to do now is consider our next step." Carrera's attack had greatly reduced the enemy's strength and boosted their soldiers' morale. Fray suggested, "Okay, no magic from now on." Carillon was on board. "No objections here. We'll just attack them up front, the old-fashioned way." Middray added, "That would be fun, I bet. I don't see the enemy's king here, but I'm looking at about 8 commanders, perhaps? The same number as us, coincidentally? Why don't we each try to take down one of them?" Carrera, excited by the prospect, said. "Ha ha ha, that does sound like fun, actually. Okay, how about I take that arrogant-looking bastard over there?" She pointed at Zeth. The chief insectoid general Malim, eager to join, was stopped by Fray. "No, Malim, you're our leader, so you need to stay above it all. If we get in trouble, we need you to jump in and help us, okay?" With a pout, Milam agreed. "Aw, all right." Fray then focused on her target. "So, along those lines, I'll take that flying bug over there." Her eyes settled on Torun, the flying drone beetle. Carrera and Fray leading by example, the rest of the team quickly fell in line. "Okay, I'll take. I will go for..." As for myself? Carillon, Gabil, and Middray all spoke up simultaneously, glancing at each other with a competitive spark. "First come, first served, then?" Carillon suggested. Very well. I haven't had a chance to go all out in far too long," Gabil replied. "Indeed, it's quite true for me as well. Now time to settle the score," Middray agreed. In a flash, the 3 leaders shot out from the castle, eager to claim their targets. Their armies, inspired by their zeal, surged forward to catch up. The great battle had begun. With Geld commanding his force, Milim, Obela, and Esprit remained behind to assess the situation. "You're not going?" Obela asked. Esprit reluctantly explained, "Well, to be honest, I'm not up to their level at all, so I think it'd be safer to watch how things unfold and provide support to someone else's battle. If I bite off more than I can chew and blow it, it'd be a drag on our whole force, so..." Obela agreed. "Fair point. Underestimating the insectoid commanders would be a bad idea. I don't have much actual fighting experience either, but I can tell that you don't want to let your guard down around them." Given that many of Obela's friends had fallen to insectors, and knowing Zeth's formidable reputation, caution was the order of the day. Thus, Milim, Obela, and Esprit wisely chose to stay back and observe the unfolding battle, ready to support their allies when necessary. Carrera was the first to engage the enemy. Slashing through the ranks of soldiers, she swiftly moved across the battlefield, her eyes fixed on Zeth. Without hesitation, she fired her golden gun at him, but Zeth effortlessly dodged the supersonic bullet. "Hey, "Not bad," Carrera remarked, genuinely impressed. In a swift motion she transformed the golden gun into a gleaming military sword. "I'm Carrera, the one who will take your life," Zeth, still seated calmly, responded with a hint of disdain. "Ridiculous. You can talk such nonsense only after you make me stand up from here." And so the battle between Carrera and Zeth began. Fray, with the Heaven Flyers and Milim Guard at her side, wasted no time confronting Torun, an insectoid commander with a metallic exoskeleton. Despite his stocky build, Torun was surprisingly agile, using his dragonfly-like wings to evade Fray's initial strikes. Torun's compound eyes allowed him to track Fray's movements with precision, making evasion effortless. His strength lay in his thick exoskeleton, prediction skills and flight speed, relying on the special substance allionium in his fists, which surpassed even adamantite in strength, reaching god-class level. Though Fray had the advantage in existence points, Torun's combat abilities outmatched hers. As she attempted to quickly overpower him, Torun's taunting words, you, slow, me, fast, struck a nerve. You, slow, you, fast, struck a nerve. Huh. Fray responded, her temper flaring. As Milim would later remark, Fray's personality was anything but mild-mannered. Anyone foolish enough to provoke her would soon regret it. Torun was about to experience this firsthand, learning the hard way that underestimating Fray was a grave mistake. Gabil led Team Hiru into battle with a stern warning. "All of you, our enemies are insectoids, much like Sir Zegion or Lady Apito. I'm sure you realize how strong they are, but do not let your guards down." His team, always facing harsh training in the labyrinth, understood the gravity of the situation and were on high alert. Pressing on, Gabil used his breath to clear the skies of surrounding bugs, with Kakushin, Sukuro, and Yashichi following closely. As they advanced, Sukuro noticed a formidable enemy. "Oh, Sir Gabil, I see someone tough-looking over there." "Indeed, he resembles Lady Apito somewhat, but I sense something far more sinister about him," Kakushin added, echoing Gabil's own thoughts. The insectoid Beethop was a cross between a bee and a grasshopper, and Gabil recognized the danger he posed. Beethop's EP was above Gabil's, and his instincts screamed that this opponent was bad news. Gabil had to consider the safety of his team and himself. Rimur's order to not think about dying weighed on his mind, and the memory of making Sokka cry after getting seriously hurt added to his hesitation. He contemplated seeking an easier opponent, but Beethop had other plans. "Yo, don't run on me," Beethop called out, closing the distance instantly. "Beethop!" Gabil reacted to Beethop's kick, managing to withstand it with the upgraded god-class performance of his vortex spear. Beethop's limbs, covered in an allionium exoskeleton, granted him immense speed and strength, making him a nearly cheat-level adversary. With no escape, Gabil steeled himself for the battle. "Aha, worthy opponent! My name is Gabil, the one deemed the Draculord by Sir Rimuru." Facing Beethop head-on, Gabil prepared for a fight that would test his skills. Carillon sprinted across the battlefield, an insectoid with spider-like legs named Abalt trailing behind him. "My name is Abalt," the insectoid declared. "I will kill you." "Yeah, right. You talk big for someone so weak," Carillon retorted, fully engaged in the battle while running at full speed. Carillon's divinity degree of strength was formidable. Had this been a one-on-one fight without any future consequences, he would have unleashed a burst roar to take down Abalt instantly. However, being on a battlefield with other insectoid commanders potentially watching, he couldn't afford to reveal his most powerful moves carelessly. Survival was paramount, so Carillon strategized to conserve energy and minimize effort. In truth, Carillon's instincts told him that victory was certain. Abalt's existence points were less than half of his. Both were geared for combat, but Carillon had a clear advantage. Midray's opponent, Saril, was a fearsome sight, with his glistening toxic reddish prune exoskeleton infused with allionium and a deadly poison that oozed from his tail, capable of killing anyone with a single touch. For most hand-to-hand fighters, Saril would be a nightmare to handle, but Midray was different. This is trouble," Midray muttered, acknowledging the challenge before him. Kekek, you're one unlucky fool, standing in front of me, Saril taunted. Unlucky? I think you might be misreading this, so let me inform you. In battle, luck is never a factor, Middray replied calmly. Huh, yes, you may occasionally encounter a lucky punch, or someone beating a far superior opponent, but such apparent miracles are the results of honest effort, occurring only because you've polished just the right sorts of weapons for that superior fighter. If you simply chalk that up to luck, it hardly makes all that effort seem worth it, now does it? What are you trying to say? Well, let me put it more briefly for you. I, you see, am strong. With those words, Middray vanished. Using instant move, he closed the distance in a flash, faster than Saril could follow. The scorpion was sent flying as Midray's fist connected with his face. Purple smoke wafted up from Midray's fist. Saril's poison. But thanks to battle will, Midray's body was covered by a protective curtain. Though the poison was potent enough to eat through this barrier, Middray remained unfazed. Who the hell are you? My poison did nothing on you. Call it having the right attitude. If I couldn't do this much, I'd never survive a day as Lady Millam's playmate. Midray's confident shout unnerved Saril. Despite his confusion, Saril still believed his victory was assured, underestimating Middray as just a human. However, Middray was no ordinary human. He was a true dragon Ute, like Gabil. With battle will concealing his full abilities, Midray's existence points were actually twice as high as Gabil's. Fully in his element, Middray was ready to prove Saril's naivety and show him the true strength of a dragon Ute. Geld, back at the front lines, bellowed orders to his men. Our mission is to keep even one enemy from breaking through. His fighters responded with a resounding cheer, their faces devoid of fear as they coldly watched the advancing enemy. The insectoid opponents took many forms, some boasting traits from various insects. Geld's gaze focused on a single point, a figure sitting atop a massive centipede. The overwhelming presence of this insectoid commander was unmistakable. I'll take him on, Geld muttered, and several of his aides nodded in support. Good luck, sir, they wished him as he stepped forward, buoyed by their encouragement. Meanwhile, Esprit had her sword in hand as she headed toward the window. Are you going? Milim asked. Yeah. Lady Carrera appears to be struggling, so I thought I'd provide what assistance I can, Esprit replied casually as if going for a walk. From their vantage point, they saw Zeth, Carrera's opponent, as a terrifying force. Period was blocking Carrera's magic, putting her on the defensive. Esprit could no longer stand idly by, feeling compelled to act despite considering herself too weak. It was time to unveil the legend-class blade forged by Kurobi, which she had secretly developed while honing her swordsmanship. For years, Esprit assumed non-magic weapons were useless to demons, but she began to see the appeal of sword-fighting through Carrera's and Agera's influence. This blade wasn't quite ready for combat, but Period's clampdown on magic left her with no choice. Esprit decided to take on the world with her magic sword instead. And, well, I don't think the enemy's too picky about keeping this a one-on-one fight, so it'd be silly not to join in. So yeah, see you later. She smiled at Milim. Right, do your best, Milim encouraged. With a determined nod, Esprit set out, ready to support Carrel. In the sky-high keep Fray was so proud of, only Milim and Obela remained. Well, Lady Milim, Obela said, it's time for me to join them out there. Oh? You're okay health-wise? Milim asked with concern. I'm sorry to cause you so much worry along those lines. I'm already completely healed, though, so please don't concern yourself about it, Obela reassured her. You're a stubborn one, huh? Milim remarked, exasperated. Obela chuckled. It's in my nature, I suppose. And I think you've already noticed, but... yes, you're the one behind this kind of viscous aura across the battlefield, aren't you? Milim observed. Yes. Obela nodded, her expression serious. Zeranis the Insect Lord is an incredibly powerful foe. I'm not sure I would be able to handle him, so I would advise you to please be careful. It would be best if Milim never had to engage in battle, but if Zeranis made a move, they'd have no choice but to rely on her. Obela hoped to eliminate as many enemy commanders as possible before that happened. She spotted Tishorn, an insectoid with mantis-like blades for arms, and decided to take him down first. "I'm thinking there are at least a few real dangerous ones out there, Obela. Do your best to ensure everyone gets back here safe, okay?" Malim instructed. "Yes, my lady." Obela felt a rush of elation at receiving orders from her master. The strength she felt now was fueled by her desire to honor her fallen troops and their wishes. "Oh, is this how it felt for all my troops, too? I wish I could have rewarded them more for it," she thought, briefly sentimental. "I'll be back," Obela promised. "Right! Put up some results for me," Malim encouraged. With Malim's final words, Obela set off to join the fight, and the war began to intensify. The World Congress had proceeded smoothly so far thanks to the meticulous prior arrangements. All necessary votes had been secured, ensuring that the resolutions would pass without opposition. As Emperor, Masayuki stood up to sign the document, greeted by loud cheers and applause from the assembly. Everything was unfolding as planned, with Testarossa and others showing contented smiles, their hard work paying off. As Masayuki approached the stage, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Thoughts of the upcoming dinner party and Hinata in her tailored dress occupied Rimuru's mind. However, a sudden explosion from the direction of the venue disrupted the ceremony, causing the assembly hall to shake. "Masayuki, are you all right?" Velgrin cried immediately by his side, ensuring his safety. Masayuki remained calm, assessing the situation while the hand-picked counselors maintained their composure. Testarossa quickly took charge, organizing the response with precision. "I've ordered the Crusaders to go on full alert. They've been sent to investigate the venue and surrounding area to find out what happened," Hinata informed Rimuru. Amidst the chaos, Rimuru's thoughts briefly turned to the dinner venue and the possibility of salvaging the rare, exotic food prepared for the event. But then Benimaru's urgent report shattered any hopes of salvaging the day. Xeranis, the Insect Lord's army, had begun their invasion. As Rimuru grappled with the situation, Ramiris reported a lack of contact from Damargania, raising alarm. Recalling their emergency procedures, Rimuru directed Ramiris to keep gathering information via thought communication. Reflecting on a past incident from his previous life, Rimuru realized the gravity of the situation. It was time to give up on Hinata's dress and prepare for a prolonged battle. With two simultaneous invasions, one likely being a decoy, Rimuru couldn't afford to act carelessly. Resolving to teach these foes a lesson, Rimuru mentally turned the page and began to consider their options. Hinata immediately noticed the shift in Rimuru's demeanor. "Something up?" she asked. "Yeah, my enemies are on the move. It looks like something's going on over here too, but..." Rimuru replied, nodding. Hinata, always quick to reassure, said, "Ah yes, we can take care of things here for you." Her confidence was unwavering, as always. With matters in Angleza under control, Rimuru turned his attention to Benimaru for a detailed report. Benimaru's tone was serious as he conveyed the situation. "We're still checking on things, but it looks like a pretty bad scene," Benimaru began. He continued, explaining that the battle had been fairly even so far, despite an initial massive magic blast from Carrera. Shockingly, the enemy had managed to bounce the magic back at their forces, leading them to avoid casting magic since then. This unexpected turn of events left Rimuru pondering the capabilities of the enemy. Carrera's magic was known to be immensely powerful, and the ability to redirect it suggested sophisticated manipulation of space and magical forces. The sheer computational power required to distort space and redirect such an attack would be considerable. As Rimuru considered these factors, Benimaru provided more details. The battle had turned into a physical melee, with 8 of the 12 insect masters present among the enemy forces. Additionally, Xeranis, the Insect Lord's presence was preventing Milim from making any significant moves, leaving the Big Four, along with Carrera and other demons, to engage in combat. Rimuru, thinking through the implications, questioned their chances of victory. Benimaru was uncertain, acknowledging that the battle would be tough. Anticipating the need for reinforcements, Benimaru had already dispatched 300 members of Team Kurenai to the battlefield. Gabwa was leading them, driven by personal motivation due to her relationship with Phobio. Despite these efforts, Rimuru remained concerned about their overall firepower. The enemy's force was over 1 million strong, and while each Team Kurenai member was formidable, the numbers were daunting. Rimuru considered sending Gobta and his 100 Goblin Riders as additional reinforcements. With the Goblin Riders' mobility, they could be particularly effective in such a large battlefield. Deciding to proceed, Rimuru instructed Ranga to accompany Gobta for added protection. As Ranga departed, Benimaru commented on Rimuru's tendency to be overprotective of Gobta. Rimuru, understanding the necessity of vigilance, reflected on the unusual behavior of the insectoid forces, which displayed no fear and relentlessly advanced over the corpses of their comrades. This eerie determination reminded them of the orcs under the influence of the unique skill, Ravenous. With the gravity of the situation clear, Rimuru prayed for everyone's safety and instructed Benimaru to continue monitoring the battle closely, ready to intervene if necessary. As the chat ended, Rimuru began strategizing their next moves. Rimuru, sensing the urgency of the situation, reached out to Ramirez. "Any response yet?" he inquired. Ramirez, caught up in the chaos, responded, "Hang on one sec, I'm in the middle of something important." "Oh, Ramirez, hey, listen. This is like way beyond bad." Rimuru, frustrated by Ramirez's flustered state, questioned whether she had been diligent in her training. However, he quickly remembered that Traeni and Beretta were assisting her, which somewhat reassured him. Nonetheless, he decided to take a more direct approach. "Hey, can you put Beretta on the line for me?" he requested. Ramirez protested, "Oh, hang on, you can trust me." "Just do it, please," Rimuru insisted. With a reluctant Roger, Ramirez complied, understanding the gravity of the situation. Beretta promptly relayed the information. "We received a contact from Sir Zonda a moment ago, sir. Lady Ultima had ordered him to travel to a region where his communications wouldn't be blocked." Rimuru appreciated Ultima's adherence to protocol, a stark contrast to the flustered fairy. "So, what they looking at?" he asked. Beretta's tone was serious. He described the enemy as fearsomely strong and asked for immediate backup. "But what do you think we should do? Would it be better to call on the other demon lords and have them bring their forces back?" Rimuru pondered the situation. The term, fearsomely strong, stuck with him. He was wary of making any rash troop movements that could fall into an enemy trap. He considered the current positions of the other demon lords. Englacia under Luminous's rule, Leon in enemy hands, and Guy comfortably in El Dorado. Unless it was a Velzard attack, the others were better off staying put. "Does that mean I'm the only demon lord with any deployable troops to spare?" Rimuru wondered. Breaking out the labyrinth forces or heading out himself were options, but Englacia remained a concern. Fortunately, Testarossa was in the capital, Hinata's Crusaders were on the scene, and Luminous could send reinforcements if needed. Velgrand was also a potential backup. Just then, Beretta provided a crucial update. "Ooh, Sir Rimuru, I have a follow-up on the enemy. They've confirmed the presence of Sir Dino and Sir Leon." This revelation solidified Rimuru's decision. If Leon was present, it was his duty to engage him and bring him back to their side. Regrets aside, Rimuru felt motivated to take action. "All right, I'll head over. Benimaru will take command here. Also, tell Ramirez to stick to her damn training for me." "Understood," Beretta replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Rimuru wasn't expecting Ramirez to become a brilliant military commander overnight, but adherence to protocol was essential. Reflecting on his decision to remodel the control center, Rimuru realized that creating a luxurious war room had its drawbacks. The fancy commander's chairs were now a distraction, and he regretted indulging in such extravagance. Nonetheless, the reality of war demanded focus and discipline from everyone involved. Rimuru was determined to make it clear that everyone was expected to do their duty. A gentle-looking man stood in front of Draggrull. This was Fenn, who only appeared kind-hearted when compared to his brother. Fenn had the height of a giant but a more slender frame, with supple, well-toned muscles. His skin was a milky shade of white, the result of being kept in an isolated, sun-free room for an exceptionally long time. His green hair was long and shaggy, and his jade-colored eyes gleamed. He wore a long, loose-fitting robe that exposed his chest, adorned with chains wrapped around his waist and shoulders. Gleipnir bonds that once held him captive, but now served as an accent he had grown fond of. Fenn loped toward Draggrull with an inscrutable motion, his body swaying back and forth. He seemed completely open to attack, but he wasn't. His movements were those of an expert fighter, ready to counter any strike. With a smirk, he greeted his brother. "It's been too long, huh, brother?" Draggrull sighed. "I've missed you, yes. But I also never wanted to see you again." "Aw, don't be mean like that. It's only us three brothers, ain't it?" Fenn retorted. "Exactly. That's why I'm so sorry that things went awry like this," Draggrull replied, a sense of regret in his voice. Fenn looked displeased. "Ha, you've sure changed, haven't you? You used to be so cool, too." Draggrull and Fenn reminisced about their past, a time when they had faced Sir Veldonava together and learned a sobering lesson in reality. Fenn, however, refused to see it as a defeat. "I really don't like how weak in the knees you've gotten, brother. What's the big deal with Veldonava? Once Feldway revives him, then I'll show everyone who's better." "You goddamned fool, you say that because you don't know him," Draggrull began, but Fenn cut him off. "I'm not here to debate, all right? Not like we'll ever agree anyway. Let's get it on. I'm going to beat you, and then maybe you'll wake up." The two brothers prepared for battle, their bodies enveloped in a whirlwind of fighting aura. Skyspire Tower, an indestructible fortress, shook under the tremendous pressure. In an instant, Draggrull's fist slammed into Fenn's face with an impact that seemed to cut through all of creation. But Fenn held his ground, retaliating with a powerful uppercut that lifted Draggrull into the air, followed by a sharp kick that smashed him into the wall. Despite the ferocious exchange, Draggrull rose as if nothing had happened. "Tisk, you haven't gotten soft, huh?" "You neither, brother. That shot would have ended most people," Fenn acknowledged. "I'm not most people. They didn't let me join the Octagram just for fun," Draggrull replied. "You actually like all that?" Fenn asked. "Kind of," Draggrull responded, releasing all his fighting spirit. With existence points numbering over 40 million, Draggrull's presence was on par with a true dragon. Despite Fenn's greater count, the battle would come down to who was the better fighter. Meanwhile, Leon quietly stepped onto the battlefield, facing Glassard, the middle brother between Draggrull and Fenn. Glassard, at nearly 7 feet tall, was large compared to other races but diminutive for a giant. His yellowish skin and intelligent purple eyes set him apart. Unlike his brothers, Glassard preferred a large two-handed sword, an all-offensive weapon that required skill. His battle technique was the best among the brothers, despite his lower existence points, making him a formidable opponent. "You are the Demon Lord Leon, I presume. My name is Glassard, second in command of the Giant Legion. I had hoped to test my skill against you when you hadn't been robbed of your free will, but that will have to wait for another time. For today at least, you will be giving victory to me," Glassard declared, stepping toward Leon. Dino, looking as listless as ever, stood before the very gentlemanly-looking Veyron. As a Dew-class demon peer, Veyron was second only to the Grand Dew-class Moss in rank, but against a primordial angel, comparable to a primal demon, he knew the odds were against him. Still, it was a better situation than what his master Ultima faced against two primordials. Veyron had a role to play, and he intended to fulfill it by stalling for time. "Dino isn't going to seriously fight anyway, so I think even you would be fine against him. If he took me on, he might make it more of an actual scrap, besides. So how about I leave this one to you, Veyron?" Ultima had asked him so cutely that Veyron couldn't refuse. He was determined to live up to his master's expectations. "Well, do I really have to fight too?" Dino inquired. "If you don't mind helping me stall for time, I'd appreciate that quite a bit," Veyron replied. "Ooh, sorry, can't do that. As much as it annoys me, I'm really not allowed to skip out on work any longer, sadly," Dino responded. He was gauging how far he could go, finding it frustrating not to convey his true intentions. Finally, he managed to express, "Ultima's one thing and all, but with you, all I need is my sword skills." In other words, Dino wasn't planning to use any latent skills. He had observed Leon's approach and understood that he didn't need to go all out in battle. If Leon had been serious, the fight would have been far more intense. Dino had seen Leon's true combat abilities once, knowing his sword could slice through even microscopic spiritual particles. With this memory fresh, Dino doubted the current Leon was being serious. Following Leon's lead, Dino justified his approach as avoiding betrayal of a friend. Veyron, sensing the subtle emotions, understood Dino's intentions. Demons could be very perceptive in such matters. "Is that how little you think of me? Then I cannot wait to wipe that insolent grin off your face," Veyron retorted, pretending to be offended. He activated his ultimate gift, Artist, allowing him to imitate the young Byakuya Araki, the former incarnation of Agura. He wielded a Kurobe-forged legend-class sword in the shape of a walking stick. Kurobe's skill as a weaponsmith had reached near unbelievable levels, with most of his crafted swords now being legend-class. As Veyron prepared, Dino lied. "Wow, neat. I better start to get a little serious, huh?" His eyes wavered anxiously, seeking reassurance from Veyron. "We're good, right? You're getting what I'm trying to say, aren't you?" Veyron nodded reassuringly. "I look forward to the experience. Let us begin." Dino smiled, and this time it was genuine. Ultima stood confidently in front of Pico and Garasha. "Wow, Violet, huh? Oh, but your name's Ultima now, isn't it? I think you get what's going on. But don't tell me you're going to take both of us on alone here," Garasha asked with a smirk. Ultima smiled back. "Well, I certainly don't see the problem. The two of you should provide just the right amount of warm-up for me." "Oh, would we? Glad to see you think that much of us," Pico retorted. "Oh, she's really pushing my buttons. Don't expect to come crying to us for forgiveness later," Garasha added, clearly annoyed.
Unlike Dino and Veyron, Ultima's opponents meant every word they said. Ultima, however, found the situation amusing. After assessing Pico and Garasha's fighting abilities, she concluded that they were both weaker than her. They were no pushovers, each being part of the million class with EPs around 2 million, but Ultima was on a different level. Having already won a deathmatch against an equally strong opponent, she felt confident in using Pico and Garasha as practice to polish her skills. "Oh, maybe you'll both get your free will back if I punch you hard enough." "Why don't I give it a shot?" Ultima taunted. "Like that'll ever work," Pico scoffed. "Yeah. Who asked you anyway?" Garasha added. With these casual remarks, the full-on battle commenced.
The battle between Draggrull and Fenn, to an outside observer, was beyond intense. However, neither brother had been completely serious yet. If they had, anyone else in the room would have been flattened by the waves of fighting spirit emanating from them. As the other groups moved to different battlefields, to avoid fighting inside the cramped Skyspire Tower, it left just the two brothers to face off alone. "I haven't gotten this heated up in a while, brother. I think it's time to get real about this," Fenn declared, his fighting spirit swelling. "Yeah. Whatever you like," Draggrull replied, his determination matching Fenn's. Fenn's power, comparable to that of a true dragon, became a visible pressure blasting toward Draggrull. Not to be outdone, Draggrull infused his own fighting spirit into his body, transforming his muscles into a form specialized for combat. This was now a full-on battle between brothers, with both sides playing for keeps. Fenn wanted Draggrull to return to his old rampaging ways, while Draggrull sought stability and order. The unbridgeable gap between them meant that whoever won this fight would make the loser his personal servant. As the fight intensified, the formerly even contest began to tilt in Fenn's favor. The difference in core strength became apparent, and Fenn's key advantage was the Gleipnir chains he could now control at will. Created by Veldanava, these bonds were indestructible, boasting the strength and flexibility of a high-end god-class weapon. Bound by them for so long, Fenn had learned to manipulate them as if they were part of his own body. Impertinent little... If you've cornered me this much, you've grown even stronger than before, Draggrull exclaimed as Fenn bound his hands and legs with Gleipnir. Grimacing in pain, Draggrull spoke to his grinning brother. Come on, brother. Have fun enjoying the bitter memories of the pain I experienced, Fenn declared, delivering a bone-breaking headbutt. In that moment, Draggrull and Fenn's souls touched, their memories and emotions intersecting, and Draggrull remembered. Do you recall it now, brother? Fenn asked. Ooh, I feel like I've just woken up, Draggrull responded. You do? Well, great, Fenn said, his smile widening. With all the brotherly love in his heart, he extended a hand to Draggrull, who clenched it tightly. Now it is time for war. Let us show the world the might of our legion of divine giants, Draggrull bellowed. By all means, brother. That's exactly what I hope to hear from you, Fenn replied, smiling appreciatively at Draggrull's order. The Demon Lord Giant, who had protected Skyspire Tower as part of the Octagram, was no more. In his place, the evil god of ancient times had returned. The brothers, united once more, were ready to unleash their combined might upon the world. Draggrull's thunderous command summoned the warriors of the giant tribe. This band, freshly renamed the Bound Titans, began their march into the barren lands, ready to recreate the violence of ancient times. Their advance was anything but orderly. Each warrior chose their weapon and moved with a speed that defied modern army logistics. Glassor, who had been battling Leon, stopped mid-fight. It seems I have no reason to be hostile toward you. I look forward to serving as your comrade in arms from now on. With that, he left the battle, leaving Leon to act quickly, anticipating this outcome if Fenn won his fight. Ultima, on the other hand, was feeling overwhelmed. Whoa, are you kidding me? No matter how much stronger I've gotten, this is just a little too much. An entire allied force had just defected to the enemy. The strategy that Rimuru had hoped to execute was now being used against them. Fortunately, Draggrull ignored Ultima and the others as he joined the Giants' march. While this might seem fortunate, it was only because if the Giants had attacked them, defeat would have been inevitable. Lucky was the only way to describe their current situation. Things couldn't get much worse. Even Veyron, who had been demonstrating his sword skills with Dino, couldn't hide his concern. What are we going to do, Lady Ultima? Our numbers will keep dwindling if this keeps up. Perhaps we had best retreat and regroup. Ultima thought over Veyron's suggestion, recognizing the truth in his words. Meanwhile, Garasha and Pico took the opportunity to rally, despite losing badly against her. Hey, you're stronger now, I'll admit it, but you don't stand a chance now that Draggrull's joined in too, huh? Garasha taunted. Right. So why don't you just say uncle and retire to the demon realm for us? We won't follow you in there. We can just call it a draw due to injury, okay? Pico added. Both Garasha and Pico had been fighting without using any special skills, and now they saw a chance to turn the tide. Ultima, growing grumpier, fought the impulse to go all out and abandon restraint. Rimuru had instructed her to neutralize Dino and the others without getting too serious, as they were under Michael's control. But the real question was whether they could defeat all the enemies before them if they went all out. Even without considering the possibility of killing, Ultima doubted a sure victory. Among Leon, Dino, Pico, and Garasha, Dino seemed the most difficult to beat, and a serious battle with Leon could go either way. Deep down, Ultima knew Veyron was right. Time was a luxury they didn't have. Firming up her resolve, she declared, "We have to trust in Sir Rimuru. I'm sure he'll be there soon, so just try to keep our enemies pinned down until then. Any objections, Veyron?" "No, my lady," Veyron responded. With the plan in place, they prepared to hold their ground. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed, "Gehee-hee-hee! A truly wise decision. You have my praise, Ultima." Just then, the long-awaited reinforcements arrived, bringing hope to their dire situation.
Rimuru decided to bring Diablo and Soei with him to the holy void of Damargania. Using spatial transport, they arrived at Zonda's location. As they moved to join Ultima and the others, they witnessed a dreadful scene. A throng of giants had gathered, resembling a mobile mob, but quickly formed into a disciplined army. At the head was Draggrull, though he seemed different from the man Rimuru knew. Their eyes met briefly, and Draggrull's threatening sneer was enough to send chills down Rimuru's spine. Realizing that now was not the time to confront Draggrull, Rimuru used thought communication to inform the relevant people about him, and then promptly left. Having met up with Ultima and Veyron, Rimuru, along with Zonda and the three-person team he brought, now numbered 6. On the opposing side were Leon, Dino, Pico, and Garasha, 4 in all. With the advantage in numbers, Rimuru felt confident that if he could win Leon back, their victory was assured. Oh, wow, Rimmer's here too, Dino exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I am, Dino, but I'll deal with you later," Rimuru replied, focusing his attention on Leon. Leon appeared to understand Rimuru's intentions and showed no sign of defiance, suggesting that Michael's mind domination wasn't complete brainwashing. Rimuru believed it was impossible to make someone like Leon, possessing a will strong enough to acquire and wield an ultimate skill, swear allegiance through sheer skill power alone. It seemed Michael had placed behavioral restrictions rather than total control. Deciding to act, Rimuru set his sights on freeing Leon. "You better get ready, Leon. Complex space, consume him," he commanded. Using complex space, managed by his ultimate skill, Azathoth, god of the void, Rimuru guided Leon to the land of ghosts, allowing Ciel to perform a forced ability adjustment. With a sigh of relief, Leon returned to normal. "Whew, it went as planned, yes, but I never want to go through that again." Now, with Leon back on his side, Rimuru turned to the ever-lethargic Dino. He assumed Dino would be an easy win, but an ominous presence suddenly enveloped the area, akin to the power of a true dragon. At the same moment, Soei, in regular contact with the control center, reached out. Tar Rimuru. The area around the holy void of Damargania has been cut off from the outside world by an impenetrable barrier, Soei reported. Rimuru now knew the enemy boss was on the scene. Diablo laughed. "Kahee, coming here all alone? Clearly he thinks rather little of us." In front of them stood Michael, the entity that had taken over Ludora, now resembling Masayuki. "I got Leon back from you now," Rimuru declared. "Very well, it hardly matters. Metatron, Leon's skill is in my hands. He himself functioned merely as bait." Michael responded nonchalantly. "Bait?" Rimuraj questioned, realizing Michael's strategy. "He's sacrificing the rook to take our king. Almost impressive how he went for the same tactics we did." Rimuru suddenly understood. Leon was the rook, but Michael's true target was Masayuki.
He had fallen into Michael's trap by being lured into Damargania. He understood Masayuki's importance, but hadn't anticipated Michael's obsession with him. Despite the seemingly dire situation, Rimuru knew Michael's plan would fail unless he could keep him pinned down. "Don't you think it's a little too early to celebrate?" Rimuru asked Michael. "Oh, now that I am here, I don't see how you have any chance to win," Michael replied confidently. Dino and the others were still under enemy control, but Rimmer felt confident he could wrest them free. Michael, however, remained aggressive, perhaps indicating another strategy at play. "You look like you have your own plans, but don't worry. You are less than nothing to me. I only joined in this because Feldway wouldn't stop worrying, but really, I should have done this from the beginning," Michael said, as Diablo suddenly collapsed. Rimuru, using magic sense, saw Diablo fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Though not dead, Diablo wasn't moving. Soei attempted to help Diablo but collapsed as well. Leon, faced with this abnormal situation, readied his sword but also crumpled to the ground. Rimuru was bewildered, and even Dino and the others seemed confused. Michael, however, seemed to know exactly what was happening. Rimuru's concern grew when Ciel couldn't comprehend the situation either. "Oh no" was the best analysis Ciel could provide, making Rimuru realize the severity of their predicament. Abandoning Diablo and Soei wasn't an option, nor was leaving Leon behind. "Ultima, grab them and take them away from here," Rimuru ordered. "But... Ultima hesitated. "It'll be fine, I got an idea," Rimuru assured her, though he didn't have one. Kehe, one moment, Sir Rimuru, I can still fight," Diablo managed to say, getting back on his feet. Michael acknowledged, I could sense that you weren't dead. I really should have finished you off when I had the chance." Despite seeing Diablo stand, Michael's confidence remained unshaken. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Rimuru instructed, "Okay, Diablo, let's retreat. Take Leon over there and get moving." "But," Diablo began. "That's an order, okay? You got no hope of winning, so running's the only option," Rimuru asserted, drawing his sword to use himself as bait and let the others escape. Diablo understood the strategy and complied, albeit conflicted. Teaming up with Ultima, they picked up Soei and Leon before retreating. Michael watched them leave, uninterested in the bit players, as he called them. Alone against 4 opponents, Rimuru knew he was fairly doomed. Even with Veldora as a last resort for revival, the uncertainty of whether he'd still be himself lingered. As Rimuru pondered, Michael made his move. "Dino, leave this matter to me. All of you can return to our base." Michael generously made it a one-on-one duel, perhaps recognizing Rimuru's intent to free Dino and the others. Rimuru was left to face Michael alone, contemplating whether Michael had completely outplayed him this time. Rimuru, ready to face Michael, engaged in a brief internal dialogue with Ciel. Ciel's over-competitive attitude needed addressing, but Rimuru appreciated its encouragement. The thought of inevitable defeat oddly liberated him, as he no longer worried about appearances. With Diablo and the others gone, Rimuru could give his all without reservation. Stealing his resolve, Rimuru focused on Michael, whose presence had expanded dramatically. Ciel estimated Michael's EP to be over 100 million. Faced with such overwhelming power, Rimuru questioned the possibility of victory. Ciel reassured him that output mattered more than raw energy. Despite Ciel's confidence, Rimuru knew the real challenge was Michael's mysterious attack, powerful enough to down Diablo. The attack felt eerily familiar, but neither Rimuru nor Ciel fully understood it. Ciel admitted this was a miscalculation, but Rimuru saw it as an opportunity to learn and adapt. Dino and the others had left, leaving Rimuru and Michael alone in the main hall of Skyspire Tower. The battle was now a one-on-one duel between Rimuru and Michael, with Rimuru determined to fight for survival and uncover the mystery of Michael's power. After seeing Rimuru off, Hinata focused on grasping the current situation. She had reserved a room as a temporary control center in the assembly hall where the World Congress was being held. Arriving there, she collated and digested reports from her fellow paladins. Once fully informed, she sighed, her head aching. "What in the world is going on?" she muttered. The assembly hall was well guarded to ensure the safety of visiting foreign dignitaries. Protected by crusaders, knight corps from other countries, and adventurers hired for the event, the hall needed to remain secure to maintain the chain of command. In case of enemy occupation, everyone inside would be evacuated to designated shelters, including the main Holy Church building in Englesia. The city was well prepared for a Temel war, the angel invasions occurring approximately every 500 years. Underground bunkers and mountain caves were designated as shelters for evacuated residents. Enhanced evacuation guidance was on the agenda, and residents were being moved to shelters in the capital to mitigate human casualties from the terror acts. Regular training events paid off, with civilians guided to safety and remaining calm for now. However, this was no natural disaster. There were people causing disturbances in the city. Reports indicated explosions in multiple locations, leading to fires caused by a group of Magic-born rated Special A, or higher. With many VIPs attending the Congress, all Crusaders were deployed to the city. Paladins on patrol addressed the situation, but things remained grim. Hinata couldn't let her distress show, knowing it would make her team anxious and lead to more work. She avoided showing emotions around evacuees to prevent agitation. Hinata's job was to minimize evacuee anxiety and prevent mass chaos. The shelters were comfortable and stocked with ample supplies, but dealing with the enemy quickly was paramount to prevent panic. "I'll leave the hall in your hands. I want at least one paladin assigned to each shelter. Make sure the Temple Knights work with us too," she instructed. "Yes, Captain," her team responded. The evacuees could potentially become a mob at any moment. Things were calm now, but if the enemy wasn't eliminated quickly, reactions could range from fear to rioting. More people might join in as time passed, potentially requiring troop diversion to quell unrest. Hinata kept a melancholy sigh at bay. Some time had passed since the explosions, and Hinata now had a fuller picture of the enemy. "A prison riot?" Hinata inquired. "Yes. Furthermore, the enemy has freed Prince Elric, who is under house arrest in the castle's north tower. He's now serving as the group's leader," her fellow paladin reported. "Prince Elric's, I see he's got no remorse at all," Hinata responded, recalling the prince's past. Elric had been undergoing a re-education process after disgracing himself at the council. He nearly lost his rights to the throne, but both Rimuru and King Egil of Inglacia reduced his sentence, viewing him as having been taken advantage of. Confined to the castle's north tower for the past year, the enemy now had him in their hands. Worse, Elric was actively cooperating and calling out Hinata by name. "My beloved countryman, I have been tricked by a witch. She framed me for a crime I didn't commit, costing me my position in the council. Then, not satisfied with that, she has murdered my father, in an attempt to spread chaos and misfortune from border to border. Do not be fooled. This evacuation order is nothing but a pretense, part of their mission to rob all of you of your freedoms. I love all my citizens, and I believe they are intelligent enough to understand who is telling them the truth," Elric declared in the city's main square. "Is that true?" Hinata asked. "I heard it with my own ears, milady." "Is there any evidence?" "The castle is off limits to outsiders at this time. We are confirming the facts through the Luminism congregation, but there seems to be a great deal of confusion among its ranks at the moment. So there's a good chance King Egil is dead now. God, this is terrible," Hinata muttered, feeling a headache coming on. She had expected incitement to riot, but couldn't believe Elric would make the worst possible decision at the worst possible time. Using his royal position, Elric mobilized all his state's power, disrupting communications with other countries involved, something Hinata hadn't anticipated. "Well, great, now what?" she pondered. As Hinata sat thinking, a beautiful white-haired woman in a military uniform appeared. It was Testarossa, elegantly leaning back on the sofa as if the office belonged to her. "We've obtained proof," Testarossa informed Hinata. "Moss has confirmed in person that Egil has been murdered. So we can't trust anyone in high government any longer. Could this even be any more chaotic?" "That's how I would describe the castle, yes," Testarossa said with a laugh. "The entire chain of command has been shaken to the core. It's wholly non-regulatory at the moment." "I'm sure," Hinata replied, nodding. "Well, I've ordered Ghidorah to keep the assembly hall protected so at least the attendees are safe." Testarossa agreed with the move, thinking it would buy them some time. She regarded it as high praise, implying Ghidorah might be more appreciated than he thought. "Well," said Testarossa, "that provides some peace of mind at least." Hinata and Testarossa nodded at each other. Now, they were dealing with both an unknown invader and a prince who actively targeted Hinata. Denouncing her by name, Elric accused her of being a mind-clutching witch, making defense difficult. As royalty and extremely popular among the people, particularly women who adored his handsome looks and gentle manner, his natural magnetism and favorable reputation complicated the situation further.
Hinata, while a well-known figure, was often seen as aloof and detached compared to the charismatic Prince Elric. Her popularity couldn't compete with his, despite having fervent support from a certain subset of admirers, a rather gentlemanly club that wisely kept their admiration secret. Prince Elric was the most pressing issue. Hinata's paladins gave her nervous looks as the prince loudly berated her to incite anxiety among the people. He labeled her a regicide, a witch charmed by a demon lord, and a monster leading people to ruin. Hinata cursed herself for underestimating him, never imagining he could kill his father to usurp the throne. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Arno Baumann, one of her trusted Crusader commanders, entered. Lady Hinata, he began, we've also confirmed the presence of Reiner, former head general of the Anglesier Royal Knight Corps. He's been joined by several dozen knights imprisoned with him as co-conspirators. Oh, God. So it was Reiner who killed the king? Hinata asked. I firmly believe so, yes, Arnal confirmed. Well, I'm being accused of it, and I doubt I'll have a chance to defend myself in court, Hinata sighed, mulling over the situation. Reiner? That bastard again, huh? He's that intent on getting back at Lady Hinata for flooring him at the council? Fritz, one of the commanders, sounded enraged. According to Arnaud, Reiner, who had humiliated himself before Hinata at the council, was seeking revenge. His plan was to challenge her to a public duel to clear his name. Committing serious crimes for personal vendetta was beyond ridiculous. The setup meant any inconvenient evidence was likely already destroyed. Testimony from foreign counselors was improbable during an emergency, and Hinata's words wouldn't be trusted. Prince Elric's popularity was the most infuriating aspect. If it came to a choice between Hinata and the prince, she knew who the people would believe. I can't say you ever had the best reputation, Lady Hinata. Fritz's attempt at humor fell flat, but Arnaud agreed. Hinata glared at them before deflecting the topic. Still, this has certainly placed us in the corner. To be honest, Arnaud replied, I never thought he'd kill the king, his own father, much less pin the crime on you, of all the reckless things to do.
Prince Elric and Reiner aimed to use the chaos to erase their past crimes. Revenge on Hinata was secondary to keeping other countries in check. Defeating Hinata, the strongest in the Western nations, would silence international protest quickly. I don't get it, though, Hinata said. I didn't think this man Reiner had the talent to assassinate the king. Reiner wasn't weak, but he wasn't exceptionally strong either. Comparable to an over-recognized adventurer, he had been easily subdued by the magical inquisitors at the council. It was almost strange that this tragic plot succeeded at all. But the cruel answer came from Cardinal Nikolaus, who had stopped in to visit. It seems all the magical inquisitors have been killed. We have information that they had been conducting mysterious experiments in the catacombs beneath the city, but it seems their test subjects went out of control on them, he reported. Nikolaus? Hinata responded, surprised. I came here with a message from Lady Luminous, but I also made some inquiries of my own along the way, he continued. The cardinal was as capable as ever, always eager to receive Hinata's praise. He acted mercilessly toward others, but presented a sensible front. While well-liked among worshippers, those who knew his true nature preferred to avoid him. Even Arnaud and Fritz were silent now, avoiding eye contact as Nikolaus brewed a pot of tea. He offered a cup to Testarossa as well, who looked quite satisfied after her first sip, proving Nikolaus's exceptional abilities. Hinata enjoyed the tea for a moment, collecting her thoughts. But what if this isn't Prince Elric taking advantage of the chaos? What if this chaos is exactly what he and his conspirators want? But those are monsters running rampant in the city, Arnaud questioned. That's strange, isn't it? How did monsters break through the barrier covering the city? And they're crazily powerful too, aren't they? Hinata pointed out. The monsters in the reports appeared not individually, but in small groups, rampaging throughout the city for unknown reasons. They had ultra-speed regeneration, repairing any wounds immediately. Each outclassed a paladin in fighting ability, making them calamity or disaster-level threats. Fortunately, they didn't seem very intelligent, and the Crusaders used decoys to minimize property damage. Hinata had ordered her team to box them in for the time being, working out a plan later if necessary. Testarossa mentioned that these monsters defeated several of her Diablo Chevalier-class demons, who ranked Special A with EPs of 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 or so. The magical inquisitors likely never had a chance against them. So it sounds like, as part of those experiments, they granted a physical body to an angel, Hinata speculated. Exactly. The failed test cases in that experimentation are the so-called monsters running wild right now. The ones that retained their sense of self, on the other hand, Testarossa explained, convinced the enemies were servants of Michael. Hearing this, Hinata tapped her fingers on the desk. Arnaud and Fritz remained silent, while Vice Captain Renard took command in the field along with Bacchus and Lytus. Thanks to their training in Tempest's Labyrinth, even ordinary paladins had grown into one-person armies. Their commanders were now powerful enough to defeat a Clayman-class opponent. However, these human-angel fusions, crafted by the magical inquisitors, posed a significant threat. "But you had a message from Luminous, Nikolaus," Hinata asked. "Ah yes, she said it wasn't an urgent problem as of yet, but she can't send reinforcements at the moment," Nikolaus relayed. "There are enemies elsewhere too?" Hinata surmised. If Luminous was unable to send more troops, it likely meant another threat had emerged. They would need to protect order in the capital with only the forces they had on hand. "This is going to be tough," Hinata concluded. The paladins, despite their newfound strength, faced a clearly superior enemy. These monsters, empowered by angelic forces, rendered the paladins' holy field barriers ineffective. "So what's our next move?" Testarossa asked. "It doesn't look like any of our surefire tactics will work this time." "No, and the monsters are one thing, but we've got Reiner and his men to deal with too. And they're likely the successful test cases too," Testarossa added. Only Hinata and Nicholas understood Testarossa's implication. Arnaud gingerly asked, "What do you mean?" "I'd suggest you think for yourself a little, but there's no time to argue. If Reiner was sentenced to death, then he was likely subjected to those experiments too, wasn't he?" Hinata explained. "Ah." Arnaud and Fritz realized simultaneously, their faces paling. "There's no might about it," Testarossa told them coldly. "We might as well start treating it as a fact." It was clear that the Crusaders couldn't handle the situation alone. They needed Testarossa and her demons' support. Hinata acknowledged that their adversaries wanted to draw her out, but she was resolute. The best course of action was to confront them directly. Hinata was accused of murdering the king by Prince Elric. Her presence at the World Congress gave her an airtight alibi in peaceful times, but amidst the crisis, the people of Inglesia, used to a strife-free existence, were thrown into chaos. If Hinata were killed, it would validate the killer's accusations to the public. Cardinal Nicolaus suggested fleeing to Lubelius using a transfer circle in the capital's main church. However, Hinata rejected the idea. "That won't work. I could escape, yes, but we couldn't take the World Congress attendees with us. If they get taken hostage, we'll be sunk either way." The group recognized the logic in Hinata's decision. They couldn't abandon the dignitaries amidst an angelic invasion, as it would ruin international relations and trust in Inglesia. Hinata, a woman of principle, chose to confront the problem head-on. She lived by the belief that if someone needed help, she would reach out. This was why people trusted her and her troops. "Jules, are we all in agreement? In that case, let's decide how we'll divide up the roles here," Hinata announced. Hinata declared she would take on Reiner. Testarossa agreed to join her. Arnaud and Fritz quickly volunteered to handle the monsters on the streets, eager to prove their worth and avoid being branded as useless in front of Testarossa. They had trained hard in the labyrinth and were ready to show their results. Hinata found their eagerness to impress Testarossa irksome, but didn't know that they were actually terrified of her influence. Testarossa had built considerable influence, with supporters in high places, including the Council of the West. Any misstep here could jeopardize their future. For Testarossa, the situation was tense. Rimuru had ordered her to ensure the success of the World Congress, but enemies had invaded the capital. She had failed to prevent the damage, and while people's lives came first, it wouldn't suffice as an excuse. Behind her smile, Testarossa was seething with rage, which was why she accepted Arnaud and Fritz's offer to handle the monsters. "Well, I'd like to see you do that then. I'll lend you a few of my servants as well, so go ahead and incorporate them into your force," Testarossa offered, lending a hand to prepare for her own moves. Arnaud and his force were tasked with restoring order in the capital, while she aimed to strike the mastermind. With their roles assigned, Hinata's voice was cold as she declared, "Shall we get going then? Anyone who acted foolishly during this emergency needs to be given their just punishment at once." Clearing her name required addressing Reiner immediately. Elric needed to be captured alive and made to confess. Testarossa agreed with Hinata's approach, ready to write the history of the incident herself if needed. For a demon, winning justified any actions. Despite knowing it was a trap, Hinata and her team set out to confront their waiting enemy. The scene outside the assembly hall was dire. The royal castle, which once stood majestically in the center of the city, had partially collapsed, marring its grandeur. While the noble quarter, home to the assembly hall and holy church, was relatively intact, the downtown area along the city's main street was ablaze. "I know we put the general evacuation first," Hinata said, "but this is going to be a mess to clean up." "Well, full-scale battle is only getting started in much of the city," Cardinal Nikolaus reminded her. "We'll see a lot more damage than this. The king is dead, and knowing the state his successor is in, Inglasia will need a lot of time to recover from this." Nikolaus's tone, though not typical for a man of the cloth, was perfectly normal for him. To him, Hinata's safety and priorities were paramount. He had reached the rank of cardinal, second only to the Pope, driven by his desire to serve Hinata as best he could. That's who he was, and that's why he was with her in this most dangerous of moments. Hinata and Testarossa led the way, joined by Cardinal Nikolaus, Moss, and Cien. As they headed for their destination, they discussed their strategy. "Moss, you don't need to fight. Just go into search mode and keep an eye out for surprise attacks," Testarossa instructed. "Yes, my lady," Moss replied. Ever obedient, Moss always followed Testarossa's orders without question, though he occasionally paid dearly for speaking out of turn. As Testarossa's chief aide, he knew how to conduct himself. The search mode mentioned by Testarossa was a kind of protective barrier. Moss took a replication of himself, divided it into numerous tiny pieces and dispersed them in a half-mile diameter circle. This allowed him to react instantly to any surprise attacks from a quarter-mile away. While similar to Universal Detect, Moss's detection speed was far superior, and he paired this with his analytical skills to respond swiftly to enemy strikes. A quarter-mile was the perfect distance for Testarossa, who could accelerate her perception up to 1,000,000 times faster than normal. Even if an attack came at light speed, Moss's search mode gave her at least a second to react before impact, allowing her to deal with threats effectively. Moss's search mode seemed like an ideal detection system, but it had one flaw. Being the first to receive the enemy's attack, Moss was in the most dangerous position. And no matter how much that surprise attack hurts me, I'm sure she wouldn't worry about me for a minute, Moss thought, obedient but still complaining internally. One glance at Moss's skill, and Hinata understood its mechanics. "So you're wary of a surprise attack? You think all this furor is just a decoy?" Testarossa smiled. "I think so, yes. If they bothered to strike the Congress, that narrows down their potential objectives." The search mode mentioned by Testarossa was a kind of protective barrier. Moss took a replication of himself, divided it into numerous tiny pieces, and dispersed them in a half-mile diameter circle. This allowed him to react instantly to any surprise attacks from a quarter-mile away. While similar to Universal Detect, Moss's detection speed was far superior, and he paired this with his analytical skills to respond swiftly to enemy strikes. A quarter-mile was the perfect distance for Testarossa, who could accelerate her perception up to 1,000,000 times faster than normal. Even if an attack came at light speed, Moss's search mode gave her at least a second to react before impact, allowing her to deal with threats effectively. Moss's search mode seemed like an ideal detection system, but it had one flaw. Being the first to receive the enemy's attack, Moss was in the most dangerous position. And no matter how much that surprise attack hurts me, I'm sure she wouldn't worry about me for a minute, Moss thought, obedient but still complaining internally. One glance at Moss's skill and Hinata understood its mechanics. So you're wary of a surprise attack? You think all this furor is just a decoy? Testarossa smiled. I think so, yes. If they bothered to strike the Congress, that narrows down their potential objectives. Dividing the West against itself? Aiming for Rimuru directly? Or is the most likely target Masayuki the hero, the new emperor? Hinata theorized. Testarossa's smile widened. Well done, Lady Hinata. No wonder Sir Rimuru thinks so highly of you. You don't need to flatter me, that much would be clear to anyone. Not necessarily, but very well, Testarossa chuckled, recalling her recent conversations. Many figures in her life were far slower on the uptake, causing her no end of stress. The worst were those who didn't listen, only looking out for their own interests, making consensus impossible. Testarossa understood the hassle of political negotiations well, and she didn't like it. Demons were experts at crafting pacts and contracts, and they couldn't suffer fools who failed to understand these intricacies. Testarossa typically bent such people to her will, though it was extra trouble she wished she could avoid. In that respect, chatting with Hinata was quite pleasant. You're exactly right when you said they're aiming for Sir Rimuru, Testarossa acknowledged. I'm sure Rimuru was headed over to some other disturbance the moment all of this broke out. They must have prepared a pretty big lure for him, Hinata observed. They certainly did, Testarossa nodded. They had agreed in advance that the next time Leon showed up, Rimuru would personally address him. Testarossa was informed of this, but Hinata had guessed it without prompting. Impressed by Hinata's sharpness, Testarossa decided to divulge part of their plans to her. Their conversation turned into an enjoyable back-and-forth debate, pointing out potential problems and solutions. In Testarossa's thoughts, heard she was sharp, but now I wish she was serving under me. I'm sure Sir Rimuru would never allow it, though. The fact that Rimuru allowed Hinata to omit the Sir appellation with him showed how special she was in his life. With Hinata, Rimuru always reverted to his true self. Testarossa respected Hinata greatly for this, and envied her position. Testarossa knew the bond between Rimuru and Hinata was not romantic, despite many perceiving it as such. Both were unaware of how others saw them. The focus now was on the enemy's goals. Their core mission was to restore Demon Lord Leon's independence and get him back on their side. They knew the enemy was aware of this. Feldway's a shrewd man. He's likely seen that it was Sir Rimuru who brought Lady Velgrim back to her senses. And if so, Testarossa mused. She knew Feldway was a competent leader with shortcomings, but had countermeasures for Rimuru. You have to assume that using Leon to lure Rimuru out would be a winning strategy for them. Testarossa nodded in agreement. Rimurov's broad, deep vision surely included a scheme to foil Feldway's plans. Sir Rimuru was no doubt aware of that as he went to rescue him, she said with confidence. Hinata raised a concerned eyebrow. Well, maybe they think they could beat him as long as they could call him over. They said this Michael person has true dragon powers, but could Rimuru really defeat a monster like that? Hinata's concern was understandable. Testarossa, of course, believed Rimuru could never be defeated. However, without seeing the enemy, there was no definitive answer yet. She pondered whether Feldway or Michael awaited Rimuru. Well, I'm sure he would manage somehow, Testarossa reassured herself, trusting Rimuru would make it work. With Diablo and Soei as his bodyguards, all she could do was believe in Rimuru's success. If the enemy wanted to strike at Rimuru, there wasn't much Hinata or anyone else could do about it. They had to leave that to him. However, there were other potential objectives the enemy might pursue. Attempting to capture council members seems like a valid idea, Hinata said, but it doesn't really make sense. I hear you. Trying to divide the Western nations against themselves wouldn't accomplish much at this point. If this enemy is in a position to potentially defeat Rimuru, not even a coalition of nations like that would be worth caring about, Testarossa agreed. They concluded that Masayuki was likely the enemy's primary target. Hinata asked about the Emperor's whereabouts, noting he had disappeared from the assembly hall shortly after the first explosion. With his guards and Velgrund, the flame dragon, likely outside, Masayuki might be the safest of them all. That's why we didn't think about him too much at first, but if the enemy is actively targeting Masayuki, that's a different story, Hinata added. I bet Lady Velgrund picked up on the enemy's intentions and evacuated him to another location, Testarossa speculated. Masayuki's safety would have been Velgrund's top priority. Sounds like we're safe in assuming he's okay then, Hinata concluded, thinking he was at least under better protection than they could provide. The next question was what counted as a victory for their side. If the enemy's after Masayuki, then we're all being used as bait here. Do they think Masayuki's going to come in and rescue us if we're about to be killed? Hinata wondered. Hinata knew Masayuki well and recognized him as a mild-mannered softy. However, as emperor, he had to prioritize himself. She believed he was clear-headed enough to understand that. Testarossa agreed, noting that Velgrund would also prioritize Masayuki's safety. Well, if the guys we're about to face see us as nothing but bait, we don't need to play along with them, do we? Hinata declared. Not at all, replied Testarossa. We'll just take care of them all and lure out whoever's trying to ambush us. Their conclusion was simple. Win the battle and all their problems would be solved. Assuming a sneak attack was imminent, the group arrived at their destination. Moss had departed, leaving Hinata with 3 companions. She turned to Cardinal Nikolaus. Nikolaus, you stay here. If we win, you need to capture Prince Elric at once. Although unspoken, Hinata knew that if they lost, Nikolaus was to flee. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't suited for battle, and she wanted to ensure his safety. Very well, good luck to you, Nikolaus agreed, not wanting to be a burden. He would willingly shield Hinata from danger but understood the importance of staying out of the fray. Hinata and her 2 companions faced nearly 20 fully armed knights in the capital's main square, excluding Elric and Reiner. It's about time you showed up. I was getting sick of waiting. Reiner, a man Hinata knew well, stood with a smirk. His aura alone indicated he was far stronger than before. Now I'm glad I left Nikolaus behind. In a real fight, I definitely wouldn't have the capacity to worry about him. Elric, still a normal human, was just the public face of this disturbance. His entourage, however, was formidable. There's nothing normal about that presence they're projecting. They've surpassed the Crusader commanders. They might even be powered up to my level. Using her unique skill measure, Hinata identified them as, at least, calamity-level threats, with some warranting a disaster rating. Even Hinata the Saint faced a grueling battle against nearly 20 such foes. Hinata's realized that Reiner is just scaring me. He's almost certainly a level above me. Reiner's aura exuded power, presenting a clear danger. Hinata wished to leave him to Testarossa but couldn't, as another man, Vega, was even more dangerous. Ha ha ha! Well, ain't we lucky, Reiner? If we got 2 beauties here, I guess you and I won't have to fight over them, huh? Vega laughed, his sinister presence evident. He had absorbed an angel, gaining its light attribute, but remained as evil as ever. There's nothing I could do against that one. Maybe I could hang on for dear life, depending on how skillful he is, but I likely have near 0 chance to win. Vega's EP exceeded 10 million, over 10 times that of Hinata. Testarossa, the only one capable of fighting him, paired up with him for a duel. Hinata focused on Reiner. So who's going to be my opponent? One glare from me seems to have glued you to the spot, so maybe you're gonna send all these guys at me? Hinata aimed to provoke Reiner into a one-on-one duel. If everyone attacked at once, she stood little chance, but defeating Reiner first would demoralize the knights. Her bet paid off. Hell? That's how much of a fool you think I am? I wasn't in my best condition last time, you could say, but how about I prove my worth by beating you here? Reiner responded, accepting the challenge. Reiner and Hinata were now set to duel. Hinata drew her sword, Phantom Pain, a gift from Rimuru. Upgraded by Kurobi, it was now Legend class, capable of fully recreating her dead-end rainbow finisher. Unlike her previous sword, Moonlight, Phantom Pain could destroy both the spiritual and astral body of an opponent, making it more powerful and durable. Ready to take me on? Hinata asked. That's my line, you fool, Reiner roared. The battle began. Hinata analyzed Reiner's strength, pinpointing his weak points. Despite looking human, Reiner's essence was different. His movements were fluid and unnatural, hinting at hidden enhancements. Die! Reiner swung his sword downward. Hinata spun to avoid it. She realized his sword was God class, far beyond her Legend class Phantom Pain. If they had a proper sword fight, Phantom Pain could shatter. Hinata had just over 1 million existence points, EP, while Reiner was closer to 2 million. However, her experience and skill, especially from traveling with Chloe, made her far stronger than Reiner in technique. Once it was a one-on-one fight, Hinata had almost assured her victory, if Reiner fought fairly. She overlooked his extreme cowardice. Reiner had no intention of dueling honorably. After several clashes, Hinata dodged Reiner's attacks. Striking at the right moment, she knocked his blade out, smashing it against the ground. Victory seemed hers, but it also gave Reiner an opening. All bark and no bite, huh? If you want to surrender, she began, ready to arrest him for treason. This show of mercy, however, was a mistake. Reiner had fallen to the ground, positioning himself near where his knights stood behind Hinata. As if on cue, they all attacked her from behind. Hinata, relying on magic sense and alerted by Moss through thought communication, was prepared for sneak attacks. However, with Reiner being the primary threat, she didn't have the bandwidth to handle the simultaneous onslaught from the knights. Lady Hinata! Cien's scream echoed as a cloud of light rays slammed into Hinata. Reiner, laughing maniacally, struck the final blow. His body, fully covered in God-class mail, revealed 4 spears extending from his shoulders, each piercing one of Hinata's limbs. Hinata crashed to the ground, her sword falling from her hand. She lacked the strength to hold it, much less stand back up. Ha ha! All that bravado you were giving me, and I guess you were all bark and no bite, huh? Someone as cocky as you deserves to be sprawled out like that, Reiner mocked, laughing shrilly. You call that a fair duel? Cien shouted, angrily. Reiner snickered. Criminals don't have any human rights, okay? But I'm a merciful man. If she cries and begs for forgiveness, maybe I'll think about postponing her execution date for a little while. His lips curled in a sinister grin. Without waiting for Hinata's response, he continued, Of course, I do need her to show a little gratitude to me. His wicked smile telegraphed all the vulgar thoughts in his mind, mirrored by the grins of his knights. Yahaha, now that's what the best in the West ought to look like. So much for that witch's unbeaten record, huh? Now we've just gotten too strong is all. It only looked like a close match because Sir Reiner was toying with her. The knights were unabashed in expressing their thoughts. Whether they had always been like this was unclear, but it was evident they were all utter fools. Hinata was in a dire state. Her Holy Spirit armor was torn to shreds, revealing badly burned skin. The tendons in her arms and legs had been severed, rendering her immobile. Despite her condition, her sweat-soaked face remained beautiful, her eyes shining with determination. She had not given up. Now, start crying. I want to see you beg or I'll kill you right now, all right? Reiner shouted, eyes bloodshot with madness. The sight of Hinata on the ground triggered a rush of sadistic pleasure in his brain. Reiner had long since lost all sense of reason. Hinata, akin to a flower on a high cliff, had always been out of reach. Trampling over such an exalted saint surpassed any pleasure Reiner had ever felt. Despite his self-delusion, he knew he was inferior to Hinata. Her swordsmanship alone was far above his. Confronted with this reality, Reiner's jealousy drove him mad. He didn't hesitate to execute the trap he had set up in advance. It didn't go exactly as planned, but it worked out well enough. Lucky thing her face wasn't hurt either. Such a beautiful, pristine face. Come on, let me see it twist in pain. Let me hear you cry out with it. Reiner felt his power surging, his blood boiling. The thought of Hinata's pathetic state filled him with dark joy. His victory seemed unassailable, and he intended to hurt Hinata until she begged for her life. Killing her seemed like a waste when there was more fun to be had. Eagle and depression! You hear me? Your blood is already earned! Reiner's horrifying voice delivered the ultimatum. He was serious. He wanted the thrill of tormenting her, but her strength was real. If this wasn't enough to break her, he should have severed her limbs entirely. A coward at heart, Reiner always thought carefully, wondering if he had forgotten anything. Even if Hinata called for help, it would take time for anyone to arrive, and he doubted a force strong enough to stand up to his team existed. He held an absolutely superior position. There was no way to lose. Hinata kept staring at Reiner, never replying. Her eyes told him she hadn't lost yet. Damn, you really are a cocky girl, aren't you? I'll lop off one of your legs. Then... Growing increasingly frustrated, Reiner raised his sword and swung it down toward Hinata. Hinata was in dire straits, but Testarossa didn't have time to help her. Handling Vega took everything she had, and Hinata's eyes told her that she hadn't given up yet. All Testarossa could do was believe in her. She's one of the few people who fought Sir Rimuru to a draw. I doubt she's going to bow out that easily, Testarossa thought. If Hinata did fall, Rimuru would be furious, but Testarossa hadn't been ordered to protect her. Intervening might hurt Hinata's pride and incur Rimuru's wrath. Testarossa decided to wait until Hinata's defeat was certain before acting. Vega, meanwhile, was beyond a handful. His magical count was several times greater than Testarossa's. Killing him seemed simple, but that was a gross misjudgment. This guy's digging his roots underground, isn't he? He's absorbing corpses to make his damage disappear, maybe? Testarossa realized. She was correct. Vega's skill spread throughout Anglesia's capital, absorbing monster corpses to replace damaged parts and replenish energy, making him nearly immortal. This is so infuriatingly annoying, Testarossa thought. Using nuclear magic to raise the city would destroy Vega, but it was impossible here due to the location. Anything leading to the city's destruction was forbidden. Vega could even absorb evacuees if he ran out of monsters, making him extremely difficult to defeat. For Testarossa, it was a battle she had no way of winning. To make matters worse, Vega's attitude was infuriating. Hey, what's wrong, huh? After all that big talk, you ain't nothing special at all, are ya? He taunted. Testarossa flicked her flame whip, thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead. She had to maintain the stalemate, waiting for an external factor to break the deadlock. The enemy likely had hidden forces, putting her at a disadvantage. Velgrund could tip the scales, but she would never abandon Masayuki. It's probably Sir Masayuki that Feldway is after. Lady Velgrund isn't naive enough to do exactly what the enemy wants, Testarossa surmised. She knew they were being used as bait to lure Masayuki out, which was what Feldway hoped for. Carrera and Ultima were struggling, and no other top leaders could move. Zagion was the only one who could make a difference, but Rimuru would never allow it. The only conclusion was that Testarossa had to figure something out on her own. But then, something unexpected happened. Reiner raised his sword, ready to strike Hinata. But just as he did, with With a clear metallic sound, his sword was caught mid-air by another weapon. Or rather, not a weapon at all, a feathered fan. The woman wielding it, with shining blue hair shimmering in the air, was Velgrin the Flame Dragon. Hinata was her name, yes? My foolish brother stated that the skills you've devised and improved were proven to affect true dragons as well, right? Isn't that true, Testarossa? Velgrin asked, her eyes on Testarossa, ignoring Reiner. Yes, Lady Velgrin, that is true. Honestly, I didn't expect you to come here for us, Testarossa replied. Fear to me, I'm sure. I had no intention of butting in myself, but Masayuki, you know. Velgrin turned toward Masayuki with affectionate eyes, and there before her. Are you okay, Hinata? Masayuki exclaimed. Ahoma, Hinata responded, surprised. Masayuki had his hand right on top of Hinata's breast. Masayuki appeared to be making a bold move, but internally he was panicking. It all happened so suddenly that he lost all sense of reality. A soft, squishy sensation from his right palm finally made Masayuki's brain understand what it was. The situation began when Masayuki, alarmed by Hinate's condition, tried to help her up. However, he tripped on a pebble, causing him to fall forward and push Hinate down. His right hand ended up cupping her chest unintentionally. If he had intended to cop a feel, it was certainly an odd way to go about it. To make matters worse, Masayuki ended up extremely close to Hinata's face, their lips almost touching. Her wide-open eyes looked like dark purple crystals, and her clear, beautiful skin was makeup-free. Caught off guard by her beauty, Masayuki found himself momentarily escaping reality. Hinata's breath tickled his nostrils, and her sweet scent seemed to melt his brain. Thanks to his experience with Velgrin, he managed to stay conscious despite the overwhelming sensation. Although it felt like a lifetime, the moment lasted less than a second. Masayuki's brain rebooted, realizing there was no time to keep staring. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise, which Masayuki expected. He feared her reaction once she came to her senses. Wait, it's not like that, he exclaimed internally, trying to come up with an excuse. Just then, he felt an impact on his back, realizing that something had crossed over them. Shuddering fear engulfed him. Velgrin screamed, "Masayuki?" demonstrating sincere, frantic concern. Someone had attempted to attack Masayuki as he fell. Velgrin was the only one who sensed it. Even Testarossa was unaware, being busy with Moss. Masayuki's accidental trip on the pebble had saved his life. Realizing this, he went pale for another reason. Despite the narrow escape, he didn't mind much. Hinata moved, rolling over and holding Masayuki in her arms. The sensation of being embraced and feeling her silky hair on his cheek emotionally moved him, but he knew this wasn't the time to escape reality. A man in black, with pure white wings on his back. Arius spoke, astonished. "I can't believe you dodged my assassination strike." Arius had concealed his presence, using the unique skill Murderer, related to the ultimate gift Sandalphon, Lord of Judgment. He had hidden with Feldway, waiting for an opportunity, and his assassination attempt had failed. As Arius prepared for another attack, two men stepped in front of him. "If you're an enemy of Masayuki, you're an enemy of mine," one declared. Each said it, "You're not laying a finger on His Majesty," the other added. Venom and Minutes had joined the battle, followed by Bernie and Jiwoo. "I was charged with protecting His Majesty, but I completely overlooked this assassin. I must pay for this mistake later," one of them admitted. No, it's fine," Masayuki interrupted. They had all been watching over him from hidden locations, but had failed to detect Arius. Though it wasn't their fault, it was an embarrassing blunder. Masayuki wanted everyone to forget about it, to avoid talks of paying for the mistake with their lives. He told them to focus on the enemies, trying to move past the incident. Now, 4 people stood ready to face Arius for Masayuki's sake. The battle reached a reset point. Testarossa and Moss became more vigilant, while Cien continued his lone battle against the knights. Hinata, struggling to stand, found herself leaning on Masayuki's shoulder for support. Venom, along with some of the Empire's top leaders, rushed in to protect Masayuki. Nikolaus, who had called Velgrund and Masayuki, or rather ran into them on the way, was enraged upon seeing Hinata's condition. Velgrund, meanwhile, maintained her bright smile. Reiner, frustrated by his failure to finish off Hinata, watched the scene unfold. Vega found the situation amusing, and Arius, whose assassination attempt had failed, was astonished. Feldway, seeing his perfect plans fall apart, was massively peeved. Reiner's knights remained unscathed, standing ready for the next move. With Masayuki and Velgrund joining the fight, the battle suddenly became much more complicated. The capital's residents anxiously listened to the broadcast. Those lucky enough to be in a shelter with a video screen had their eyes glued to it. Reiner's statements were incoherent, but with Prince Elric siding with him, his alliance was clear. As the battle raged, Reiner's brutality disgusted much of the audience. His cowardly, vile conduct was unbecoming of a knight. It was Hinata's Crusaders and Temple Knights, not Reiner's, defending the capital from monsters. Regardless of who was telling the truth, people leaned towards trusting Hinata and her team. Support for Elric was dwindling rapidly. When Hinata was in dire trouble, the audience prayed for her safety. Their wish was granted with the arrival of a savior. As his glowing figure appeared, whispers spread among the viewers. The hero. It's the hero, says Piro as the hero. Robert Deere. Sir Masayuki. Masayuki, the hero, has returned. Yes, he's returned, as an emperor. The whispers grew louder and louder, turning into a triumphant chorus. Masayuki. The ground rumbled as people cheered across all the underground shelters. Their faith in Masayuki, the hero and emperor, reignited. It wasn't just the common folk who were engaged in the battle. The surviving royalty and influential nobles also tuned in. They knew better than to believe Elric was in the right. Hinata, a guardian of humankind and an upholder of law and order, had no motive to kill the king. With the World Congress in full swing and the capital's security apparatus at its peak, any attempt on the king's life now would only come from those seeking to plunge human society into chaos. Even REG, the three wise drunks ruling the underbelly of the world, were working to ensure the Congress's success. A prosperous human society meant a thriving underworld, a logical fact that convinced even the kingdom's upper echelons to cooperate. Anyone attacking the king now must be utterly unaware of the capital's situation, like Prince Elric, who had been kept in his tower. This made him a prime suspect in the conspiracy. This has to be perplexing for our people, but Sir Masayuki certainly helped them calm down, hasn't he? One noble commented. It's a good break for us, even if it does put us in a difficult position, another replied. Indeed, if the ringleader escapes and we have to rely on another nation for help, we're bound to be raked over the coals for it, added a third. The palace knights have been routed, but we've got other forces left, don't we? Questioned a military advisor. Deploy the capital's armies. Everything we have on hand, ordered the leader. Yes, sir, they responded in unison. Inglese's most powerful people were now scheming to wrap this up immediately. Masayuki was a hero and emperor, but they couldn't rely on him for this. It was time for them to put in some effort and solve the crisis themselves. Reg was also on the move. Glinda Atlee, leader of the Musketeers, made up her mind to act. Her three leaders didn't want the land to fall into chaos, recognizing it would be foolish to waste their strength. Glinda decided to head out with her team of Musketeers. The Musketeers, composed of surgically enhanced soldiers from the Empire, ranked A in combat individually. They were skilled in handling various arms, including small anti-tank rifles and portable Gatling guns. Their ammunition, made from hazardous materials requiring specialized knowledge, was incredibly powerful. Now let's get going. Glinda rallied her team. "Yah!" they responded enthusiastically. "Good luck to you," a colleague said. "Even in death your soul will surely be reborn as a magic-born, with the blessings of God." Glinda thought, I didn't really ask for that, but she just smiled, understanding her colleague was trying to be nice. With that, she led her force of under 100 into battle. Masayuki was overwhelmed by the whirlwind of events around him. He felt completely out of his depth, and Hinata's words only added to his anxiety. "Oh, how long are you going to keep feeling me up?" she asked. "Whoa?" He choked on his own spit, panicking internally. "I wasn't feeling you up, I just brushed against them a little," he thought. But being face to face with Hinata's beauty made him tense up. There were many pretty girls in Tempest, but their beauty was more otherworldly. Valgrind was the same, beyond the human realm. Hinata, however, had a familiar charm, reminiscent of his life in Japan. Becoming a saint had refined her beauty even more, but she still had a unique appeal that felt comforting to him. Masayuki remembered Rimuru's warnings, never make Hinata angry. Even Veldora had agreed, saying, "She holds a grudge, she'll get revenge on you, no matter what it takes." Masayuki knew better than to cross someone who had made both a demon lord and a true dragon cry. He quickly jumped to the side and apologized to Hinata. Hinata remained calm, but her mind was racing. She had never experienced someone fondling her breasts before and wasn't sure how to react. If it had been intentional, she would have taken appropriate action. However, in Masayuki's case, it seemed more like an act of God. This made it a tough call for Hinata, and thanks to that, Masayuki lived to see another day. "Sorry about that, I swear I didn't do it on purpose," he stammered, unable to think of a good excuse. Hinata interrupted him. "I'm kidding, I know you couldn't help that." She smiled, but Masayuki couldn't stop the cold sweat running down his spine. He still had no idea what was happening and his brain couldn't keep up. He wanted to explain, but feared it would seal his fate, so he kept quiet. "Oh, just a little touch isn't going to make anyone that angry, Masayuki. You can feel me up any time you like, you know." Valgrind laughed, dropping a bombshell. Masayuki couldn't find it in him to say no, being a young man after all. He hoped they could discuss this topic somewhere quieter and more private later. Hinata, still glaring at them, grunted in pain as she tried to get up. "Lady Hinata!" Cardinal Nicolaus rushed over, picking her up. Her arms and legs were still badly injured, making it impossible to stay on her feet. "Let me heal you at once." Nicolaus, despite his half-panicked voice, performed high healing, a holy magic, superbly. Hinata instantly recovered, zoomed back to the front line. With that temporary reset, the battle began anew. "Lady Hinata, are you all right? Perhaps you should leave this to Sir Masayuki," Nicolaus suggested. Hinata brushed off the suggestion. Masayuki was startled for a moment, but relieved that Hinata wasn't going to take the cardinal up on the offer. He had already been told not to risk his neck, so he had no choice but to ask Hinata to do her best. Hinata, aware of the situation, smiled with a hint of cruelty. She was furious with Reiner, and even more upset about letting her guard down. "No problem at all, I'm done just watching from the wings," she declared, signaling her intent to fight for real. After all the torture Reiner had dealt her, she had no sympathy left. She had anticipated her path to victory and looked at Reiner with a benevolent smile, though her eyes remained cold. "Now then, I'm about to fight for keeps, so get ready." "Damn you, criminal. First you murder the king, then you speak of besting me next? Well, I'm done playing too. I'll kill you, you coward." "You'd never have what it takes to defeat me," Reiner shouted. "That's a funny thing to say. Aren't you the coward here?" Hinata retorted, goading him on. Reiner gritted his teeth, visibly agitated. "I don't think you understand. I was just going easy on you because you're a woman, you see? Being all gentle so I wouldn't kill you by accident. And that's the attitude you give me? You'll pay for that." Hinata, anticipating his mental breakdown, kept provoking him. "Oh, will I? Well, have fun trying to make me." Reiner, now howling with rage, rushed toward her. Hinata readied her phantom pain, their swords crossing. "Die, die, 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 die!" Reiner screamed, his madness clear. His sword had the power to kill, but it no longer worked on Hinata. She nimbly dodged his strike, aimed at an opening in his armor, and thrust. "Gah!" Reiner screamed as intense pain rushed through his body, snapping him back to reality. He couldn't understand how Hinata's attack could hurt him so much, given his newfound power and God-class equipment. Did that hurt? Well, go ahead, wail for me some more. Entertain me! Hinata taunted, licking her lips in a bewitching manner. Nikolaus watched in rapture, but Masayuki was immediately turned off, realizing how scary Hinata could be. Is she so scary? Remind me to never piss off Hinata again, Masayuki thought, now sure that Rimuru was right. Ignoring her audience, Hinata launched another attack on Reiner. He desperately tried to defend himself, but her strikes were fluid and precise, causing nerve-wracking pain with each hit. Time to die, dead-end rainbow, Hinata declared, stabbing repeatedly at Reiner. The pain was unbearable, and Reiner's mental strength couldn't keep up with his physical enhancements. Help me, Vega! The pain won't go away, Reiner cried out, trying to heal himself. The wounds in his heart wouldn't heal easily, and the severe fear and suffering cost him the ability to make clear decisions. His expanded spiritual body prolonged the pain, making him almost wish for death as a preferable alternative. As the battle began, Venom faced off against Arius, with the other three focusing on support to keep Arius in check. Masayuki stood with his arms crossed, trying to watch but mostly spacing out. The flashes of light indicated the fight was ongoing, but the speed of the battle was beyond his ability to comprehend. All he could do was pretend to watch. Is there anything else I could do? Masayuki thought. He left the fighting to others, not wanting to get in the way. By now he understood his capabilities and felt a sense of enlightenment as fear gradually left him. Still, standing there scared him, so he recalled a happy memory to drown out the terror. The feeling of softness and warmth in Hinata's breasts remained on his right hand. I'm sure Grin would let me rub hers without even asking, but that's not the same thing. I'd be too afraid of what come after that with her. It's just not for me. In that respect, Hinata was wonderful. She scared him, but she was willing to write off the incident as an act of God. There was no aftermath to worry about, allowing him to feel perfectly happy without concern for the future. Unbeknownst to him, his joyful mood had a tremendous impact on the entire square. His skill, Lucky Field, granted extra luck in response to his wishes, blessing everyone on his side. His ultimate skill, Lord of Heroes, was in full swing, bringing him closer to the truth behind the entire world. Thus, Venom and his friends had a relative advantage in their battle. Venom calmly attacked, as if taking a stroll in the main square. Doomed enemy. Venom's long, jet-black nails vibrated, generating waves that could split any kind of matter. Arius avoided them but remained off balance. Nice try, Minutes whispered, taking aim. Ignoring the laws of gravity and inertia, he rushed forward like a cannonball. His unique skill, Opressor, allowed him to adjust his trajectory, creating a path free of obstacles. He compressed and exploded the air beneath his feet to gain thrust, reaching maximum speed instantly. Delivering a barrage of blows, he caught Arius off guard. You little ants think you can fight me? Arius glared at Minutes but was immediately struck by a black flash of light. Jiwoo, perfectly invisible, attacked when Arius's attention was diverted. Arius tried to pull back but was pierced by a lightning-fused spear. Bernie's finishing blow, combining lancing technique and compressed thunder rain. Don't forget about me too, Bernie exclaimed. Although he had lost his ultimate enchantment, Alternative, he had managed to reproduce some of his former power. Driven by his desire to serve Emperor Masayuki, Jiwoo was similarly powerful. Minutes, stronger than before, openly loved fighting. His experiences led to new breakthroughs. It seemed that the more abnormal a personality, the stronger one became. Perhaps due to the strength of one's will, Bernie thought, but he kept the idea to himself. He enjoyed having strong friends, as they reassured him. The four of them were holding their own against Arius, despite the vast difference in their existence points. Even when Arius decided to get serious, the trend didn't change. Hey, I don't have time to play around here. It's time to get serious. I hope you're ready, Arius announced, brandishing two God-class daggers. Annoyed by the tenacity of his opponents, Arius was confident these daggers would easily dispatch them. However, his overconfidence became evident in his next attack. Arius slashed at Venom with divine speed, severing a black nail that barely caught the blade. He smiled casually, feeling certain of his superiority. But then pain shot through both of his arms. "Aha, look at that, huh? Pretty lucky that I got both of them in." Venom laughed, his face tensing up. Venom's black claws were embedded in each of Arius's arms. Despite Arius's confidence, his opponents had managed to draw blood. Arius, previously dismissive of their strength, started to panic. "Were you aiming for that?" Arius demanded. Kind of. I was relying on luck a bit there, but I guess luck's on my side today, huh? I would have been happy if even one of them scratched you," Ven replied. Venom wasn't shy about mocking Arius. Working with Masayuki, Venom felt luck was always on his side, leading to better than anticipated outcomes. "Dians, screwing with me, huh? Don't expect any mercy now," Arius warned. "Didn't you just say you were gonna fight for real a moment ago, moron?" Venom retorted. Venom offered himself as bait to make Arius more vulnerable. He hadn't let his guard down, quickly regenerating his severed claws and focusing on Arius's moves. Venom knew his own limitations, having been reborn as a demon recently. He evaluated himself objectively, thanks to Diablo's teachings. "I don't like my chances here. It's all good if my luck holds out, but I'm completely outclassed in ability. I'd really like to swap places with Bernie and focus on attacking instead of being a decoy," Venom thought. Venom was assigned the decoy role because he was the least likely to die. Bernie was usually the main tank, but today's assignments had Venom serving as a dodge tanker. If any of Arius's strikes hit them, it would be over, so Venom's resilience made him the best bet. "Of course, if I die, it's going to take a few hundred years to revive, you realize. I really don't want to go through that," Venom thought, sharpening his nerves. His companions, including Bernie, knew Venom was walking a fine line. They focused on teamwork, avoiding getting worked up. Minut's job was to execute flashy strikes to distract Arius. Whether effective or not, he had to keep attacking relentlessly. Meanwhile, Bernie's inhibit cognition skill minimized the effects of Arius's ultimate skill, Sandalphon, giving Minutes an easier time landing attacks. Bernie also functioned as an auxiliary tank, ensuring Minutes had space to maneuver. Jiwoo, the party's ace, could hide herself from Arius's sight, allowing her to go in for lethal strikes when Arius was most vulnerable. While Arius wasn't weak enough to be defeated by one blow, the damage was stacking up. Every member of this fighting force had a meaningful role. Combined with the impact of Masayuki's lucky field, their efforts created an effective combo. Arius, dismissive of his opponents, had unknowingly fallen into a deep pitfall. "No. How could they push me like this?" Arius thought, vexed. The situation worsened as he grew more agitated and impatient, aware of the impending wrath of Feldway if he didn't do something soon. Reiner was rolling on the ground, screaming, but no one came to his aid. Hinata had just defeated him, yet Feldway remained alive, engaged in battle with Velgrund. As long as Castleguard was active, no attack would work on Feldway. Moss and Cian were doing a fine job holding back Reiner's knights, maintaining their composure and executing their duties. Moss kept the knights in line, Cian forced one-on-one battles, and Nikolaus occasionally offered magical support, stopping enemies in their tracks and aiding Cian's strikes. Arius was nearing his wits' end, leaving Feldway's side with no time to think about Reiner. Even if they did, leaving him be seemed like the right decision. Vega, the man Reiner begged for help, was smiling as he faced Testarossa. "You don't need to help your friend at all?" she asked Vega. "Ah, he's my lackey, not my friend. But yes, now might be a good time," Vega replied, making Testarossa uneasy. "This guy's after something," she thought, suspecting Vega had more up his sleeve than just using corpses to recover during battle. "Look, girl, you got it all wrong. I still haven't gotten serious about this yet. Maybe you've been trying to figure out how to kill me and all, but you don't need to worry your little head about that," Vega taunted. What does that mean? Testarossa asked. Ha! You're actually that dumb, huh? I'm saying that there's no way to beat me, Vega declared. Testarossa almost lost her temper but managed to maintain her composure. All through this battle, it's like he's been gradually building up his strength. I wonder if all this arrogance isn't a bluff after all, she pondered, observing Vega closely. Vega let out a loud, haughty laugh. I'm sure Feldway's getting impatient now, too. All right, then. Time to show you a little something special, so you can die in despair. Ignoring Testarossa, Vega placed a hand on the ground, unleashing a wave of pure evil that engulfed Reiner's fallen knights, both alive and dead, while avoiding Elric. Moss, gather everyone up, Testarossa commanded. Moss promptly called Bernie and the others back to protect them from Vega's wave attack, including Venom and Cien. They all gathered in one place, watching with bated breath. The living and the dead twisted together, transforming into evil life forms emitting foul odors, and Reiner was no exception. Hey, Vega, my brother, help me! The sludge is taking me over, Reiner cried, desperately seeking help from Vega, but Vega smirked back, having used Reiner as a test subject for his new power. Well, no need for you to worry. If you'll lend me your aid, I'll help you as many times as you need. Vega reassured him. You will? Reiner asked, relieved, but the sludge from the melting corpses approached him, causing Arius's face to turn pale. Hey, Vega! I'm not one of your test cases too, am I? Arius exclaimed. Vega chuckled. You kind of are, yes. How dare you! You'll pay for this, Heavenly General Leader or not, you'll pay for such despotism, Arius fumed. But the sludge had already engulfed the lower half of his body. Please, Sir Feldway, please, help me. Vega's gone out of control. He'll take me next, Arius pleaded, but Feldway cruelly ignored him, not out of difficulty from Velgrind, but disinterest. If his pawns were about to receive a strength upgrade, Feldway saw no reason to stop it. God damn you all! Arius cursed, sinking into the mire. The pool of bodies melted and merged together, forming several humanoid figures. It was the birth of some of the most repulsive creatures the world had ever seen. Vega was using his skills to simulate a dead birthday ceremony, creating new walking dead. His unique skill, Ajdahak, combining dominate organic and mass production, allowed him to create evil life forms, known as Draco Beasts. 4 Draco Beasts were born, modeled after human beings but grotesquely deformed. Their bodies were covered with black scales, a modified god-class material. Their stomachs had large slits resembling mouths with teeth. They had 2 pairs of black, festering wings on their backs, remnants of the angels that had possessed them. Their heads were smooth, featureless masses with 2 beady red eyes floating in the blackness. These creatures oozed evil, with no trace of humanity or intelligence, only powers of judgment. They glared at Hinata, Venom, and the others with pure hatred, influenced by the malice from before they were born. Well, what do you think of these lovely pets of mine? You little rats have been huddled there scurrying around all afternoon, but that's all over now. Normally, I'd never waste this much fighting force on you alone. You should be honored to face these Draco Beasts. Vega laughed. Then, arms crossed, he gave the order. Go and play with them. The Draco Beasts, despite being grotesque imitations of life, proved to be formidable fighters. Their eyes were non-functional, but equipped with magic sense, they accurately grasped their surroundings and executed their orders. Each Draco Beast had an EP of over 240,000, making them as powerful as the average insectoid commander. Venom muttered, Whoa, you're kidding. Fighting Arius was challenging enough, but facing 4 Draco Beasts was overwhelming. The fight against Arius had been manageable thanks to Masayuki, but there was no bargaining with these monstrous creatures. Emotion can be both an asset and a liability. Arius, proud and agitated, couldn't show his true strength, hindered further by Masayuki's lucky field. The Draco beasts, however, lacked intelligence and relied solely on aggressive instincts, making them exceptional battle machines. Venom's super instincts recognized their danger immediately. "These are too dangerous to deal with casually," Hinata said, sweating. Her survival instincts warned her of the menace the Draco beasts posed. Their black scales seemed impervious to her phantom pain's sword. She saw slim chances targeting their eyes and stomach mouths, so she turned to the paladins in the square. "All paladins, commanders on down, keep your distance from the targets and get in formation. To keep these evil things from escaping and Vega from gaining any more power, we need to isolate this square in a barrier," Hinata commanded. The paladins immediately reacted, their morale close to breaking as they faced unimaginable Draco beasts. Hinata's voice revived their fighting spirit, giving them purpose. "He's right," Cardinal Nicholas nodded. "Let's all do what we can now." "Roger that, Lady Hinata," Fritz responded. "Yeah. If it's us against these guys, all that'd result in is more casualties," Lydis added, determined despite her fear. "Leave this to me. It's time to show off everything we've been training for," Bacchus laughed, lightening the mood and invigorating the team. "All right, let's get going!" Renault's final shout united everyone. Whether or not the enemy was beyond their ability, they refused to give up. Running away now would leave their future bleak. Cardinal Nicolaus, along with the 4 Crusader commanders and the paladins, moved into action. Following their trained pattern, they spread out in 5 directions around the center of the square, forming a pentagram shape. Together, they constructed an isolating barrier over the area. Their enemy, while evil, didn't solely rely on magicules for energy. A holy purification barrier would have limited effect, and with several demons among them, a holy barrier could hinder their allies. Thus, Hinata opted for a full isolation barrier, completely separating the area from the outside world. Testarossa supported this decision. "Excellent work. Cien, Venom, you help them too. We need this to be as strong as possible, or they'll keep searching for food, even underground," Testarossa instructed. By food, she meant the evacuated residents of the capital. Testarossa theorized that Vega's skills could turn any organic matter into his feed, making it crucial to contain the area. "You guys help out too," Velgrind ordered Minutes and the other Imperials. "But we have His Highness to," one began to protest. "I'm right here, and I'm never letting anyone touch Masayuki, all right? Now get moving," Velgrind asserted. "Yes, my lady," Minutes, Bernie, and Jiwoo responded, running in different directions to maintain the full isolation barrier. In the center, only the truly powerful remained. Velgrand facing Feldway, Testarossa facing Vega, Moss, about the size of a little boy, Hinata, freshly revived, and Masayuki, standing with his arms crossed. 5 in all. "Wait, why am I still here too?" one of them pondered, but nobody offered an answer or a helping hand. Finally, things were on the move. When Vega ordered, "Go and play with them," all 4 Dracobeasts set off at once, running at furious speed. Following their orders, they leaped off the ground, flew through the air, and pounced on their prey. As the battle against Michael raged on, Rimuru found himself facing the biggest crisis of his life. Michael's unknown attack had already taken down Diablo, and Rimuru felt like he was at the end of his rope. The only reason he remained calm was because Veldora was on standby in the labyrinth, ensuring Rimuru could always resurrect himself. But was that really enough? Seal responded logically. "There are no problems, but if you're worried, all you have to do is not lose." Rimuru understood the logic, but felt the task was impossible, which fueled his anxiety. Ciel reassured him. "It's all right. I have already taken certain steps in anticipation of something like this. Shall we take immediate action?" Rimuru was taken aback. He hadn't heard anything about this plan. Ciel seemed eager to activate emergency response mode, and Rimuru consented, trusting in Ciel's judgment. As Rimuru readied his sword, Michael's voice interrupted. "You deserve praise for not running in despair, but you could never be my enemy." In that moment, everything stopped. Rimuru realized it was a time stop, similar to what Guy Crimson and Chloe Obert had triggered. Perceiving the time-stopped world thanks to CL's emergency response mode, Rimuru found he still couldn't move within it. As Michael's sword approached, Rimuru accepted he might lose, but hoped to gain valuable knowledge for future battles. Michael interjected, "No, it's still too early to give up." Rimuru heard a clear tone echoing in the air, and Chloe appeared before him, ready to help. She wielded the evolved God-class Moonmistress sword and wore divine spirit armor. Chloe, fully grown and stunningly beautiful, stood between Rimuru and Michael. With Chloe now present, Rimuru still couldn't move. He couldn't even reply to her. Michel reassured him, "Not a problem. It is known that data particles can transmit information at any given moment, unaffected by the flow of time or space. In other words, even in a stopped world, it can still transmit thoughts." The conversation between CL and Rimuru happened instantaneously. However, there was a bit of a time lag in Chloe's voice, for reasons Rimuru didn't understand. CL explained, "I am part of you, my master, so I am not affected at all by time. However, if I want to know what is happening on the outside in a stopped world, I will need to send out data particles to grasp the information around me." Rimuru realized that data particles weren't affected by space-time. By interacting with these particles instead of magicules, they could perceive the world and communicate thoughts. To move in this environment, interacting with data particles alone wasn't enough. Chloe seemed to be talking normally, but it felt a bit like hasten thought. Apparently, CL and Rimuru were exchanging data particles without any time difference because they shared the same. CL suggested, "Just put your will in the data particles and bash them against the other party." Rimuru understood. If CL could interact with data particles, he could reply to Chloe. Rimuru quickly sent a message to Chloe, who used thought communication to answer. Chloe replied, "Right, I know, but you already have access to thought communication, huh?" Rimuru confirmed, "Yeah, somehow." Chloe acknowledged, "Ah yes, you have CL with you after all. No wonder you can pull something like that off." Chloe knew about CL, who explained that it was exposed through Cronoa. CL had anticipated the danger and had Chloe on standby as a bodyguard. Tsuyoki continued, "I had not been able to determine the enemy's aims, but there was no doubt that Masayuki Honjo was one target. At the same time, I decided there was a high possibility that my lord was being pursued as well." Rimuru realized he was bait. CL's cautious planning was evident. The earlier sacrificing the rook talk referred to Michael after he thought he was ready to capture Rimuru. CL elaborated, "I thought that Michael would naturally assume you would step up to bring Leon back, my lord. I thought that Leon would be used as bait due to that, so I wondered how much importance Michael would attach to this, and how much of a force he would deploy." Rimuru acknowledged that CL's plan considered every angle. Michael likely used Leon as bait, expecting Rimuru to come, and CL planned accordingly. Despite Rimuru's initial oversight, CL had read the situation perfectly. CL admitted, "The biggest miscalculation was failing to see that Michael possessed time stop as well. However, I think that turned out well for us." When Rimuru asked why, CL explained that exposure to time stop was a valuable experience. Successfully developing an emergency response mode was a stroke of good luck, and it was only a matter of time before they could move. Rimuru trusted CL's confidence. Although time was stopped, CL's assurance provided hope. For now, Rimuru had to rely on Chloe and observe the battle between her and Michael. Michael, perhaps wary of Chloe's arrival, didn't try to move at first. After a while, he lifted his sword in a relaxed motion. "I honestly have trouble believing something this unexpected would happen." "Oh," Chloe responded. "I didn't think anyone could move within stopped time apart from myself and Velzard. As a Manus, an ultimate being, that much is a given for me, but I am quite impressed that you reached this domain." Michael mentioned the word Manus, and Rimuru wondered if it was a trick to reveal more about Michael. However, Chloe skipped right over the topic. You think so? It was actually pretty easy, she said. Chloe's response reminded Rimuru that she was no longer the young student he once knew. After a long journey, she had become the most powerful of heroes. With the manas called Chronoa included within her, there wasn't much need for Rimuru to worry. Nonsense. I no longer sense Saril, Lord of Hope, within you. Would you care to explain why? Michael asked. Rimuru realized that Michael could detect angelic ultimate skills. Chloe had successfully sublimated Saril and turned it into her own skill without needing Rimuru's help. CL, known for its skill obsession, must have been fascinated by Chloe's abilities. If it had the chance to probe her secrets, Rimuru might have been able to move in the stopped world. However, Chloe had no obligation to share anything. Do I have a reason to tell you? Chloe retorted. Michael didn't seem to expect an answer. He silently adjusted his grip on the sword. In that case, I will simply eliminate all uncertainties in my way. Same here. You'll regret making me your enemy, Chloe replied. With that final exchange, the battle between Chloe and Michael began. The battle between Chloe and Michael was awe-inspiring. Observing them, Rimuru learned that data particles moved at a set speed, allowing conversation and perception at a uniform pace. Data particles existed on a different coordinate system, transcending the laws of time and space, which enabled information transfer with zero time lag. Rimuru wondered how he could move within this environment. CL suggested, if you know how to exist as a spiritual life form, you can likely become a digital life form by transforming all your matter into data particles. This idea, though challenging, provided a potential solution. CL asked, shall I put emergency response mode into full operation to evolve you into a digital life form? Rimuru agreed, leaving it all to CL. CL energetically began the process, and Rimuru waited for the results. Although he felt uneasy about relying on others, he trusted CL. With his mind made up, Rimuru focused back on the battle between Chloe and Michael. So, analyzing the abilities of Chloe and Michael, it was clear that they were remarkably close in fighting skill. Both were adept at manipulating data particles, which moved at a set maximum speed. The key to success in a stopped world like this was how well one could interact with these particles. Who could control them better to overcome their enemy? That was the true test. As Rimuru observed the battle, he noticed a few crucial things. First, in the stopped world, the concept of defense didn't really exist. Those who could move, like Chloe and Michael, used their handling of data particles as both offense and defense. If you couldn't move in response, you were defenseless and vulnerable to attack. Being suspended in time meant that all kinds of forces were offline, including gravity, repulsive forces, and inertia. With no external forces at work, everything retained its original form. However, if something was attacked in this state, it would disintegrate instantly. Nothing, whether reinforced concrete, solid bedrock, or steel, could offer any resistance because the atoms weren't bound to each other. In conclusion, nothing could retain its existence in this stopped world, where the laws of physics didn't apply. It was a terrifying thought, as blundering into this world without preparation could lead to serious consequences. The wall between those who could move in this stopped world and those who couldn't was as insurmountable as a dimensional barrier. Rimuru was amazed that Diablo and Soei had survived. CL explained. Diablo seemed to have anticipated this and activated a defensive barrier in response. Magic still works in this stopped world, but it must be invoked in advance. The effect ends the moment it is interrupted. Understanding this, Rimuru realized that Michael's comment about finishing off Diablo meant landing another blow once his barrier shut down. CL added, Soei was safe because one of his parallel existences was brought into the stopped world. He is still pretending to be defeated as he lurks in your shadow, my master, likely seeking an opportunity to ambush Michael. Rimuru appreciated Soei's parallel existences, but recognized that Soei wouldn't be a factor in this fight since time was stopped for him. Another critical observation was that whoever activated the time stop first might be at a disadvantage. Stopping time consumed a lot of energy, and having two different parties moving in the stopped world eliminated the need for it. Michael kept it stopped to prevent Rimuru from joining the battle. Seal clarified, repeatedly stopping and starting time likely consumes even more energy. If someone can perceive the stopped world, they recognize when it is activated. Rimuru understood that stopping time affected every world in the universe. The skill was tricky to handle, and if both opponents had it, it became pointless. Rimuru realized he needed to respond instantly to whatever happened in this stopped world, otherwise he would never compete at this level of combat. Ciel reassured, "I will continue my research." Grateful for Ciel's support, Rimuru felt reassured having a partner like Ciel. As the duel reached its climax, Chole and Michael were still locked in an evenly matched battle. Suddenly, Rimuru's fingertips began to twitch, and bit by bit, he could feel sensation returning to his body. Ciel declared, "Your evolution to a digital life form will be complete shortly." Rimuru felt a triumphant surge. Once he joined the fight, they would have the upper hand. The moment arrived. "Insolent little hero, daring to get in my way," Michael growled. "It's time to lead you to your doom." "Not if I do it first," Chole retorted. "You seem pretty proud of being a Manus and everything, but there's nothing too unusual about that." The psychological battle was also at its peak. Chole revealed she had Chronowall with her, which clearly upset Michael, creating a small opening. Chole seized the opportunity. "Goodbye, your fate ends here." With a cold gaze, she unleashed her skill. "Let all things be as they should, reverse fate." The minute and hour hands of the clock began spinning in the opposite direction. Even in the stopped world, Chloe's skills were at her fingertips. She had kept this hidden until the very end, making it her finisher. The effect was dramatic. "Let all things be as they should" was more about changing things to how Chole wanted them, rather than literally going back in time. Michael, struck by reverse fate, began to unravel. What did you... Who was I... Ludora's body, preserved by the skill, began to crumble, unable to withstand the excessive force. The ultimate skill, Michael, Lord of Justice, was returned to a mere skill by Chloe's hands, leaving it with no reason to sustain its host. In the face of this nothingness, Chole softly spoke. "If you have lost your way, will you come with me?" Michael, or rather the skill that was once Michael, seemed thrown by this. Chole offered two options: disappear or remain with her as his master. It was a difficult choice. As Rimuru watched, the world language echoed across the stopped world. The subject, Chole Obert, has been confirmed to possess the three elements of courage, hope, and justice. The missing elements of the skill Sariel, Lord of Hope, have now been recovered. Beginning full integration into the ultimate skill Yog-Sothoth, Lord of Time, has evolved. Postscript says Yog-Sothoth, Lord of Time, has evolved into the ultimate skill Yog-Sothoth, God of Time. Rimuru didn't need any liner notes to know that this was a significant enhancement. The ultimate evolution took place within Chole, without her even being aware. "Chole, are you all right?" Rimuru asked. "Yes, Rimuru. I think I've become one with Chronoa now in a real way," Chole replied. Rimuru noticed the change. The last traces of her childhood were gone, replaced by a more mature, alluring look. Perhaps some of Chronoa's traits were emerging. Then Chole leaned in and kissed Rimuru, catching him completely off guard. "What? Chole, what are you..." Out of nowhere, Chole kissed Rimuru. One moment he was thinking, "Wow, that beauty Chole is approaching me," and then suddenly he felt a soft touch on his lips. This was an act of God, wasn't it? No point in debating whether he could have avoided it. "I'm grown up now, after all," Chole said with a giggle. "Sure," Rimuru admitted that, but he couldn't help thinking, "You can't ambush me like that, you know?" It was good that she tried that on him first, but if she did that with Leon, it could turn into a police case really quickly. Rimuru was cool with it, of course, but he still wondered why Chole decided to kiss him. "You needed that too, didn't you, Rimuru? You kind of looked like you did, so... here I was." Chloe explained with a smile. Chloe could be as cute with him as she wanted, but what did he need exactly? CL commented. Gee, pretty clever, bribing you like that. I've accepted the remnants of Sariel, Lord of Hope, from Chloe. I'm sure she could have done that some other way, but I will be on the lookout for similar surprise attacks in the future. Did Ciel just click its tongue at Rimuru? He didn't see why it had to be so wary. Ciel continued, Never mind that, it is my secret. Okay then. Rimuru felt that he shouldn't try to defy Ciel any longer. Better to let Ciel do what it wants. He decided to change the subject. So now that you're one with Chronoa, does that mean you can't go back to child form any longer? Chloe asked. No problems there, Chloe replied. She could apparently change her appearance from a baby to an old woman at will. Okay, I'll undo the time stop, Chloe announced. Rimuru guessed that Chloe was keeping time stopped at the moment, having taken it over from Michael. She maintained it as naturally as she breathed. He wasn't sure just how strong she had become, but it was clear she had full control over this new skill. But Rimuru couldn't sit there marveling at her forever. Just one thing before then. Chances are that after this, Rimuru started. Yeah, I know. I didn't absorb as much power as I thought I would, so I'm pretty sure of it, Chloe responded. Roger that, so let me handle him this time, okay? Take it easy instead, get some rest, Rimuru insisted sternly. Chloe looked healthy, but after such a rapid evolution, there was no way she was all that stable. She needed some time off, regardless of whether she wanted to rest. Glad to see you're worried about me, Chloe said. I won't be fooled again, you know, Rimuru replied, maintaining his resolve. But all right, I'll lie low for a little bit then, just don't lose, all right? Chloe smiled. Of course not. I never would have understood these concepts of time without you, Rimuru assured her. I'm sure, Chloe giggled. Rimuru promised Chloe his victory. He wasn't about to admit it if he lost, so he wouldn't be lying to her either way. Chloe released the time stop, and the world began to count the seconds once more. When Rimuru faced Michael, time had stopped. To an outside observer, it would have appeared as if Michael suddenly vanished and Chloe appeared. This was confirmed by Soei's panicked thought communication. Sire, Rimuru, I am deeply sorry. I have lost sight of the enemy, Soei communicated urgently. Stay in my shadow for now, Rimuru responded. Understood, my lord, Soei replied, instantly understanding Rimuru's intentions. Rimuru then put on a bit of a performance, acting nonchalant. Well, Chloe, thanks very much for coming to my rescue. I thought I was done for a second there. Chloe giggled. You're such a bad actor, Rimuru. Internally, Rimuru thought, hey, shut up. I just have trouble deceiving people because I am so pure and honest at heart, you know? All right, forget it, no trickery, you can head back, Chloe, and don't forget to rest, Rimuru instructed. You bet. I believe in you, okay? Chloe said, before returning to Tempest to recover from her rapid evolution. Rimuru then addressed the now empty space, grinning. Well? Come on out. You're hiding, aren't you? Michael emerged, surprised. I thought my concealment was perfect. How did you notice me? Rimuru's intuition told him Michael might have a parallel existence lurking around. Chloe had confirmed Michael's plan, enabling Rimuru to anticipate his move. Ooh. You may have read my thoughts, but you have not fully penetrated my skill. Still, though, I never dreamed that you would win against my parallel existence, Michael remarked with mild surprise. Well, it wasn't me, it was the girl just now, Rimuru replied. Chronoa the hero. I should have realized she would grow to this level of presence, Michael said. Chloe, not Chronoa, but I'm going to finish this here, so don't bother remembering that, Rimuru corrected, stretching his body and preparing for the fight. Unlikely. You talk a big game after hiding in the hero's shadow all this time, Michael retorted. That's one way of looking at it, yes. But Chloe was my student, you know. I need to show off my authority as her teacher, or I'll look terrible, now won't I? Rimuru replied confidently. Michael stared coldly, not seeing Rimuru as a threat. However, the dynamic had changed. "You never learn your lesson, Demon Lord Rimuru. You have been a constant obstacle to me, but I thought it was clear to you that you are no threat to me at all. Now you will know the truth, and make a quick exit from this world," Michael declared. "Enough talking. Come at me," Rimuru challenged. As soon as Rimuru finished speaking, time stopped. Michael approached, confident of his victory. However, Rimuru was now a full-fledged participant in the stopped world. In the soundless realm, Rimuru imagined hearing their swords clashing. "No! You? Michael exclaimed. "Yup, this world may be frozen in time, but I'm still cooking," Rimuru shouted, his expression rejuvenated. Michael had a revelation, now seeing Rimuru as an enemy to defeat. The condescension was gone. In that moment, they were fighting with the fate of the world at stake. Velgrin found herself in a dire situation. She had vowed to protect Masayuki at all costs, but Feldway wasn't making it easy for her. "Clearly you don't think much of me, Velgrin. Do you see our duel as a mere pastime?" Feldway taunted. "Well, yes, against the likes of you." "Well, wait, what is that?" Velgrin exclaimed as Feldway unleashed his hidden power, which was equal to or even greater than her own. "I'm sure you assumed there was a parallel existence on hand, but I have access to that too. If you're looking to help Masayuki, I'll do everything I can to stop you," Feldway declared. Your disposition is as nasty as ever. I really do hate you," Velgrin retorted. "Oh, that's too bad," Feldway replied sarcastically. Velgrin frowned. Feldway had always been a thorn in her side ever since he began serving as her brother Veldanava's assistant. The memories irritated her even more. The situation was grim. Velgrin was struggling just to hold Feldway at bay, and Testarossa, her most reliable ally, was battling Vega's main body. There weren't enough fighters to deal with the 4 Draco beasts. I suppose I underestimated Feldway. Was it a mistake to leave those 3 out? No, it'd be impossible to maintain the full isolation barrier otherwise, Velgrin thought. Minutes Bernie and Jiwoo were essential in keeping the full isolation barrier strong. Without them, Vega would have easily breached the barrier and fed on the capital's evacuees for energy. Velgrin's orders were sound, but she worried she might have made the wrong choice, especially since Hinata and Moss were the only ones left to protect Masayuki. She doubted they could stop the Draco beasts, which vexed her greatly. "By the way, you probably can't deal with, say, 3 of them at once, can you?" Hinata asked Moss. "I know you know the answer to that, but could you stop looking so disappointed at me? I'm doing my best here," Moss replied. Their conversation did little to ease Velgrin's concerns. Hinata and Moss were managing to keep 2 Draco beasts each in check, but it was clear they were exhausted and overwhelmed. Expecting more from them was unrealistic. "Finally, the full isolation barrier is complete," Testarossa announced. "To what?" Vega retorted. "It means I can destroy you without holding back," Testarossa declared, launching her attack. Despite her skill, Vega's apparent invulnerability made the battle a slog. Things took a turn for the worse when Vega evolved, consuming Arius and gaining his power. Michael then invoked Time Stop, which only Testarossa and Velgrin sensed. They recognized it immediately but couldn't panic as time resumed its flow. A small gap opened, a gap that Masayuki's lucky field should have canceled out. However, this time, something unusual happened. Masayuki suddenly fell to his knees, overcome by dizziness, and his power's effect vanished. "Masayuki!" Velgrin shouted, worried. "Yahaha, don't get distracted." Vega seized the opportunity to attack Testarossa. Hinata and Moss, already struggling, found that their good fortune had worn off, putting them in an extremely tough predicament. Masayuki's sudden affliction made the situation look dire. The worst moment arrived when Velgrin, distracted by Masayuki, revealed an opening. Feldway wasn't generous enough to let it pass. "I win!" he shouted, plunging his sword into Velgrin's chest. Masayuki was in shock. The woman who always had a fearless smile, exuding endless confidence as she took care of him, was now kneeling on the ground, clutching her chest. This was never supposed to happen. Feldway was an unstoppable monster, and if Velgren was going to lose too, all Masayuki could think to do was run. But at that moment, none of that mattered. Masayuki felt a violent anger surge through him, from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, threatening to burst out at any moment. "What the hell did you just do?" he demanded, his voice quieter than expected. Feldway responded nonchalantly, "I do want you the most, but give me 1 minute. I'd like to fully destroy Velgren while I have the chance." He never finished that sentence. "I'm asking you what the hell you did to my girl," Masayuki yelled. He moved faster than the eye could follow and struck Feldway in the side with his rapier. The weapon, forged by Kurobi with a focus on reduced weight and enhanced strength, was unique in class, a rare find, but it was no match for a foe protected by God-class armor. The blow shattered the rapier to pieces, but Masayuki didn't care. Feldway, caught by surprise, took a step back. Ignoring Feldway, Masayuki lifted Velgren in his arms. "Masayuki," Velgren said weakly. "It's all right now," he reassured her. "Don't worry." "You couldn't..." Velgren tried to protest. "I'll take care of this. You just rest for now, Grun," Masayuki said gently. Tears spilled from Velgren's eyes. The nickname Grun was used by the one she loved, the only person in the world who called her that. "Ludora, welcome back," she exclaimed. "Yes, I know it took a bit, but here I am." Ludora, housed inside Masayuki, smiled. Feldway scowled. "Ludora? What a bunch of nonsense. Buffet, I'll gladly take you on, but it looks like the others are struggling as well. Let's give them a hand. Come on, Gren. You too, Damrata." Ludora's call caused the very fabric of space and time to shake. Ignoring the full isolation barrier, 2 figures were summoned into the town square. "Goodness, I was having a wonderful time living with Maria, but even after death, you're a tough master to have, aren't you?" said the first to appear, a man with whitish blonde hair. He immediately began complaining, his sharp eagle-like eyes surveying the surroundings before he snickered. "Ah, Hinata, my unworthy apprentice. You had the rawest talent of anyone I worked with, but it's so sad you haven't attained hero status yet." The name of this person astonished Hinata, as it finally registered in her mind. "You're not..." she began, incredulously. "I didn't show this to you back then, but now it's time to provide a better example to you. Watch this carefully and remember it," the man declared. "Old man Granville," she exclaimed, recognizing him. Though he appeared younger, it was unmistakably Granville Rosso. He was back, alive and in his prime. "Come to me, Truth." Granville called for his beloved sword. It manifested in his hand, summoned from subspace and still exhibiting its god-class shine. With the overblade skill True Slash, he casually ripped into one of the Draco beasts, reducing it to dust. "No way," Hinata muttered in disbelief. The victory was anticlimactic, almost an affront to all the struggles she and her allies had endured so far. Damrata, kneeling before Ludora, expressed his joy at seeing his master awaken from his long sleep. Ludora, however, dismissed the formality, teasing Damrata about his overly formal demeanor. Despite their banter, Damrata's eyes glistened with tears, revealing his deep emotional connection to Ludora. Ludora, still the same, even in reincarnated form, had been Damrata's master who dreamed of a harmonious world. Tragedies had derailed that dream, causing Ludora to lose sight of his vision. Damrata regretted the years of powerlessness, but seeing Ludora return within Masayuki filled him with happiness. Ludora acknowledged Damrata's emotions and reassured him. Damrata in turn expressed his belief in the persistence of dreams. With a sense of purpose, Damrata excused himself and approached Mas, who had long been a thorn in his empire's side. Mas and Damrata exchanged words, with Mas lightly shrugging off the tension. Damrata, adopting a Nekowashi karate stance, advanced with precise movements. When he encountered a Dracobeast, he unleashed his Holy Smash Fist, injecting a fighting spirit that dismantled the creature completely. As Moss looked on, he remarked on Damrada's skill, to which Damrada responded confidently, setting the stage for Moss to take his turn. Moss, despite being irritated by his old adversary's presence and the reminder of past conflicts, knew that he had to focus on the task at hand. Losing, in itself, was tolerable, but being blamed for it by his dreaded master was not. Thus, his primary focus was always on fighting not to lose. Previously, Moss had fought mainly to stall for time, knowing that winning wasn't imminent. But with only one opponent to deal with now, his perspective shifted. "If it's just one, I can win," he muttered to himself. For the first time in a while, he decided to show off a serious effort. The tiny replications of himself scattered in the air reassembled, returning him to his true form. Moss had grown more powerful over time, with his EP now surpassing 1.5 million. In his hands was the Loop Annulus, a weapon composed of countless chakrams that had evolved with him to reach God-class level. With this fully realized power, Moss's EP exceeded 2.5 million, putting him well above the Draco beasts. Determined to fight for real, Moss launched his skill, Time for You to Die, Infinite Eater. His body shimmered, turned transparent, segmented, and then fully enveloped the Draco beast. The Draco beast, with its emotionless eyes, realized it could no longer move and was baffled, unable to carry out its orders. Moss's attack, a dark magic that used his own body as a medium, incorporated technical skills derived from his unique skill Gatherer. Infinite Eater absorbed energy equivalent to Moss's own, converting his magicules directly into offensive power. While it had the drawback of being unavailable again until the absorbed energy was fully taken in, it guaranteed a dominant victory for Moss in this situation. "As heartless as always, I see. I couldn't say how many of our soldiers you ate up with that," Damrada remarked. "I didn't use it that much on the weak, you know. Maybe just when I was in a hurry. Bad luck for the victims is all. Besides, you're one to talk, using poison that corrodes souls enough to kill even demons," Moss replied. "Oh, sure, whine all you want," Damrada retorted. Though it appeared they were arguing, this was how Damrada and Moss praised each other's fighting abilities. With Moss's victory secured, the only one left was Hinata. Granville, having effortlessly defeated his opponent, turned his attention to her. Hinata, holding the sword called Truth, looked at Granville with uncertainty. "Master, this—" she began. Granville, with a calm demeanor, responded, "You can keep it. It's no longer of any use to me." With those words, he handed over the sword to Hinata, entrusting her with the weapon that had once been his own. The Granville present in the scene was a fictional being, materialized through Masayuki's ultimate skill, Lord of Heroes. This ability allowed Masayuki to summon heroes of the past, recreating them as digital life forms. This power also restored the old powers of Minutes and Caligulio. In his unbridled anger, Masayuki had triggered heroic recourse at a more powerful level than before, summoning Ludora, the oldest and strongest of the great champions. This timely arrival seemed to be a result of Masayuki's natural good luck. After Chloe defeated Michael's parallel existence, the data from Michael's physical body was returning to the heavens. Before it could reach its destination, Masayuki called it back and joined it together, leading to Ludora's self-will expressing itself within Masayuki's body. Ludora was able to use Velgrin's skills, utilizing her parallel existences as temporary bodies for the champions he summoned through heroic recourse. Additionally, Granville's newly acquired God-class sword was created by borrowing Velgrin's skills. Velgrin, observing this, questioned Ludora about using her power without permission. Ludora, however, assured her that it wasn't a problem, reaffirming their bond as a classic couple in love. Their actions might have seemed ridiculous, but Masayuki's Lord of Heroes skill was indeed a balance-breaking, nonsensical ability. Feldway couldn't help but wince at these proceedings, recognizing the immense power at play. Granville, who had materialized through Masayuki's ultimate skill, handed the divine blade called Truth to Hinata. The sword had been given to Granville by Ludora Nazca, and now it was Hinata's turn to prove her worthiness to wield it. Granville's composed nod challenged Hinata to demonstrate her ability. Hinata, a determined protector of mankind, wasn't about to back down. She confidently declared that she couldn't lose to Granville, her master. Granville, emphasizing the importance of strong feelings and better results over mere victory, imparted wisdom to her. Granville's words resonated deeply with Hinata. She had already entrusted Chole with her hope, and now Granville was entrusting her with his mission. Accepting this responsibility, Hinata prepared to face the last Dracobeast. To her surprise, her consciousness shifted more smoothly than before, and the information from her senses seamlessly filled her brain. She could read the Dracobeast's movements with precision. The sword, along with the will entrusted to her, was already bringing about significant change. Truth had recognized Hinata as its master, unlocking its full power and greatly boosting her existence points. Granville's approval and his words washed away all of Hinata's worries. She realized that not attaining hero status yet meant she still had the potential to become one. Determined to live up to these expectations, she prepared to strike. With a confident farewell to the Dracobeast, Hinata unleashed her attack. True Slash. The Dracobeast didn't even realize it had been slashed. Countless gashes covered its body, and it locked eyes with Hinata for a brief moment, trying to speak but unable to form words. Its body collapsed into a shredded heap. Hinata speculated that remnants of Reiner's consciousness might have tried to reach out, but there was nothing left to save. Despite everything, she offered a final farewell, hoping he would find peace in the afterlife. With her victory now set in stone, the Dracobeasts were no more. Hinata had proven her worth and accepted the mission entrusted to her. Granville applauded his victorious student. Brilliant, he praised Hinata. Hinata, feeling unworthy, tried to return the sword called Truth to Granville. No, master, it's only because you lent me your sword, she said. Granville refused, explaining, that belongs to you now. I am already a dead man. What you see here is just a fake, one with all his memories intact. Hinata knew it to be true, even though it didn't seem that way. Granville continued with a smile. The boy who inherited my master's soul has just created an unbelievable new skill for himself. Hinata agreed. This power was far more terrifying than raising the dead, recreating champions of the past in their prime. Even if it was limited to those with links to Masayuki, it was still an astounding skill. Granville, summoned because Ludora had been his mentor in a past incarnation, further demonstrated the skill's reach. The true depths of Masayuki's power were unknown.
Understanding that Granville had no regrets about leaving the sword behind, Hinata still felt unworthy. Master, I understand that you are an illusion, but this is a different matter. I failed to become a hero in the end. Any right I had to that role I passed on to Chole. Sadly, I have no chance of ever awakening. Hinata carried a hero's egg within her, which had been given to Chole, leading to the birth of the strongest hero of them all. She acknowledged her inability to live up to Granville's expectations, but wasn't ashamed. She communicated this with unwavering resolve. Granville smiled at her and asked, "Are you sure about that?" Hinata was puzzled. Huh?
Granville elaborated. It was the will of my master Ludora that called me here, but perhaps it was destiny at work. I remembered, over in the Promised Land, that I never entrusted you with my will either. Oh, how Maria yelled at me. The conversation, though an illusion, felt vivid and specific. Hinata then realized Granville's true intention. What? This power, Hinata exclaimed. The hero's qualification that Granville had carried, the elemental soul of light that guides its holder to victory, was now granted to Hinata with the Truth longsword. With a refreshing smile, Granville said, "Well, my job is done here. The rest, Hinata, is up to you." Hinata, feeling a renewed sense of purpose, gave her sworn oath. "Rest assured, master, I will do my best." "Very well then," Granville replied, flashing another smile before turning his back. signaling that his job was done. Granville and Damarata lined up next to Masayuki, their camaraderie evident as they exchanged remarks about unfinished business and Ludora's usual lack of attentiveness. Their easy banter showcased their long history together and genuine friendship. Granville had studied under Ludora before parting ways to unite the West. Eventually, the pressures from power brokers wore him down, and the empire he introduced as a hypothetical enemy became a true threat. This strained his relationship with Damarata, leading to years of strategic maneuvering and surface-level friendship. But those rifts seemed irrelevant now. The two were laughing and chatting as if they had stepped back in time, illustrating the deep bond they once shared. Ludora's presence brought their trust and loyalty to the forefront, transcending mere illusions. As Ludora addressed them, humor and affection underscored their exchange. Granville and Damarata's laughter mirrored Ludora's before they vanished, confident in Ludora's ability to complete the task at hand. With concern in her eyes, Velgrin questioned Ludora's actions. Smiling warmly, he embraced her, explaining his motivation. Velgrin, caught up in her emotions, recognized the old Ludora she loved in Masayuki. She believed in the day Masayuki would fully become Ludora, never expecting it to happen so quickly. Perhaps it was all a bunch of contradictions, but Velgrin truly felt that she could love Ludora in any form. That's why she cherished the original the most, and now Masayuki, who had recreated Ludora for her, became the supreme figure in her life. The word love no longer seemed sufficient to express her feelings. "I love Masayuki and you inside of him, Ludora," she confessed. Ludora, understanding her sentiment, replied, "I know. But don't tell me. Tell Masayuki himself." "But he'll get all embarrassed," Velgrin protested. "He's overjoyed on the inside. Trust me, I would know," Ludora assured her. This was true. Ludora wasn't an illusion. He was Masayuki himself, carrying the memories of Ludora within. Turning toward Feldway, Ludora addressed him to hide his own embarrassment. "Sorry to keep you, Feldway." Feldway, recognizing the authenticity of Ludora, retorted, "It looks like you are the real thing, so you'll ignore all the laws of the world then. After conquering so many lands, you'll even conquer death itself?" "No, I'm still as dead as ever, there's no coming back from that. But if someone makes the woman I love cry, I'll come in swinging from the afterlife any time," Ludora replied. "Ridiculous," Feldway responded. "I'm quite serious, you know. I haven't really gone to the other side yet," Ludora said playfully, though he was telling the truth. Still housed inside Masayuki's body, Ludora's personality would fade as soon as Masayuki's power expired. However, the memories and experiences would remain stored in Masayuki's mind, allowing Ludora to resurface in the future. Turning his attention to Vega, Ludora commanded Testarossa and Hinata, "You guys, I'll let you handle those rats." Testarossa and Hinata weren't particularly respectful, but they understood that following Ludora's will was the smart choice. They reluctantly agreed to work together. "Shall we form a united front, Lady Hinata?" Testarossa suggested. "Sounds good, Testarossa, and let me say, having you as a partner is greatly reassuring," Hinata replied. "Me too," Testarossa giggled. With their impromptu duo now tasked with taking on Vega, the stage was set for the final battle in the capital. It was Testarossa and Hinata against Vega, while Ludora faced off against Feldway. Two beautiful women stood before Vega. Testarossa wore a charming smile, while Hinata's expression was much colder. "I'm going to finish him off, so would you mind taking him on for the time being?" Testarossa asked. "Certainly. He looks tough to kill with a sword, and we can't use wide-range annihilation magic in the capital. Let's divide up the roles here," Hinata replied. Both women were sharp and quickly came to a consensus. Testarossa stepped back, carefully working out the effective range of Vega's skills, utilizing her detection magic to the fullest. They were serious about defeating him, and this was how they'd do it. Now Hinata stood before Vega. Hey, what happened to old man Damarata and that other guy?" Vega demanded. "They went home," Hinata responded. Oh, yeah. They looked like pretty tough folk, but not like they could take me on. You ain't any better. Maybe beating my Draco beasts got you all cocky, but let me show you how reality works real quick, Vega sneered. Vega didn't see Damrata as much of a threat now, but hearing from Hinata that he was heading back home honestly gladdened him. Getting swarmed by that many powerhouses at once would have been incredibly annoying. This way, at least, there wouldn't be as much hassle. Well, we'll see, won't we? You may regret underestimating me, Hinata said. She could tell that Vega was serious. Normally she'd act superior and goad her opponent, but she knew that would be ridiculous now. It was better to be honest and prove her ability by winning instead. After the exchange, Vega made his move, leveraging his greatly enhanced strength and speed. He rushed at Hinata, aiming to make her surrender fast. The shockwaves from his steel-like arms could destroy objects without touching them, and the same was true for his kicks. His entire body was a weapon of destruction, outclassing even wide-range strategic weapons. One blow from him could cause untold damage to his surroundings. Without the full isolation barrier, the city would have been reduced to ashes in minutes. Faced with this much violence, Hinata was clearly in mortal danger. Her EP had increased significantly, but Vega was powering up even faster, with a tenfold difference by now. He even had an ultimate skill. Despite Granville helping her awaken as a hero, Vega was still too dangerous an opponent for her. But this didn't bother her at all. She found it strange that she didn't feel scared in the slightest. Somehow she could read the flow of his attack. It was much more accurate than Predict Future Attack, the skill Rimuru learned. It should be called Predict Future now, as Hinata's abilities were evolving. Confirmed. Evolving the unique skill Measurer into the ultimate skill Fortuna, Lord of Misfortune, quote, complete. With this evolution, Hinata had reached the realm of the ultimate. Fortune, Lord of Misfortune, endowed Hinata with skills like Hassan Thought, Universal Detect, Holy Ambition, Control Dimensions, Multidimensional Barrier, All of Creation, Computational Domain, and Virtual World. Using these powers, Hinata had developed an almost perfect ability to predict the future. Her mastery of Granville's true/sword move was facilitated by this ultimate skill. Although she lost her unique skill Usurper, the talent that granted her Fortuna rendered that loss irrelevant. Vega employed tactics such as creating body doubles, growing extra legs, and other deceptive strikes, but Hinata now saw through all his tricks. Despite facing an opponent several times faster, she remained composed, effortlessly countering his moves. Yummy. Just sit still for me, Vega growled. Hinata, as a newly awakened hero, could now turn herself into a spiritual life form, rendering Vega's shockwave attacks ineffective unless she took a direct hit. With the Truth Longsword in hand, she no longer hesitated to parry Vega's attacks. Combined with her new computational skills that allowed her to predict the future, she easily deflected Vega's moves. The difference in sheer muscle meant she had to choose her angles carefully, but her dueling skills made it effortless. Not hitting me, are you? Hinata taunted. God damn you, but you don't have any way to reach me either, do you? Vega retorted. Hinata felt no shame in relying on Testarossa for support. Testarossa, preparing her ultimate attack, reassured Hinata. It's so helpful to have a talented fighter up front. I'm all set to go, Testarossa said. All right, when you're ready then, Hinata replied. Yes, no penance will be offered to him. Time to plunge him down to purgatory, Testarossa declared. Sensing imminent danger, Vega pleaded for his life. No, you're insane. Wait a damn. But Testarossa remained unmoved. White Flare? White Flare, the ultimate single-target magic strike, created by Testarossa with Belial, Lord of the Underworld, consumed life, reaping it until there was nothing left. Vega was instantly burnt away by the white flame, his body sent to hell. The spell's force and heat, far exceeding that of nuclear magic, ensured no one could withstand it. However, Testarossa's expression remained grim. Ugh, awful. I think I messed this up. Hinata asked, What do you mean? I failed to take that fool's soul with him. He might trick other people, but he can't trick me that way, Testarossa explained. When Vega died, Testarossa obtained many souls, but none had Vega's scent. Hinata, reflecting on Vega's deceptive nature, realized he likely escaped. It seems likely, no, I'm almost certain that he escaped, Hinata concluded. Testarossa agreed. You're right, he wasn't nearly desperate enough, or sniveling enough, to really be begging for his life. Recalling Moss's reports on Vega's cunning, both women realized Vega had likely fled at the first sign of disadvantage. This is awful, I'm so embarrassed, I don't think I could ever face Sir Rimuru again, Testarossa lamented. Hinata, sharing the sentiment, said, Yes, I can already picture Rimuru's stupid grinning face when he hears this. He always seems to enjoy it when I screw up. Hinata experienced a day of mixed feelings, grappling with her admiration and frustration towards Rimuru, who always seemed to relish her struggles, but was also eager to help her out of a pinch. Moss silently observed the exchange between Testarossa and Hinata, his thoughts swirling with apprehension. The very idea of admitting to Testarossa that he had let an enemy escape was terrifying enough to haunt him for centuries. He couldn't fathom the repercussions of such a confession. Pointing out Testarossa's mistakes was equally unthinkable, as he knew it would result in her pinning the blame on him, accusing him of failing to keep watch. Imagining Rimuru's other officials criticizing Testarossa for this blunder filled Moss with dread. He could already foresee Testarossa going on a warpath, her irritation and frustration directed at anyone within reach. The thought of dealing with a volatile, on-edge Testarossa for the foreseeable future was distressing. He could only hope that she wouldn't take out her anger on him too much. Ludora leisurely took off his emperor's robe, leaving it with Velgrind, and faced Feldway with only his undershirt covering his torso. Calling forth the sword Deva, a treasured blade from the Age of Divinity granted to him by Veldanava, Ludora prepared for the duel. The Deva sword, along with its counterpart Tema, was among the highest god-class gear. As Ludora approached, Feldway's eyes narrowed, recognizing the significance of the sword. Ludora dismissed Feldway's objections, asserting his right to wield the blade. Velgrind watched anxiously but trusted Ludora completely. Ludora taunted Feldway, accusing him of cowardice for relying on Michael, Lord of Justice, rather than his own powers. Feldway, defending his strategy, argued that a leader's job was to outlast everyone else. Ludora, however, emphasized the importance of prioritizing victory in battle. As the duel commenced, the ground shattered with each footstep, and the atmosphere cracked with every shockwave from their clashing swords. The impact was so intense, it made the air smell burnt across the city square. Hinata, now a spectator, marveled at the sight. Ludora's power was evident, easily matching Feldway despite being housed in Masayuki's fragile body. Feldway soon found himself outmatched, and Ludora knocked his sword away, highlighting the difference in their abilities. Ludora explained that while Michael, Lord of Justice, provided complete defense, it limited Feldway's means of attack. Ludora, well aware of the skill's loophole, demonstrated his mastery by canceling Castle Guard during his slashes and using his fighting spirit to boost his attacks. Feldway, who had attempted to recreate Ludora's perfected moves, struggled to match his skill. Ludora's expertise was the result of repeated training under Veldanava, and even imitating it was a formidable feat. Despite being the inferior swordsman, Feldway's overall position remained strong due to Michael, Lord of Justice, but the difference in skill was evident. With each exchange, it became clear that Ludora's mastery and strategic prowess were unmatched, leaving Feldway at a significant disadvantage. The duel highlighted Ludora's superior abilities and the deep bond he shared with Velgrind as they faced this critical moment together. Feldway, with his arrogance, believed in the absolute defense of his angelic skill, confident in his invincibility. Ludora, however, openly mocked him. Ludora revealed his extensive time spent with Veldanava, reminding Feldway that he was well aware of the strategy Feldway relied on. Feldway dismissed Ludora's claims, convinced that the most powerful of angelic skills could not be broken. Ludora then introduced Uriel, Lord of Vows, explaining its properties and how it was similar to the Lord of Justice skill Feldway used. Uriel, derived from unlimited imprisonment, had absolute defense but was also prone to being broken through at critical moments. Ludora had perfected using Uriel as part of his attacks, making it a formidable skill. Wielding the Deva sword, Ludora demonstrated its light, similar to Castle Guard. He emphasized the power derived from the beliefs of hundreds of millions of followers, vastly outnumbering Feldway's. Announcing his strike, Absolute Severance, Ludora unleashed a powerful attack. Feldway, realizing the danger, attempted to defend himself with all available barriers. Ludora, confident and commanding, declared, "Let's see just how long you can hold out." The clash resulted in a devastating destruction that rendered the full isolation barrier meaningless. Velgrund redirected the main shockwave upward, but the aftershocks shattered the area. This immense power, beyond what a mere sword strike should generate, epitomized Ludora's fighting style, showcasing his strength as the first hero. Feldway, unable to withstand Ludora's assault, ultimately fell. Ludora, with a refreshed smile, raised his right hand to the sky, declaring his victory. Feldway was on his knees, coughing up blood. His pure white robe was stained with dark crimson. "No, how could I?" he stammered. Ludora, unwavering, responded, "You were too conceited, Feldway. You always refused to accept being anything but the best at whatever you did. That's what made you lose sight of what mattered." "Shut up. I don't need to be lectured by this shell of a man before me," Feldway retorted. True. I understand what you mean somewhat," Ludora acknowledged. The two fell silent, staring at each other. Feldway broke the silence, declaring, "There will be no next time. Today shall be my last defeat." He stood up as if his injuries never existed, the bloodstains vanishing from his robes and the sword wound inflicted by Ludora seeming like a mirage. Ludora observed, "Just as stubborn as always, I see. Well, I'll keep winning no matter how many times you come to me, so whatever." They exchanged one last look before parting ways. Feldway turned his back to Ludora and gave an order to Mai, who stood by behind him. With an instant motion, they disappeared. Both the full isolation barrier and the one covering the capital were destroyed, making it impossible to prevent their escape. Pursuing them was not a wise decision. Despite his defeat, Feldway still had strength left. The mental impact of his loss to Ludora had cornered him, but he retained enough ability to fight. Had the invincible castle guard not been breached, Feldway might not have fled so readily. Feldway swore to seek revenge on Ludora in the future. Today's humiliation would never be forgotten. As Velgrund pressed Ludora's face against her chest, he didn't voice much objection, perhaps because Ludora was no longer there and Masayuki had returned in his place. Launching Nova Break had expended the last of Ludora's soul's power, making it harder for him to maintain his persona. This effort was another reason Feldway was allowed to escape. Hinata walked up to Masayuki. "Nice to meet you, original hero. My name is Hinata Sakaguchi. Before you leave, I thought I would say a few words to—" she began, but cheering interrupted her. Seeing Ludora's strength, the crowds believed Masayuki had finally gotten serious in a fight. They were wrong, but to the onlookers it appeared true. The crowds rushed into the square, surrounding Masayuki, as Minitz and his guards held them back. "You're so cool, Masayuki," someone shouted. "I never saw a Lightspeed fight for keeps like that before," another exclaimed. "Yeah, I had no idea what was going on, but I could tell how mind-blowing that was, at least," said another. Masayuki's reputation was ballooning once again. Most of the capital's citizens had witnessed the entire battle, much like with Reiner's fight. Internally, Masayuki felt like an emotional wreck, but he relied on his innate glossing-over skills, maintaining a confident facade. Why did it all turn out like this, he wondered. From his perspective, Ludora had done everything for him. People kept praising him, but he didn't feel deserving of their admiration. It felt like a case of mistaken identity. "Great job, Masayuki. You were wonderful out there," Velgrund said, handing Masayuki his imperial robe back. The piece of garb was jet black with gold embroidery. As Masayuki put it on, he felt the awkwardness of being the center of attention. However, the arrival of the capital's royal knights hinted at further trouble. "Oh wow, this is going to be a pain, I bet," he thought. Minutes, Masayuki's bodyguard, stepped up to negotiate with the knights. They demanded an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, mentioning something about the king's assassination and material witnesses. This made Masayuki's heart race. Having endured numerous ordeals, Masayuki believed he could handle anything, but he now doubted himself. The strain of being on center stage was familiar, but he remained timid at heart. Becoming a murder suspect was the last thing he needed. "I'm sorry," Hinata whispered, realizing Ludora was gone. "I think I just dragged you into this mess." Masayuki responded. "Reynard killed King Egil and tried to frame me for it," Hinata explained. "No way," Masayuki thought. "That's like a totally big deal." He didn't want to be dragged into this swamp, but couldn't deny his involvement. As the most powerful figure in the square, he had to take charge. Amid the clamor, Masayuki stepped forward, tilted his head, and looked down. After a brief pause, he lifted his face, capturing the crowd's attention. The gesture, taught by Rimuru and CL, was uncannily effective. "Everyone," he quietly began, "please calm down. I want all of you to keep your heads and tell me what happened." The agitated crowd instantly fell silent. The sheer impact of his presence frightened Masayuki inwardly. This was beyond all expectations. Though it seemed laughable, he stuck to his performance, remembering Rimuru's advice. Rimuru had consulted with him several times, and with the support of many others, Masayuki was now living up to his role. Despite being a nervous wreck inside, no one would have guessed it from the way the crowd passionately gazed at him. Masayuki stood before the crowd, delivering a speech that was grand yet intentionally vague. "My friends, what is right and what is wrong? One look at this scene should make it obvious, I think. Citizens as wise as yourselves will certainly have picked up on the right answer without me having to tell you anything. So please, I want you to trust in that answer, and I want to believe in all of you too." Even though Masayuki wasn't sure his words would solve much, he hoped they would keep the crowd from turning hostile. As he spoke, the crowd quieted down, a testament to the effect of his Lord of Heroes skill. Despite not saying anything concrete, the people seemed reassured. Feeling a bit more confident, Masayuki saw Minutes approaching with a large, gruff-looking knight clad in golden armor. The sight made Masayuki nervous, but the knight addressed him with utmost courtesy. The knight introduced himself, expressing his honor to have an audience with His Majesty Masayuki, champion of the Kingdom of Anglesia and head of the Eastern Empire. Masayuki, trying to appear composed, involuntarily nodded in response. He began to mention King Egil, intending to clear Hinata's name, but the knight interrupted, reassuring him that with Masayuki taking Hinata's side, all suspicions were as good as cleared. The knight's loud laugh eased Masayuki's concerns. Hinata, seizing the moment, asked if they had found the suspect. She glanced at Prince Elric, who had been moved to the side by Moss. Capturing the murderers was crucial, and the crowd likely figured out who the mastermind was. Elric, trembling under the weight of his guilt, suddenly began to laugh hysterically and confessed his crimes, mistakenly believing Masayuki knew all about his misdeeds. The crowd, witnessing this confession, quickly accepted the turn of events. They murmured amongst themselves, discussing how Prince Elric had killed the king and that former head knight Reiner was his accomplice. Lady Hinata's innocence was reaffirmed, and the people praised Masayuki for his insight and heroism. The cheers and accolades for Masayuki spread rapidly among the crowd, who now saw him as the hero who had once again saved the day. Despite his internal turmoil, Masayuki maintained his composure, standing strong before the adoring throngs. The entire city rang with the now familiar chant. Masayuki awkwardly raised his hand, forcing a smile as he acknowledged the crowd's praise. Hinata, standing next to him, looked a bit stunned, while Velgrin couldn't have looked happier. Meanwhile, Masayuki was sobbing internally, thinking, "Whatever, I don't care anymore." He accepted this as his new normal. Interestingly, the lingering after-effects of having Ludora in his body, among other factors, would trigger an extremely rare condition called a solaki in Masayuki the next day. This sensation, akin to growing pains, would affect his whole body for a while. However, Masayuki was blissfully unaware of this impending discomfort. Michael, once considering the Demon Lord Rimuru insignificant, had to reassess his view after Rimuru defeated Velgrund. Initially treating Rimuru more cautiously, Michael still didn't view him as a challenge. However, Rimuru's ability to enter the stopped world, a realm accessible to only a select few, forced Michael to accept that he had underestimated his opponent. Deciding to undo Time Stop, Michael aimed to crush Rimuru with sheer power. Time Stop, derived from Velzard's ultimate skill Gabriel, Lord of Endurance, proved ineffective against someone who could manipulate data particles at will. Therefore, Michael opted for a more straightforward approach to conserve energy. Michael had absorbed the factors of 2 true dragons, enhancing his strength and making him feel invincible. His mastery of the most powerful angelic ultimate skills allowed him to deploy all the abilities he had analyzed and incorporated. Gabriel's concept of fixing in place granted him unparalleled defensive capabilities. Although not as strong as Castle Guard, it allowed simultaneous attacks, making it highly useful. This fixation also enabled him to obtain Time Stop, solidifying his belief in his invincibility. Additionally, Velgrund's skill Ragwheel, Lord of Relief, offered the ultimate offensive performance, while data from Leon's skill Metatron, Lord of Purity, improved his energy efficiency. Even the skills he had lent to his troops were at his disposal, demonstrated by his use of concealment from Arius's skill Sandalphon, Lord of Judgment. Michael's complete self, bolstered by these powers, seemed unbeatable. Although defeated by the hero Chloe, that was merely a parallel existence with a fraction of his energy. Now, fully replenished, Michael faced Rimuru, confident in his superiority. He believed there was an over 10-fold difference between their strengths, certain he didn't lose out in any single factor. By this point, Michael's immense power allowed him to potentially obliterate Obela's entire army with ease. Defeating a single target like Rimuru should have been simple in theory, but reality proved otherwise. Michael had to admit, albeit grudgingly, that Rimuru was a formidable opponent, practically a monster. Every single attack Michael launched, including the lethal Cardinal Acceleration, was effortlessly nullified by Rimuru. Unable to believe his eyes, Michael recognized that losing his decisive advantage, time manipulation, left him with no effective means of attacking Rimuru. The battle, it seemed, was already decided. Rimuru's casual remark about comprehending Michael's attacks signaled a shift. Rimuru's eyes glowed gold, significantly increasing his threat level. Switching tactics, Michael considered using defense. With Castle Guard rendered ineffective, he relied on Gabriel's fixation-driven defenses. Activating Snow Crystal, he froze the moisture in the atmosphere to create an indestructible shield around himself. However, Rimuru casually poked a hole in the shield, surprising even himself. Michael, stunned, demanded an explanation. Rimuru flatly responded that he ate the barrier. An astonishing revelation. Rational judgment failed Michael, leaving him unable to accept this seemingly nonsensical power. Faced with nullified attacks and meaningless defenses, Michael contemplated his next move. A calm inner voice urged him to escape, but curiosity about Rimuru's capabilities held him back. Despite his precarious situation, Michael had parallel existence to revive himself if needed. He had transferred all his skills to Feldway, so he considered the reckless option of continuing the fight to gather more information. Michael, facing the inscrutable demon Lord Rimuru, found his escape routes blocked, confined in complex space. With no way out, he had to accept the harsh reality. Defeating Rimuru was his only option. "Well, you have my attention then. Prepare to face my full fury," Michael declared, attempting to summon his most powerful sword, Diva. However, since Ludora, its true owner, was using it, the call went unanswered. Michael had not achieved full synchronization with Feldway through parallel existence, contributing to his failure. Switching tactics, Michael infused his current sword with divine energy. Rimuru, noticing the change, readied his own sword in response. "What was that Deva you mentioned?" Rimuru asked, but Michael dismissed the question. As divine force surged, tension grew. The final clash began. Michael unleashed Melt Slash, using swordsmanship skills he had acquired from taking over Ludora's body. While unable to reproduce Ludora's Nova Break, Michael relied on Overblade-class skills like Disintegration. Rimuru, on the other hand, revealed one of his innermost secrets: Falling Haze, Whirling Transition. This skill, making its public debut, was a courtesy to Michael, who was about to meet his end. The skill's mesmerizing display underscored Rimuru's immense power. Michael, finding his body giving way, realized he had lost. With no time to face this reality, Rimuru asked if he had any last words. Accepting his defeat, Michael questioned, "Who?" Rimuru responded blankly, "Me? I'm just a slime." Michael found it ridiculous, but it distracted him from his crumbling body. Suddenly, he experienced a new understanding, a feeling he had never had since gaining sentience. At the very last moment, he realized the concept of fun, something he had dismissed before. Chiding himself, he accepted that some things were beyond his control. A slime? A creature as outlandishly strange and incomprehensible as you? Come on, you defeated me, a man as... Michael's body crumbled faster, particles of light scattering. Rimuru continued, "Well, I'm not alone, actually, but you can take your time asking my partner about that." With that, Rimuru pointed his hand at Michael and declared, "Consume all things. Azathoth, god of the void." The ultimate, most powerful of skills bared its fangs, and Soul Glutton, an irresistible power, swallowed everything in Michael's body, marking the end of the battle. In his final moments, Michael experienced a deep understanding. He recognized that his creator had abandoned him, a reality he never wanted to admit but could no longer deny. Now, it was all over. He felt a warm, nostalgic sense of comfort, with all his needs fulfilled. As he faded away, Michael thought to himself, "Yes, this is it." He realized that perhaps it was all a misunderstanding on his part. In this moment, he felt complete, becoming part of something greater. He was no longer alone, and it seemed inevitable, as if it had all been planned from the start. With a final, bittersweet thought, Michael's consciousness vanished. "Ah, my wish has come true. And my only regret, Feldway, is that I have to leave you behind." Michael's journey ended with a sense of fulfillment and understanding, even as he bid farewell to his companion, Feldway. Upon confronting Michael, Rimuru quickly realized that Michael's attacks were too predictable and easy to counter. Even though Michael had powerful moves and perfect fundamentals, he lacked the unpredictability needed to challenge Rimuru. Deciding to let CL handle the fight, Rimuru observed from a distance. Michael's fancy defensive move, Snow Crystal, was initially unnerving, but CL calmly identified its weak points, neutralizing it with Azathoth, god of the void. The battle turned out to be overwhelmingly one-sided, with Rimuru completely victorious and Michael looking pathetic in comparison. Rimuru's final move, Falling Haze, Whirling Transition, served as a tribute to Michael. Michael's final question, "Who are you?" led Rimuru to reflect on his identity. Sensing that Michael recognized CL's presence, Rimuru allowed the manas to interact. Using Soul Glutton, Rimuru consumed Michael, surprised by how quickly it happened. This marked the completion of Rimuru's understanding of all 7 angelic-class ultimate skills, including Velzard's angelic factors. Post-battle, Rimuru checked on Diablo and the others, relieved to find them safe. Diablo felt responsible for being careless but was reassured by Rimuru that stopping time was a cheat-like ability, difficult to counter. Diablo, Soei, and Ultima discussed countermeasures. Leon hadn't regained consciousness yet, so Rimuru ordered Diablo to transport him back to Tempest for safety. Rimuru believed that nobody would try attacking Leon again, but preferred not to take any risks. Rimuru then instructed Diablo and Ultima to assist Xion and her team, anticipating that the next significant battle would occur in Lubelius. With high spirits, Diablo and Ultima departed, joined by Veyron and Zonda, leaving Rimuru and Soei to handle the remaining tasks. Rimuru wanted to closely examine the holy void of Damargania and understand why Draggrull might have betrayed him. Entrusting Soei with this task, Rimuru felt reassured. Upon returning to the capital, Rimuru found that the situation had already been resolved. Velgrim proudly narrated how Masayuki had defeated Feldway, the enemy leader. Although Masayuki seemed reluctant to take credit, Rimuru was relieved and grateful that everyone was safe. Despite this victory, Rimuru couldn't relax yet. War reports from across the continent indicated that the situation was dire, prompting Rimuru to quickly shift focus to the next impending battle. The world-destroying dragon, Epilogue, opened its eyes and sensed an overwhelming surge of power. Witnessing the scene before it, it saw a powerful being annihilating the crowd that swarmed around. Michael, the winner, left the scene without acknowledging Epilogue. Curious and slightly displeased, Epilogue approached the remains of the battle, feasting on the corpses floating there. Though the attacks had been ineffective, they amused the dragon enough to alleviate its boredom. This seemingly pointless action brought about an incredible transformation. Previously driven solely by destructive urges, Epilogue now felt hatred, marking the birth of its intellect and emotion. The grudges of those destroyed by Michael fueled this transformation, leading Epilogue to absorb more than 10,000 souls, propelling it into an evolutionary phase. The dragon evolved into an incarnation of malice, more cunning and evil, ready to wreak havoc upon the world. Before this Halloween carnival, its evolution into an evil deity, Epilogue glimpsed a gate leading to another world just beyond where Michael had been. This vision excited Epilogue, filling its imagination with the possibilities beyond the gate and the enemies it might face. New emotions and desires stirred within the world-destroying dragon, desires it should never have known. But it was too late, and the day of this god of malice